Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 769 Assassins and Assassins. Yang Hui sat in a casual posture and looked at the dark inner door. According to the report of Kiraruji Xuanwu, after Kiraruji Xuanwu left, Yang Hui should be the only living person in the house. But when he just arrived at the house, he detected several mental waves that did not belong to Kiraruji Xuanwu. Thinking of the endless methods of the Geese cult, Yang Hui used mental waves to detect Kiraruji Xuanwu's brain as soon as he met Kiraruji Xuanwu to see if he was controlled by some Geese ability. The result was good. Kiraruji Xuanwu was not controlled. He regarded the other mental waves as servants of the house, but after Kiraruji Xuanwu left, those mental waves still existed, which made Yang Hui sure that the killer was still here. Pa. At this time, a man in a blue shirt and his hair wrapped in a white turban walked out of the inner door. At the same time, all the doors around were pushed open, and several fully armed killers surrounded Yang Hui in the middle. As expected, Your Highness Yang Hui, who is already known as the Nightmare. You noticed our existence from the very beginning, right? The man said while applauding, and then saluted gracefully. Excuse me, I'm SYNOPSIS, captain of the assassination force under the holy priest of the kingdom of Zilkistan. I'm honored to meet Your Highness Yang Hui. Zilkistan, haha, interesting. Upon hearing this, Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth with an interested smile, and looked at SYNOPSIS meaningfully. You didn't attack me at the beginning. It seems that you have some needs for me. As expected, Your Highness Yang Hui. You hit the nail on the head. The holy priest did order that unless necessary, do not conflict with Your Highness. SYNOPSIS said in a pretentious and elegant manner. Tell me about it. The holy priest has 3 requests, and I hope Your Highness will agree to them. First, we have found out that the patriarch is in your hands, so please return him to us. Second, as you know, Zilkistan is a country of warriors, and naturally admires your country's powerful weapons. According to intelligence, there are a total of 15 special machines developed by Your Highness, namely the 12 zodiacs of Nightmare, the goddess of wisdom and war, Athena, Her Highness Cornelia's special machine, the god of war, Sekhmet, and Her Highness Clovis's special machine, the god of light and art, Apollo. Each one is an excellent and stunning machine, and the holy priest does not like to take away other people's favorites, and only hopes that Your Highness can build a special machine for His Highness Cherio, the holy priest's younger brother. Third, the holy priest sincerely invites you to join the warrior country. As long as you agree, you will be the king of Zilkistan. Puff. After hearing the request made by SYNOPSIS, Yang Hui thought the first one was normal, but he was a little surprised that Zilkistan could actually find out that CC was in his hands. He started to hold back his laughter when he heard the second request, and it took a lot of effort to hold back his laughter. Until the third request, Yang Hui really couldn't help it, laughing happily, arrogantly, and full of hostility. Your Highness Yang Hui, I don't think this is funny. SYNOPSIS' face sank, ugly and cold, because he heard sarcasm and contempt in Yang Hui's laughter. I think this is a very interesting joke. Yang Hui said to SYNOPSIS jokingly, the 4th prince of the world's most powerful empire, Bunatelia, go to a country composed of mercenaries, bandits, and scum to be the king. Are you insulting me? Kaja. As soon as the voice fell, a heavy sense of oppression instantly pressed on SYNOPSIS' shoulders, and his men were even more unbearable. The stimulation of the survival instinct made them load their bullets and aim at Yang Hui. Don't shoot. On the one hand, SYNOPSIS was horrified by Yang Hui's terrifying momentum, and on the other hand, Yang Hui remained calm even when surrounded by them. He did not dare to act rashly. Your Highness Yang Hui, the holy priest sincerely invites you. Being clever is not a good quality, especially for an assassin. As he spoke, Yang Hui stood up and took a few steps to close the distance with SYNOPSIS. I have also heard about the situation in your country. The holy priest is the king and the actual ruler of Zilkistan. The ruler of a country will not be so foolish as to invite a lion that she cannot control to take over her crown, so, you added the last one yourself, right? Your Highness Yang Hui, I did add the last one on my own initiative. I apologize for the offense. You are still holding on to luck, Mr. Sver. Yang Hui shook his head and looked at Sverkujiput with indifference. Although Zilkistan is only a small country, its military strength has always been among the best. However, I don't think your holy priest will be so arrogant as to think he is qualified to challenge Bunitalia. You, what do you mean? Cold sweat dripped down Sverkujiput's cheek. Yang Hui calmly looked around at the people who surrounded him, and said to Sverkujiput, "This is the assassin stranglehold formation, which blocks all my retreat routes. Generally speaking, the target is to be eliminated at all costs. This is just for safety considerations. Now everyone knows that Your Highness Yang Hui is extremely powerful. Before I know your attitude towards our country, I am also doing this to protect myself. Then there is no need to talk about it." As he said this, Yang Hui slowly raised his right hand and looked at Sverkujiput's eyes as if he was looking at a corpse. "No. Do it." Sverkujiput did not dare to hesitate and immediately ordered his men to act. A red flying bird pattern appeared in his right eye, and he kicked his feet and pounced on Yang Hui, trying to control Yang Hui. But, bang, 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 puff, as Yang Hui's right hand fell, the bullets from afar penetrated the fragile wooden wall. All the people surrounding Yang Hui had no time to pull the trigger, and their guns were shot down. Their arms trembled uncontrollably due to paralysis. Sverkujiput, who was rushing towards Yang Hui with a knife, was grabbed by Yang Hui while he was still in the air. The next second, the world spun around, and his back hit the floor heavily. The huge force broke the wrist holding the knife. Ugh! You. Sverkujiput's excellent assassin qualities made him endure the severe pain and did not scream. He looked at Yang Hui in anger and disbelief, and was shocked to see that his eyes were shining with the same scarlet bird. "The power of Geese is not only possessed by you, Mr. Swell. Damn it, Yang Hui also possesses the power of God, and its eyes." Sverkujiput, who was lying on the ground, was filled with resentment. The power of Geese could not be effective against other Geese holders. If he knew that his trump card was useless, he would not have taken the initiative to take Yang Hui away. "One question, are all your people here?" Yang Hui asked Sverkujiput. When he met Sverkujiput, Yang Hui thought that it was the Geese sect of Shamna who provided help to the Sakura Liberation Front and the 11 Resistance Organization. But now from the other party's behavior and attitude, it doesn't seem like the mastermind behind the scenes, but more like they came to ask Yang Hui for help and assistance. It was only because Sverkujiput acted on his own that the current situation happened. And, in addition to the people present, there are other mental waves in the Kyoruji residence. What do you mean? Sverkujiput was stunned for a moment, and looked at his men. No one died, but their guns were destroyed and they lost the ability to fight. But, he was an assassin, and he was very sensitive to sounds, especially gunshots and the sound of flesh being torn apart. Just now, he clearly heard the sound of bullets entering the body, but none of his men died, and they were not even hit. There are others. Sverkujiput's face changed drastically, because he had been lurking in the Shumu residence waiting for Yang Hui long ago, and he didn't find that there were other people. "Well, it seems that you don't need to collect the bodies and commemorate your subordinates." Yang Hui let go of Sverkujiput and put his finger on his right ear. "Report the situation. There are a total of 13 people lurking around, and they have all been killed. There is no threat to the Shumu residence." A hoarse voice came from the headset in the right ear. "Leave 2 teams on standby. Send someone to clean up the scene." "Yes, Your Highness." After ending the call, Yang Hui looked down at Sverkujiput on the ground and said, "Go back and tell Shamna to come see me in person, otherwise you will be haunted by nightmare." "You won't kill us?" Sverkujiput asked in disbelief. "You still have value to live." "I will tell the holy priest." Sverkujiput and his people quickly disappeared in front of Yang Hui. The mission had failed. He needed to return to Zilkistan immediately to report to Shamna, especially since Yang Hui also had the intelligence of Geese. Yang Hui did not leave, waiting for his people to come to the Shumu house to clean up. Soon, a team of people in cleaners' uniforms came to the Shumu house. Without saying hello to Yang Hui, they dispersed and started working to clean up all traces. It's them indeed. Seeing the bodies dragged out from various places in the Shumu house, the same clothes on them have already told Yang Hui their identities. They are the Geese cult led by VV. And from the preliminary examination of the bodies, they are not ordinary humans, but enhanced people with Geese abilities. Yang Hui was also thankful that he used King's Guardian to contact the sniper team arranged around and told them the location he sensed, so that he could kill them all before the other party appeared and used the G's ability. Otherwise, it might be a tough battle. It's still the same despicable. VV, is this an excuse for me? No, no, no. After thinking carefully, Yang Hui shook his head again and gave up the plan to directly expose the G's cult and destroy VV. The G's cult is now divided into two factions. Let's not talk about how Charles will protect VV. VV will also blame Xiamuna, and ding ding ding. At this time, Yang Hui's terminal rang. After reading the received message, Yang Hui's mouth curled up. Let's clean up the rats first. Let's start. Chapter 770, Cherry Blossoms Blooming? Wrong season. There's a huge space inside a mountain near Kyoto. The passages in all directions have turned the inside of the mountain into a complex maze. Many people gathered in the hall of the core area, including officers wearing the original Sakura country uniforms, businessmen and officials wearing formal suits, but this is not a banquet. Everyone kneels on both sides, and at the end of the center is a narrow space covered by white gauze. With the help of the light, you can see a person's shadow. General Kates, are you really going to do this? A light and pleasant voice came from behind the gauze. If it was cheerful, it would be the bright and warm sunshine, but it was polluted by worry and tension. Shen Huangli, the last survivor of the Sakura Kingdom's royal family and the leader of all those present, is just, Your Majesty, this is our best chance to revive the Sakura Kingdom. We have been preparing for this opportunity for a long time, and we have finally brought together all the like-minded comrades, and we can also get the help of collaborators. Once we give up, all our efforts will be burned to ashes, and the reputation of our Sakura Liberation Front will plummet to freezing point, so we must never give up at this time. The former Sakura Kingdom Major General known as Kates said firmly to Shen Huangli, his tone full of unquestionableness, as if he was the leader, and Shen Huangli behind the veil was the ignorant child who was taught a lesson by him. But, at least we should warn the people of Kyoto in advance. We can't do that, Your Majesty. Once we issue a warning, Bunitaria will notice it. The Bunitaria army that has been waiting for the opportunity of a large-scale exercise will quickly rush back, causing great obstacles to our actions. Kates continued to say to the Emperor Li, we are fighting to revive the Sakura country. For this great cause, we cannot retreat at all. I believe those people can understand. Behind the veil, the face of the Emperor Li was full of sorrow and sadness. She was a cute, innocent and kind girl, but also a mature princess. As the last survivor of the royal family, she had the obligation to restore the glory of the royal family and liberate the land that had been taken away. But, if the people of 11 were oppressed by Bunitaria and lived in poverty, then she would not have any objection to Kates's plan, but would fully support him. But the fact is not so. Although the Sakura country lost its territory and name, and only the number 11 remained, there is no doubt that all the decrees issued by Yang Hui have been implemented, and the people live a happy and stable life, especially the civilians who were once oppressed by the 6 families in Kyoto. Their lives are getting better day by day. Since the people live a good life, why do they still resist Yang Hui's rule? Take the initiative to destroy this happiness and peace? They don't even care about the casualties of innocent people. Shen Huangli is a very mature and rational girl. In her opinion, the royal family is not only a symbol of status, but also the protector of the people. It is the duty of the royal family to protect the people so that they can live a happy and healthy life, rather than destroying the peaceful life of the people for the so-called revival. And she can see that everyone present, including the righteous Kates, is an ambitious person. What they really want to revive is not the Sakura country, but the power and wealth they once had. The Sakura country is just the foundation for them to have these. She wanted to stop all this, but she was powerless. From the moment Kates found her, she was just a puppet in Kates's hands. None of the people below would support her or help her. As time passed, Kates took the initiative to stand up and bow to the Divine Emperor Li. Your Majesty, the time has come. Divine Emperor Li did not answer Kates. She did not want to be the initiator and did not want to be a tool in the hands of an ambitious person. Although this was the only resistance she could do, it was also a signal of resistance. Really? I understand. Kates felt very sorry that the Divine Emperor Li had finally become alienated from him, so he turned around, picked up the wine glass, and said excitedly, I am very grateful to His Majesty the Divine Emperor for letting me blow the clarion call of revival when the cherry blossoms bloom. The day when the empire is rebuilt. And gentlemen, let us encourage each other. He drank up the wine in the glass, and then as if he had made up his mind, he smashed all the glasses, and then the walls of the entire hall began to reverse, a large number of screens rotated and turned out, a large number of soldiers filed in, found their positions and sat down. Kates planned to perform his command in front of everyone and determine his position in front of them. As long as this plan succeeds, he can not only defeat Unitalia, but also determine his supreme position in the Sakura Kingdom after the restoration. Everyone in Area A is ready. Area B, Black Saber, Hyena Gang, are ready, requesting instructions. Area C teams are ready. Area D Nightmare Main Force is ready. The Headquarters Assault Force is ready. Reports echoed in the hall. Kates had a look of victory. He was really grateful to those assistants for providing such an opportunity, taking advantage of the gap when Yang Hui conducted military exercises and transferred the original garrison troops from various places. What about Unitaria's actions? Of course, Kates was not an impulsive and reckless person, and did not immediately order the action to begin. No traces were found. Very good. Sakura Blossom, operation begins. Instruct all units to execute according to the original plan. Yes. As the orders were conveyed one by one, the resistance organizations in various places of 11 took action, and the smug smile on Kates's face gradually turned into fanaticism. But just as the flames started burning, they were doused with cold water. Just when all the resistance organizations were ready to start wreaking havoc everywhere, red dots of light representing the enemy appeared like mushrooms after rain, densely packed together, and surrounded all areas tightly. Ha ha ha. Die, you bunch of vain traitors. Die. 11 resistance organizations in various places acted according to Kates's plan, but it was just a plan to let them create chaos everywhere. They were given weapons and even a few nightmares, and let them wreak havoc everywhere, with the purpose of attracting the attention of the Unitalia army. Most of the resistance organizations that Kates contacted were local gangs under the banner of resistance organizations. They were local tumors. After the action began, they shouted slogans to restore the Sakura country and wantonly destroyed and robbed, but... Why is there no one? Boss, there is no one here either. Where did everyone go? After the initial excitement passed, they all noticed that the streets that used to have many people were now empty, and the houses on both sides were even more empty. Find all the people who are hiding. Kill them. Yes, boss. Just as they were about to disperse to find where the people were hiding, a shell accurately hit the advancing nightmare, and it was blown to pieces with a boom. That's the Bunital nightmare. Damn it. How could the Bunital army appear here? Soon, resistance organizations everywhere found that they were surrounded by the Bunital army that appeared out of nowhere. There were not only a large number of soldiers, but also nightmares that were several times their size. Counterattack. Counterattack. We also have nightmares. Boom. The leader was about to encourage everyone to launch a counterattack, but before he could finish his words, the cockpit was destroyed. Add 1 to the HUD count. Sunderland, who was far away, raised his sniper rifle, and the driver boasted proudly. You have the nerve to count the heads of this kind of stuff? You deserve to fail the assessment of nightmare. Shut up. At least you haven't. I'll have it soon. Number 3, that bastard, don't use rockets. The house was blown up and His Highness paid to repair it. Tisk, charge, a bunch of rubbish. Try to use alloy sabers and flying swallow minions to destroy enemy planes and reduce damage. Yes. And the local gangs had weapons, but they were just a bunch of hooligans. They might be able to slaughter ordinary people, but in front of the regular army, they were just a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Kates was in the command center watching the friendly signals from various areas disappear one after another, and his teeth were almost broken. Their action had just begun when the regular army of Unitalia appeared to surround and destroy the resistance organization. Even a fool could see that the other side had been prepared and had set up a pocket formation waiting for them. The people who were admiring Kates's command in the hall also saw that something was wrong, and they all asked Kates what was going on, whether the plan was exposed, and whether they were safe. Everyone, calm down. Kates was not sure whether this place was exposed, but he did not need to appease everyone's hearts. After forcing himself to calm down, He smiled calmly. This is all within my plan. Although many comrades have sacrificed, their sacrifice is worth it. They successfully helped the main force attract a large number of unitable troops and shared a lot of pressure for our main force. The plan is very smooth, so don't worry. Katesa's explanation played a good role. At least many panicked people have calmed down, changed their faces just now, and flattered Katese. What the hope of the Empire, the pillar of the Empire, Akamatsu can't compare to him in the world, and so on came out like a string of cannons. But, is it really like this? Because Katese's attention returned to the command, he didn't notice that many people looked at him differently, and even whispered, thinking of leaving. General, Colonel Song Ten called and said that our main forces have all left their hiding places. The 1st Marine Division is suppressing the surrounding cities, and the 2nd Marine Division is approaching the Itsukushima base through secret routes, with no obstacles along the way. Very good. Katese nodded with satisfaction. He finally heard good news. Those resistance organizations were the bait he threw out. As long as the main force can succeed, those resistance organizations will die a worthy death. But the next second, a piece of bad news reached his ears, making it impossible for him to maintain his calm attitude. Chapter 771, Disparity in Military Strength and Combat Power. D District and Itsukushima Base, there is a hidden river valley. The 5 machines, Caesar, Ryan, Libra, Sakidris and Capricer, are hiding in the dense woods, nervously overlooking the river below. Lord Lelouch, will the enemy really pass through here? Gino asked. Yes. Lelouch explained to the 5 people through the remote communication channel, I have carefully studied the route from D District to Itsukushima Base. Unless you imitate the Nightmare Knights to quietly cross the mountains and ridges, there are only 3 main roads in this river. This river is very secretive. The water flow is usually turbulent, and it is impossible to march against the current. Only in the past 1 or 2 months will the water recede, and it is not only gentle but also shallow, enough for the nightmare to pass through. Judging from the spacing of this river, the army cannot pass through. The army can only take 3 main roads, but taking the main roads will definitely be discovered by friendly forces, so this river is either not visited by anyone, or it is an elite commando. Monica added at the right time. Why don't you consider the enemy's special forces learning from their predecessors to cross mountains and rivers? Audrey asked in confusion. That's impossible. Monica refuted Audrey before the others, and her excited tone and expression exposed the secret that she was a Yang Hui fan. The reason why the Nightmare Knights is the strongest knight order in the world is because we can do things that others can't do. Every member of the Nightmare Knights is an elite carefully selected by His Highness, and has undergone rigorous training under His Highness's leadership. If the 11 Resistance Organization could achieve the feat of the Nightmare Knights, they would not have been defeated so badly a few years ago. Okay, you're right. Gino and others were embarrassed. Although Monica's words made sense, isn't this kind of fanatical fan supporting their idol not suitable for the current environment? Monica is half right. The enemy's special forces can indeed imitate the feat of the Nightmare Knights and carry out a strong attack by crossing mountains and ridges, but they can't accomplish the feat of the Nightmare. Even if they cross mountains and ridges to approach the Itsukushima base, they can't be as fast as the Nightmare. Lelouch took a breath, resisted the idea of complaining about Monica, and said to the 5 people, if the actions of the Resistance Organization want to achieve great results, they must highlight the word fast. Once they are slow, they can't compete with the army, so they can't choose to cross mountains and ridges. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the constant contact, Gino and the others found that Lelouch was not that difficult to contact. They could see a lot of Yang Hui's shadows in Lelouch, especially when they regarded each other as equal companions. For example, Lelouch would take the initiative to analyze the current battle situation for them in his spare time, discuss Nightmare team tactics with them, and even ask for Nightmare driving skills, etc. This also made them recognize Lelouch and really regard him as a companion, not a high-ranking prince. At this moment, the birds in the mountains were startled, and roars from different distances continued to be heard around. Your Highness Lelouch, there are sounds of fighting in the distance. The friendly forces on the main road have engaged the enemy. Orpheus immediately reported the situation on the scene to Lelouch. Well, it's about time. Get ready. The rangers on the river should not be far away. Yes, Your Highness. X5 checked whether the concealment was intact, then turned off the engine of the body and waited for the arrival of the enemy. After a while, the sound of mechanical operation and the sound of gurgling water gradually approached, and red dots continued to appear on the radar system of SYNOPSIS. Enemy found. Compared with a database, it was determined to be an improved version of the 5th generation Nightmare Sunderland, with a number of 60. A large number of amphibious armored vehicles were found behind the Nightmare troops. Audrey reported. It's really a big deal. Orpheus, is the explosive you made okay? Gino asked nervously. No problem. Don't forget that I've always been number 1 in physics. Just kidding. Gino said awkwardly. He was just joking to ease the tense atmosphere, but Office answered him seriously. Okay, Gino, be serious. This is our first battle. Monica reminded Gino. Of course I know, that's why I'm nervous. Gino squeezed the joystick tightly. His joke was not only to ease his companion's tension, but also his own. The disparity in military strength, but the combat power. Disparity, we are far superior to the other side. X5 without waiting for Lelouch to finish, the 5 people said the second half of the sentence for him directly, confidently, firmly, and resolutely. Yes, our combat power is far superior to the enemy, because we are. Nightmare, X5. I give this order in the name of Bunitaria, no, in the name of your commander Lelouch. Wait for the first enemy to pass through coordinate D10 and detonate the bomb to annihilate the enemy. Yes, Your Highness, X5. Because the river is narrow, the Nightmare of the Sakura Liberation Front and the amphibious armored vehicle unit behind them turned into a long dragon and moved forward quickly in the river. They just moved forward, moving forward recklessly, completely ignoring the 2 sides where the Nightmare were lurking, and the deadly threats were hidden under their feet. Now, after the first Nightmare and the lead rushed through the cordon, Office activated a blasting device. Boom 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 boom. As the dazzling light pierced the water surface, a violent explosion exploded at the feet of the Long Dragon, and the Long Dragon was instantly bathed in flames and shattered. SYNOPSIS, call the Vanguard survivors. Looking at the red light spots that were lucky enough to remain in the explosion, Lelouch issued a cold order. Yes, Your Highness. Flames burst out from the dark muzzle, and bullets shot out from the barrel, piercing through a Nightmare that had stood up in a panic. A large hole was blown in the cockpit, leaving only a few limbs and blood of the pilot inside, and then it was engulfed by the flames. SYNOPSIS kept shifting the muzzle and firing one after another. The lucky guy who survived the explosion was not noticed by the goddess of luck a second time. Ryan, Kerpliko, cut in from the side and cut the center of the enemy. Yes, Your Highness. X2, Ryan, who had transformed into a lion, jumped out of the woods, like a lion rushing into a herd of deer full of cubs, sweeping with sharp claws and biting with sharp teeth, tearing its prey into pieces. Caprico is like a shadowy assassin, his erratic figure shuttles back and forth among the enemy troops. The sharp sword in his hand may pierce through the back and chest at any time. When he looks back to look for it, it has already disappeared, or the bullets from nowhere have shattered the armor, sending a gift to the god of death. Lord Lelouch, the enemy's rear troops are pressing forward. After defeating the front army and disrupting the central army, Audrey saw that the enemy's rear troops began to accelerate and reported immediately. Ryan, Caprico, retreat. Libra, it's your turn to attack. Yes, Your Highness. X3, the lion and the assassin gave up the target and prey in front of them and retreated back to the woods. The rangers of the Sakura Liberation Front were overjoyed when they saw this. The reinforcements had arrived, and the special machine of Bunitaria could only flee in panic in front of them. The morale was greatly boosted, and they were ready to rush to Itsukushima base in one go to regain the dawn of the past. But, it is only a flash in the pan. At the end of life, it gives the best hope, and then, is ruthlessly crushed. Boom 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 boom. Countless shells fell from the sky, violently exploding fireworks, which were not only gorgeous but also full of the breath of death. Mission accomplished. Anyaya exited the cockpit expressionlessly, took a photo of her masterpiece, then nodded expressionlessly and sat back in the cockpit. Then, checkmate. On the chessboard in Lelouch's mind, he held the gray chess pieces and ate all the black chess pieces. The pawns, chariots, knights, bishops, and queens surrounded the black king, leaving him with no way to retreat or escape. As the last step fell, Lelouch gave the final order. Caesar, Ryan, Caprico, start the assault. SYNOPSIS, sniper cover, hunt as many prey as possible. Yes, Your Highness. X4. Lelouch, and the 5 people in the battle, Gino did not know that Jeremiah and Junlo were watching the whole process with binoculars on the mountainside in the distance. As expected of His Highness Lelouch, as expected of the people selected by His Highness Yang Hui. Jeremiah praised. Well, they can get excellent in this battle. Junlo commented fairly. In terms of driving skills, they are all worthy of the title of the 12 Zodiacs. What they lack is combat experience, but their combat awareness is excellent. The most important thing is, it's still His Highness Lelouch's combat plan and tactical command. Jeremiah added. In this battle, both the number of troops and combat power were very different, and it was not the kind of words that Lelouch and the others said to cheer them up, but that neither side had an advantage. Yes, Gino and the other 5 were indeed excellent in driving skills, and their machines were also world-class, but this was not enough to support them in annihilating the commando team. Without an excellent battle plan and tactical command, no matter how strong they were, they only had 5 people and 5 nightmares. Maybe they could stop the enemy for a while, or use sneak attacks to inflict heavy damage, but they definitely could not annihilate the enemy. But they did it, thanks to the battle plan formulated by Lelouch, which put everyone in the most critical position and played the most critical role at the most critical moment. It's a pity that we don't have a chance to appear. Joan Luo regretted that she and Jeremiah were arranged to be examiners for Lelouch and the 5-man team, and also protectors, saving them in critical moments. Now the enemy has been completely annihilated, Lelouch and the others have completed the exam perfectly, and they have no chance to take action. It's okay. We don't mind this little bit of achievement. Jeremiah patted Kyung Luo on the shoulder and comforted him. The veterans of Nightmare no longer pursue achievements. Their achievements are enough to return home and receive a medal. And there are still many prey waiting for us to hunt. Seeing Jeremiah pointing in the direction behind them, which was the direction of a road and the sound of fighting had not stopped yet, Kyung Luo regained some spirit. Chapter 772, Rekindling and Extinguishing. It only took a few minutes for Kates to go from being full of pride to being furious. He watched the main force set off with confidence, but not long after he went, he encountered a powerful interception, and then the Rangers were completely wiped out. That river was his trump card. To be frank, the main force heading to the main road was also a bait. The purpose was to attract the attention of the Bunitarian army and then delay them, to buy time for the Rangers. As long as they could capture the Itsukushima base, they could not only boost the morale of the army, but also attack the Bunitarian army from both sides. Now, there are only a few signs of the Rangers, and they are disappearing at a very fast speed. 5 unknown special machines, 5 unknown 12 Zodiacs. Yang Hui. Kates would never have thought that the Rangers he valued most were actually an exam prepared by Yang Hui for Lelouch and the others. He could only think that this was a secret weapon specially prepared by Yang Hui to deal with him, to comfort himself. It's not over yet, I haven't lost yet, the main force is still in a stalemate with the Bunitarian army, I still have. General. The Rose Witch Knights were found behind the 3rd Marine Battalion. The Star Knights were found to the right of the 5th Marine Battalion. Nightmare has appeared. The 1st Marine Division was blocked by Nightmare. The bad news came again, drowning Kates like a tide. The last piece of firewood in his heart lost its last spark, and he was completely lost. No. I still have a trump card. The troops in Kyoto are still on the way. As long as Kyoto is occupied, I still have the chance to turn the tables. General. What's wrong again? We are surrounded. What did you say? Kates turned his head abruptly to look at the battle map. On the outskirts of the base camp, the red dots connected into a complete circle, wrapping them tightly in the center. All troops, attack. Break through the blockade of Bunitaria and head straight for Kyoto. But what? Nightmare, Bunitaria's Nightmare, is here too. Nightmare. Kates looked at the screen, the picture taken by the optical camera. Athena was standing in front of the base camp, right in front of the encirclement, with 2 guns hanging on her waist, 2 swords stuck in the ground, and her hands folded in front of her chest, like a noble god, looking at them with disdain. Seeing Yang Hui appear in person, Kates picked up the phone and directly contacted his last trump card. Yang Hui has appeared, it's your turn to play, this is what we agreed on. After receiving the reply from the other side, Kates put down the phone with a grim smile on his face, tremble in front of the power of God. Yang Hui, your myth ends here. Yang Hui himself, like Athena, sat in the cockpit with his hands folded in front of his chest. Your Highness, the enemy troops have begun to break through in 3 directions. The commander of the regular army reported to Yang Hui. Stop them, don't let anyone go. Yes, Your Highness. Has the Special Forces found the entrance? We have found it, and are waiting for Your Highness's order. Go in and explore, find the enemy's headquarters, and try to keep as many people alive as possible. Yes, Your Highness. The 3 nightmare troops of the Sakura Liberation Front began to attack the encirclement of Bunitaria. Although they showed their determination to die, they were unable to break through Bunitaria's iron wall. They launched charges again and again, and were repelled again and again. Each time they returned empty-handed, and each time they found that their comrades around them were decreasing. The first attack was strong, the second was weak, and the third was exhausted. Although they charged more than 3 times, it was obvious that their determination to die had begun to weaken. The charge was no longer so relentless, and the attack became weak and powerless. It's time to narrow the encirclement and squeeze their living space. Yes, Your Highness. Attack and defense can be changed. Under the command of Yang Hui, the Bunital army waited for the opportunity to tire out without paying much price. When the opponent was weak, it was time to launch a counterattack. Steadily advancing, the encirclement gradually narrowed, and the nightmare troops of the Sakura Liberation Front were forced to retreat little by little, and even push back to the entrance of their departure. Athena still did not move, and did not help the regular army to speed up the suppression of the Sakura Liberation Front's base camp, but watched the battle indifferently. This level of battle did not require him to appear in person, and at the same time, he was also waiting for someone. At this time, the frontal attack suddenly encountered a huge obstacle, and the tight encirclement was quickly broken. A nightmare completely different from Sunderland, full of Bunital elements, and a model that had never been seen before, with performance far exceeding Sunderland, and even surpassing the 6th-generation Nightmare Gloucester. Are you coming directly for me? Yang Hui's eyes fixed, and he confirmed the identity of the other party. It was the G's cult led by VV, and he controlled Athena to meet them. Protect Your Highness. The commander of the regular army saw the fierce unknown enemy aircraft rushing directly towards Yang Hui, and immediately asked his subordinates to protect Yang Hui. This was a completely subconscious move, ignoring Yang Hui's personal combat power, but was immediately stopped by Yang Hui. No, keep moving forward, leave them to me. But, yes, Your Highness. The commander knew that he could not persuade Yang Hui, and at this time he recalled Empire's nightmare to dominate the battlefield, so he didn't say anything more, and immediately asked the knights who were standing still to continue moving forward without worrying about Yang Hui's safety. Then let me see what the nightmare developed by the Empire is like. Yang Hui's mouth curled up with an excited smile. The unknown machine, the strange G's ability, and a sense of anticipation of finally meeting an opponent. This was the first time he came to this world and felt passionate. 3 unknown nightmares broke out of the encirclement of the Battalion army. At this moment, they were shot at by Athena. Facing the sudden bullets, they quickly evaded and formed a stable triangle formation to surround Athena. Good tactics. Yang Hui controlled Athena to dodge. 2 of the 3 unknown special machines were responsible for shooting and containment, and one kept wandering, with a sword in its hand shining coldly, ready to find an opportunity for a fatal blow. I hope you can let me have fun, toy. At the headquarters of the Sakura Liberation Front, Katis saw that the 3 collaborators suppressed Yang Hui, and the firewood in his heart burst into fire again, which gave him hope. The invincible nightmare was still a human being and would still fail. Everyone. Did you see that? Empire's nightmare has been suppressed. It's only a matter of time before our powerful friend defeats him, and it's only a matter of time before he fails. It's also only a matter of time before Bunitalia fails. We will definitely win in the end. The once noisy hall once again fell silent. Although they were not optimistic about the current situation of our army, it was a fact that Yang Hui was suppressed by an unknown helper, which gave them a lot of confidence. Everyone with a discerning eye knew that Yang Hui was the core of the battlefield and the core of 11. As long as they defeated Yang Hui, even if this revival movement failed, as long as they were still alive, they could continue to look for opportunities to defeat Bunitalia and take back everything they had lost. A new governor? Who could be better than Yang Hui? Even if Charles di Bunitalia came in person, it would be impossible, right? Only those who have really fought with Yang Hui know how terrible Yang Hui is. All the businessmen and politicians present, like the Duke of Hudefeld and other nobles, thought that Yang Hui was just a warrior who didn't understand the twists and turns of business and politics, so they all paid a painful price. So in their eyes, Yang Hui failed, and the recovery of 11 was only a matter of time. But at this moment, they panicked again, because the bad news came again. The defense inside the base was breached, and the army of Bunate-Li had rushed into the base from all directions and began to search for their traces. Don't panic. The defense facilities inside our base are perfect. There are also complex passages. There are countless loyal and brave soldiers. They will never be able to get here, and they will all be destroyed by us. Boom. At this moment, the door of the hall exploded violently, the heavy door collapsed, and the fully armed soldiers entered one after another. Don't move. The riot caused by the explosion was quelled under the threat of the dark muzzle of the gun. Although everyone present was dressed in suits and behaved calmly at the beginning, most of them were businessmen and politicians. In front of the muzzles and bullets, they immediately squatted on the ground and raised their hands, becoming livestock to be slaughtered. Only the former soldiers in military uniforms still had some will to resist, but only a little. Before they could even pull out their guns, the muzzles of guns were pressed against their heads. The action of pulling out guns turned into an action of disarming, and they obediently threw their weapons on the ground. Only Kates pulled out his gun with an unwilling look on his face and pointed it at the surrounding Bunatal soldiers. It was a pity that before his finger was about to pull the trigger, he was hit in the back of the head by a gun butt, and fell to the ground, losing all consciousness. This is Team A. We have successfully suppressed the command center and captured 23 people. We are preparing to verify their identities. Received. The number matches. Team A will begin to verify the target's identity. Teams B and C will join you to cooperate with you in verifying their identities and protecting their safety. Received. After hanging up the communication, the soldiers began to verify the identities of the prisoners one by one, and at the same time searched around for other entrances and exits to prevent anyone from escaping. However, at this moment, the girl behind the veil lifted the veil and walked out, and said to the soldiers calmly, "Sir, there is no need to search. Because of General Kates' arrogance, there is only one entrance and exit here, the main gate, and there is no need to waste time. Who are you?" "I am Shen Hongli, the only survivor of the Sakura Kingdom royal family. I hereby request that you abide by international conventions to treat prisoners well and protect us until the end of the battle. To this end, I can provide you with help and persuade the soldiers who are still fighting to surrender." Chapter 773, The Blade That Breaks the Seal, The Faith That Is Regained. Yang Hui sat on Athena's shoulder, admiring the messy battlefield. The billowing smoke and burning flames were the most beautiful scenery. Occasionally, a bright red outlined a different style. The faintly audible wailing and the endless explosions played an elegant concerto. "It's great. This is the battlefield." Yang Hui sighed, lowering his eyes to look at the wreckage of the three special machines around Athena. One was beaten to the ground like a sieve, one was smoothly cut in half from top to bottom, and the last one was lying prone. A sharp sword pierced through the cockpit like a steel nail, fixing it on the ground. "Your Highness, the intruders report that the base has been completely suppressed." The commander of the regular troops came to Athena to report to Yang Hui. Because of excessive excitement, his body couldn't stop shaking, his eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were full of heat. No matter how many times you watch Yang Hui's battles, they are always so thrilling and exciting. He seems to be suppressed, but in fact he is elegantly teasing the enemy. After having enough fun, he strikes accurately and fatally to harvest the enemy's life. "Have you confirmed the list?" Yang Hui asked in a calm tone without even looking at the commander. He was also trying his best to restrain the anger in his heart, to ensure that he would not be swallowed by the anger on the battlefield and become a crazy, belligerent, and bloodthirsty monster. "It's being confirmed, but the Emperor Godly who you emphasized, Your Highness, has been confirmed." "Well, keep an eye on them. None of the people on the list can have any problems. Send the Emperor Godly to the Governor Mansion." "Yes, Your Highness." Looking at the wreckage of the 3G Nightmares, Yang Hui murmured, "Thank you, I had a lot of fun." Then, Yang Hui contacted the headquarters of the Nightmare Knights garrison and inquired about the situation of the entire battle. "What's the situation in other areas?" "The battles in areas A, B, and C have ended. The enemy forces have been completely wiped out. Our army suffered minor losses. The battle in Area D has not ended yet. What's going on? Why hasn't the battle in Area D ended yet? Yang Hui frowned. Area D has the least troops arranged. Area D is also the area where the main force of the Sakura Liberation Front is located, but Area D has the highest combat effectiveness and should be the one that ends the battle the fastest. After all, the main force of the Nightmare Knights, the elite of the Rose Witch Knights and the Star Knights are concentrated in the D area. How long can the main force of the resistance organization last in front of the best troops in the world? According to the report, most of the residential areas in the D area are dilapidated slums. The environment is complicated and many places are inaccessible to nightmares. The resistance organization is using the terrain to fight guerrilla warfare with the army, and... The site shifted to the D area. In the complex ruins, the door of a shelter had been opened. The bodies of the Bunitarian soldiers were lying in a mess at the door. The door was surrounded by the Bunitarian army. Listen to the people inside. You have been surrounded. Give up resistance and strive for leniency. Shut up. Facing the sound of the horn outside, the resistance soldiers inside the shelter shouted angrily. They were just ordinary Marines. On their way to suppress the surrounding towns, they were dispersed by the sudden appearance of the Bunital army. With nowhere else to go, they accidentally discovered the entrance to a shelter. Forced into a desperate situation, they violently opened the door of the shelter from the outside and rushed into the shelter, preparing to get away with it. But seeing that the Bunital army was chasing them, they were so crazy that they took the civilians in the shelter as hostages. Damn Bunital people, they actually care about the casualties of civilians, they are so stupid. Originally, this group of rebel soldiers had prepared to perish together with their enemies. Even if they died, they would take the people around them with them to be buried with them. However, when the Bunital army saw that they were holding hostages, they stayed outside and did not launch any attack. This made them very happy, and the dead end was extended for a distance. Isn't it? Haha, you bunch of idiots, with these civilians as hostages, we can make conditions and we will definitely get out alive. Yes. Haha, once I escape from here alive, I will leave this damn island. I heard that the EU is not bad. The EU is in civil strife now. We might be able to fish in troubled waters and make some money over there. Brat? What are you looking at? The fearless resistance soldier's beautiful fantasy was interrupted by the angry gaze at the side. The fire of anger poured out all at once, and he walked over with a gun. Aren't you from the resistance organization? Shouldn't you fight against Bunitalia for the revival of the country? Why are you kidnapping us? Aren't we compatriots? It was Shinichiro Tamashiro, who was already in a state of loss after learning part of the truth of the world from Asahina. And now, when he saw that the resistance soldiers whom he had always respected not only did not have the slightest bit of glory in their eyes, not only did they not fight bravely with the Bunitalian army, but instead pointed their guns at their unarmed compatriots, using their compatriots as bargaining chips for their lives, he could no longer control the rage in his chest, and the rising flames also made the most severe questions. It's none of my business. As a result, the last expectation was shattered. He was ruthlessly crushed by the person he once admired and imitated. Shinichiro Tamashiro was angry and desperate. He asked loudly with a pale face, "What did you say?" "I said it's none of my business." "You little bastard." "Country? Compatriots? What do those things have to do with me? I only know that after the Bunitarians came, I couldn't make money. Didn't I just lend out some usury? Didn't I just capture a few women? We could have made money and enjoyed together with those damn Bunitarians, but because of the damn decree issued by the damn prince, I lost everything I have. My money. My mansion. My luxury car. And women. Everything is gone. You actually." The pillar in Shinichiro Tamashiro's heart was completely shattered. The resistance organization and the resistance army were really just as Asahina told him, just a bunch of selfish bastards. Do you understand? Idiot brat. As soon as the words fell, the rebel soldier was ready to hit Tamashiro Shinichiro with the butt of his rifle to vent his resentment and anger. However, before the butt of the rifle touched Tamashiro Shinichiro's forehead, the rebel soldier's wrist was grabbed by a strong hand. You are looking for death. Am I still wrong? It was Asahina. Asahina took action and not only stopped the rebel soldier from abusing Tamashiro Shinichiro, but his eyes under the lenses became sharp again in regret, just like the samurai sword in his hand, ready to be unsheathed. Swish. The sharp blade was unsheathed, the knife light flashed, and with a punchy sound, the rebel soldier's wrist holding the gun was cut off at the root. He didn't even have time to scream, and the knife light left a thin red line on his throat, and gradually, blood beads oozed out. Goo goo goo. The rebel soldier's eyes widened, and he wanted to say something in disbelief, but he couldn't say anything. Maybe his vocal cords had been cut, or maybe the blood gushing out from inside blocked his throat. However, it didn't matter, because Asahina had disappeared in front of him. He couldn't turn his head and could only hear the sound of the sharp blade cutting through flesh and blood. There was no gunfire, no curses, no screams. All the rebel soldiers in the shelter were sent to Yomi Hirasaka by Asahina in less than a minute. Clang! He shook off the blood on the blade handsomely, sheathed the blade, and looked down at the corpse on the ground coldly. Thank you for helping me find the way forward. Asahina put away his sharpness and murderous aura, turned around and smiled and nodded to his compatriots who were afraid to retreat, and then walked out. Mr. Asahina. Tamashiro Shinichiro and others stretched out their hands, trying to catch his departing back, but they couldn't say the words to keep him. Because of fear, their weak hands could only be raised halfway. Asahina walked out of the shelter and faced the guns of the Bunitalia army. He threw his samurai sword on the ground and raised his hands. Don't shoot, I am a civilian taking refuge in the shelter. The rebels inside have been killed by me. There are no civilian casualties. It is safe inside. The Bunitalia soldiers looked at each other and sent several people into the shelter to investigate the situation. After receiving a positive report, they brought the civilians out of the shelter. The battle around them was over and it was confirmed that there was no danger. Mr. Asahina? What happened here? The nightmare knights led by Naoto Kazuki happened to pass by here and immediately asked when they found the situation here. The Bunitalia soldiers saw that the visitor was a nightmare knight and respectfully told Naoto Kazuki everything that happened here. You did a good job. This gentleman is an old acquaintance of mine, not a member of the rebel army. Naoto Kazuki asked the soldiers to put down their guns and lift their guard against Asahina. But the regular troops hesitated. They saw the bodies being dragged out. A man with only a knife killed the rebels with guns cleanly and neatly, and was killed without any resistance. This made them doubt Asahina's identity. Put down your guns. I will take care of his affairs. The soldiers hesitated again and again, but still chose to obey the order. However, the captain also said that he would report the matter truthfully. Naoto Kazuki was not angry, but nodded in agreement and praised him for strictly abiding by his duties. Thank you very much for your help, Mr. Asahina. Naoto Kazuki picked up the samurai sword on the ground and returned it to Asahina. The sharp blade is unsheathed not for killing, but for protection. It seems that you have not abandoned your previous beliefs. Haha, the previous beliefs. Asahina looked at the samurai sword in his hand and smiled bitterly. The dusty sharp blade is unsheathed again. Have you made a new choice? Naoto Kazuki asked. Choose. Asahina looked at the samurai sword in his hand with mixed emotions, then looked at the bodies of the rebels on the ground, then looked at the grateful civilians of the Bunitalia army, and finally, he looked at the Shanyago in the crowd. His eyes fixed, his expression firm. I heard that my position is still reserved for me. Chapter 774, A Big Tree Attracts the Wind. The same thing happened in various places in District D. Some found hidden shelters, some met people who had not yet evacuated, and some private hiding places were found, but the results were the same. In the various pursuits and interceptions, this group of tigers and wolves captured innocent people as hostages. But their resistance was ultimately futile and could not bring them any chance of survival. The arresting Bunitalia army also showed their magical powers and rescued all the innocent civilians from their clutches. This was also due to Yang Hui's training in the regular army. Considering the lack of manpower in the police system and the need for rescue operations by the army, hostage rescue training was added in advance. In fact, most of the people in the resistance organization and the Sakura Liberation Front were former Sakura soldiers. Even if they died gloriously on the battlefield, they could not do such a thing, but, as just said, these people have died gloriously on the battlefield, and those who escaped were precisely the unqualified people recruited to expand the scale. Most of them were local gangs and street thugs. Only such people would join the rebels under the temptation of interests. However, ordinary civilians would not think so. Their homes were involved in the battle and destroyed. Both the rebels and the Bunitalia army participated, but this battle was caused by the rebels. They were the culprits. Moreover, the rebels also held them hostage, and the Bunitalia army saved them. It was these rat shits that spoiled the whole pot of soup. Many 11 who originally disliked Bunitalia felt better about Bunitalia. Even many civilians who secretly helped the rebel organization gave up their last insistence and helped the Bunitalia army to capture those rebels. Your Highness, the battle in District D is over. All the rebels in the entire 11 territory have been suppressed. Rugita reported to Yang Hui after annihilating the last army of the Sakura Liberation Front in District D. Well, the whole army is cleaning up the battlefield, and the relevant departments are starting to enter. They are counting the losses in various places and formulating corresponding reconstruction plans. I want to see a detailed plan before dinner today. Yes, Your Highness. After hanging up the call, the vehicle just stopped. Athena had already ordered his subordinates to transport it back to the station of the Nightmare Knights, and he himself took a car directly back to the governor mansion. Many preparations were made in advance, and the largest uprising of the resistance forces of 11 was easily suppressed in less than half a day, but winning a battle is easy, and many subsequent things are not easy. Your Highness, everyone is inside. At the door of a reception room in the governor mansion, Duke Zutafeld was respectfully waiting for Yang Hui. Are there any fish that slipped through the net? No, there are even more people than the initial list. Duke Zutafeld had a disdainful smile on his face, his eyes flashing with the fire of anger. They thought that Your Highness would definitely fail in this battle, so they were arrogant and didn't hide anything. They all gathered together and even happily held a celebration banquet. They are really a group of idiots, which is simply a shame for the nobles. Don't be so angry, Duke Zutafeld. Yang Hui patted Duke Zutafeld on the shoulder with satisfaction and comforted him. The territory of the empire is too large, so naturally there are all kinds of people. It's just the right opportunity to clean up the nobles and give them a clean reputation. Your Highness is right. Let's go in and take a look at them. Yes, Your Highness. Yang Hui pushed the door and walked into the reception room. Duke Zutafeld was half a step behind Yang Hui. As soon as he walked in, he saw someone crawling and kneeling in front of Yang Hui, crying and begging for mercy. In response to this, Yang Hui had only one response. Bang! The right leg was raised, and it turned into a residual shadow and hit the head of the person kneeling in front of him. The fat body flew into the air, hit the wall, slid to the ground, and lost consciousness. Sorry, everyone, there was something obstructing my view just now. I hope you don't mind. Yang Hui still kept smiling, but in the eyes of those who pretended to be calm, it was so cold. Well, not bad. I am very pleased that at this last moment, you can still maintain the most basic demeanor of a noble. Humph, Your Highness Yang Hui, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. We lost, but don't forget that we are all nobles of Bunitalia. Even you have no right to judge us without authorization. The leading earl said firmly, a majestic noble, if you don't consider the shackles on his wrists. Haha, you are all nobles of the empire. I am actually very curious why you would damage the interests of the empire for your own selfish interests. Yang Hui walked to the empty seat calmly and sat down, and poured himself a cup of black tea. The nobles remained silent, and angrily ignored Yang Hui. None of the people present were first-generation nobles. They were at least third or fourth generations. The noble titles of Bunitalia could be inherited without lowering the grade. The lowest baron was passed down for 5 generations, the viscount for 6 generations, the marquess for 7 generations, the earl for 8 generations, and the duke was hereditary. Most of the first-generation nobles of Bunitalia became nobles based on their achievements. Most of this generation put the interests of Bunitalia first, and they were also true nobles. The second and third generations in the future could still remember the glory of their ancestors through the excellent education of their families, but after that, only a very small number of nobles were still true nobles. The people gathered here had long forgotten what the empire was and what the nobility was. All they thought about all day was their own interests and the interests of their families. Okay, everyone, enjoy your last moment of leisure here. Someone will question you later, so please cooperate. Otherwise, tisk tisk tisk. Yang Hui smacked his lips and said cruel words in a lively tone. I don't know if your delicate skin can withstand various criminal laws. Yang Hui. We are the nobles of the empire. You are just a prince, you are not qualified to interrogate us. You are also not qualified to deprive us of our noble titles. Only the Imperial Cabinet meeting and His Majesty the Emperor have this power." An earl roared at Yang Hui. "Nobles? Haha." Yang Hui turned his back to them, just slightly turned his head, gave them a cold side face. The cold light in his eyes was enough to freeze the soul. "In my eyes, there are no nobles in this room, only a group of traitors, a group of ungrateful scum." Yang Hui. Yang Hui. Accompanied by Duke Hugh Daffelt, Yang Hui walked out of the room. Before anyone wanted to rush out and catch Yang Hui, the guards at the door closed and locked the door. The sound of the door being slapped continuously, and the unwilling roar, or the shrill begging for mercy were heard. "Keep an eye on them, and don't let any of them get into trouble before the people from the interrogation department come." "Yes, Your Highness, X2. Yang Hui nodded, raised his foot and walked towards the reception room on the other side. Duke Hugh Daffelt followed quietly on the way. He had already fully understood Yang Hui's cruelty. When 11 was first established, although he was smart enough to follow Yang Hui's big ship, not everyone had such a vision. At the beginning, Yang Hui cut off half of the noble circle of 11 with a single blow. Too many ignorant nobles were cleansed by Yang Hui, including when the decree was just beginning to be implemented and the nobles were all sneering at it. He cut off another third of the semicircle. He cut the Gordian knot without dragging his feet and without any compromise. Although the total number of Italian nobles in 11 is not much different from that before the establishment of 11, only a small part of the nobles who originally belonged to 11 are left. The rest are either from other regions who came to 11 to seek refuge with Yang Hui, or newly enthroned nobles. Duke Hugh Daffelt, is there any problem with handing over the properties under the names of these people to you? This. Please forgive my incompetence, Your Highness. Although the Hudafelt family is one of the 8 famous families, the properties you previously granted to the Hudafelt family have saturated the Hudafelt family, and the Hudafelt family is no longer able to continue to bear other properties. Duke Hudafelt answered seriously. Knowing people and using them well, and trusting people when using them, this is one of the highest evaluations that Duke Hudafelt gave to Yang Hui. But, sometimes, too much favor can also be poison. The Hudafelt family was originally the last one among the 8 famous families, but now it has squeezed into the top 3. In just a few years, the Hudafelt family has achieved what other families can only achieve in decades. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Duke Hudafelt is very clear about the truth that a tall tree attracts the wind. The rapid development of the Hudafelt family in recent years has made other families jealous. If they take over these industries, the assets of the Hudafelt family will jump to the top of the 8 famous families in one fell swoop. The most embarrassing thing is that Hudafelt has no one in the army, and is limited to 11 in the political circle. It has almost no power in the empire. In such an environment, the Hudafelt family will be attacked by everyone. So Duke Hudafelt knew that Yang Hui was not testing him, but he could not accept this heavy responsibility. Well, I understand. You just need to manage the property in your hands. I will hand over these family properties to other people. Yes, Your Highness. The two walked to the door and stopped. Yang Hui waved his hand. Duke Hugh Daffelt retreated voluntarily. The soldiers opened the door and Yang Hui walked in to meet the long-awaited girl. Wang Shenliyi, meet His Highness Yang Hui. Seeing Yang Hui coming, Wang Shenliyi stood up and saluted Yang Hui with the highest standard. First meeting, Miss Wang Shen, please sit down. Yang Hui just bowed slightly in return. First, the royal family of Sakura country is not his royal family. Second, Sakura country is gone, and the so-called royal title is just a title in the past. Thank you, Your Highness. What do you want to see me for? After the two sat down, Yang Hui asked straight to the point. Your Highness Yang Hui, please let the people of Sakura country go. This rebellion was caused by me. Please don't vent your anger on the people. Wang Shenliyi sincerely requested. Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction. Compared with those nobles, although Wang Shenliyi was still a girl, she possessed the virtues that a royal should have. She was strong, brave, and concerned about her people. On this point, Miss Huangshan can rest assured. 11 is my territory, and the people of 11 are my subjects. As I said when I was in power, every subject will be treated fairly. The rebels will never be tolerated and will receive due punishment. The subjects who did not participate in the rebellion will not be implicated. Thank you very much, Your Highness Yang Hui. I wanted to stop this rebellion, but I was helpless. I am willing to die to atone for my sins. On this point, Miss Huangshan, I have a different suggestion. Please speak clearly, Your Highness. According to the reports from the Interrogation Department and the Intelligence Department, although you are the nominal leader of the rebels, you are just a puppet. The real leader is Kates, the former Major General of the Sakura Country Army, so your crime is not serious, and you may even be innocent. Having said that, General Kates used my name to deceive many innocent people. They were just deceived by Kates. I am willing to use my life to find a way out for them. You don't need to worry about this, Miss Huangshan. I have my own judgment. But I have a good suggestion for your placement. Please speak, Your Highness. Archon Kyorugi is old and has worked so hard for so long, it's time for him to rest. So, Miss Imperial God, are you interested in becoming the new Archon of 11? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 775 The Knights of the Round Table with Bad Intentions. A week later, the resistance of the Sakura Liberation Front and the Resistance Organization was completely ended. It was not just the fighting, but also the people or organizations that secretly facilitated and funded the resistance activities. Many officials of all sizes were arrested, and many trading companies and companies of different sizes were also cleared. By the way, Yang Hui also cleaned up the underground market of 11, which has always been a major concern for the rulers of various places. Of course, as long as the market and the economy are still there, it is impossible to completely erase the underground market. What Yang Hui has to do is not to completely eliminate it, but to replace the disobedient people and firmly control the underground market in his own hands. Then there's the appeasement of civilians, which almost affected the entire 11 large-scale resistance action. This is impossible to conceal, and Yang Hui himself is inclined to make it public. On the one hand, it can let the stable and honest 11 see the true face of those resistance organizations, and on the other hand, it is also a wave of publicity for Bunitalia. You see, the resistance hero you trust not only did not fight to the death, but also took his compatriots as hostages in order to survive. In the end, it was us Bunitalians who rescued the hostages. Just like the 6 families in Kyoto, the core members of the Sakura Liberation Front headed by Kates were all publicly tried. Their crimes, big and small, were listed one by one. The brain-dead fans had to shake their heads, and those who were irrational were forced to regain their sanity. In addition, taking this opportunity, Kyorugi Genbu, who had been serving as the governor of 11, and assisting Yang Hui in managing 11, resigned from the position of governor due to his advanced age, which was considered a successful retirement. Kyorugi Genbu's successor once again caused an uproar in 11. Camille Rakuaya, the last survivor of the original royal family, became the new governor of 11. Yang Hui made this decision after careful consideration. Although 11 has stabilized after so many years, Yang Hui is very clear that it cannot be seen on the surface that 11 is still full of fear and rejection of Bunitalia in their hearts. The reason why Kyorugi Genbu was able to hold the position of Archon in the past few years was not only because of Yang Hui's strong support, but also because he was originally the Prime Minister of Sakura Country. During his tenure, he also sought a lot of benefits for the civilians. He was also a familiar person to the civilians. Compared with replacing a strange Bunitalian with a newcomer, the civilians were more likely to accept the familiar Kyorugi Genbu. Now Kyorugi Genbu has resigned. Whether it is 11 or Bunitalian who takes power, the civilians of 11 will subconsciously think that their last umbrella of protection is gone, and the person who takes power, even if it is 11, will be a puppet of the Bunitalians. But it is different for Emperor Camille. The royal family still has a very high status in the hearts of 11. Although before the establishment of 11, the royal family of the original Sakura country was already a symbolic existence without real power, but the status is still very high. This is also the slave mentality inherited by 11 since ancient times. The royal family engraved in their blood should be high and mighty. Wang Shenliya originally didn't want to agree. After all, she was still a young girl. She was still a little girl when the imperial family collapsed a few years ago. After hiding for a while, she was found and taken away by Katase. She had never been exposed to any political knowledge. In order to make her a puppet, Katase didn't let her touch anything in the outside world. She had to learn many things secretly by herself. Wang Shenliyan, who was completely a political novice, was worried that she would not be able to fulfill her duties as a governor after she came to power. If you are worried about your people, then solve their problems yourself. This was Yang Hui's admonition to Wang Shenliyan, and it was also one of the reasons why she was shaken. If you don't know, you can learn. You are very smart. I am at the top. There are people to guide you in daily work. The important thing is not whether you can do it, but whether you are willing to do it. This is the second reason. It was these two sentences that made Wang Shenliyan determined to choose to agree to Yang Hui's request. After the war, the most important thing is naturally recovery. Yang Hui in the governor's office looked at the progress report in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. The progress is good. Just let the people below keep it up. If the funds are insufficient, let them go to Duke Hudefeld. Okay, Mr. Yang Hui. Anything else important? Yang Hui asked Rini Rajita. There is one more thing. The cabinet meeting has come from the mainland of Bunitaria. The mainland will send a Knight of the Round Table to inspect, 11, on behalf of Emperor Charles, and he will also bring a secret order from Emperor Charles. Do you know who will come? Yang Hui knew all the 12 active Knights of the Round Table. Half of the Knights of the Round Table had a good personal relationship with Yang Hui. A few of them had little contact with him, and there were 1 or 2 people that Yang Hui was unwilling to contact or even hated. It's the 10th Knight, Luciano Brandelli. Haha, those guys in the mainland really have bad intentions. Yang Hui sneered. If we talk about who among the active Knights of the Round Table has the worst relationship with Yang Hui, it is the 10th Knight. Luciano Brandelli, who was bloodthirsty and fond of killing, was known as the Vampire of the Bunidal Empire. He had a direct unit under his command, the Valkyrie Squad. He carried several throwing knives as weapons and called himself a genius of killing. To put it nicely, he was a complete murderer. Yang Hui really felt that such a person joining the Knights of the Round Table was an insult to the resounding name of the Knights of the Round Table. He was not even worthy of the title of Knight. Mr. Yang Hui, what are you going to do? No arrangements, he is an imperial envoy this time. Yang Hui shrugged, saying that Luciano Brandelli was an imperial envoy, but his attitude did not show any importance. If he is sensible, it's fine. If he is not, I don't mind him leaving 1 or 2 legs in, 11. I understand. A few days later, a plane landed at the airport in, 11, Tokyo. Luciano Brandelli, wearing a white knight's uniform and an orange cape, and with a head of showy orange hair, got off the plane. Following him were 4 young and beautiful women, who were as charming and high profile as their masters. It seems that His Highness Yang Hui doesn't like me very much. He didn't come to pick me up. Luciano Brandelli saw that the team welcoming him was led by Reggiani Regetta, and said jokingly to himself. However, no one around him responded, or they didn't dare to respond. They knew their master's personality. If they said the right thing, it would be fine. But if they said the wrong thing, the vampire's collection room would have a few more collections. Long time no see, Knight Brandley. Long time no see, Regetta. Your Highness is really a busy man. Luciano Brandley liked to call others monkeys, but that was someone he looked down on. He had personally experienced Regetta's abilities, which was one of the few memories he didn't want to recall. After all, Your Highness is the governor of 11, and he is still very busy with various affairs. Regetta handled it with ease. Haha, it seems that the position of governor is not easy either, but... Luciano Brandley looked at the welcoming team behind Reggiani Regetta, especially the members of the Nightmare Knights, and couldn't help but look contemptuous. Why does Your Highness like to collect monkeys so much? Are you planning to open a zoo? Your Highness's vision, I believe Knight Brandley has heard of it. If nothing else, it is still very outstanding compared to the people behind you. Facing Luciano Brandley's provocation, Reggiani Regetta's expression did not fluctuate at all, and responded calmly. What did you say? Just a maid? Are you looking down on our Valkyrie Corps? Luciano Brandley looked ugly, but before he opened his mouth, the first woman behind him couldn't help but be angry. Pa! Luciano Brandley slapped the woman who had spoken, knocking her to the ground. His eyes were cold, not like he was looking at a living person. Can you stop embarrassing me, monkey girl? Yes, I'm sorry, Lord Brandley. The woman was trembling all over, and apologized with a horrified look, not even daring to cover her pretty face in pain. Rini Rugeta watched all this indifferently. The superiority of both sides was revealed the moment the woman opened her mouth, not only in terms of the subordinates of both sides, but also in terms of the ability of the commanders of both sides to control their subordinates. When Luciano Brandley mocked several 11 knights of the Nightmare Knights, they remained upright like pine trees, looking straight ahead, not angry at the mockery of the other party, and still had proud and confident expressions on their faces. If Rini Rugeta didn't speak, they would only stick to their duties and not say a word. On the other hand, the women of the Valkyrie Corps couldn't control their emotions when they were provoked. They started to refute before their masters even opened their mouths. They didn't know their own status and didn't know how high the sky was. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Luciano Brandelli controlled his anger and said to Reggiani Rugeta after returning to normal. You're welcome, Knight Brandelli. You need some relaxation in your busy life? The anger that was suppressed with great difficulty was almost ignited again. He subconsciously wanted to reach out to touch the flying knife under his cloak and dig out Reggiani Rugeta's heart to see what color it was. However, Luciano Brandelli still knew the occasion and held back from getting angry again. Please follow me, Knight Brandelli. I have arranged accommodation for you. It is next to the governor's palace, which is convenient for you to carry out your inspection work. Thank you, Rugeta, but before that, I want to go to a place to take a look. I wonder if you can lead the way. Luciano Brandelli said. Please go ahead, Knight Brandley. It's also my job to cooperate with your inspection. That's easy. Luciano Brandley snapped his fingers, with a look of success on his face. I want to see the headquarters of the Nightmare Knights. Chapter 776, Luciano Brandelli's Challenge, for Noida. Of course, Knight Brandley. Rini Rugeta agreed happily. Yang Hui and she had thought from the beginning that the target of Luciano Brandley's trip was the Nightmare Knights. After all, the person sent to inspect was Luciano Brandley. All the senior officials of Bunitary knew that Yang Hui had a bad relationship with Luciano Brandley, and even wanted to kill him. But the cabinet meeting still sent him, which meant that the cabinet meeting had bad intentions. As the powerful force in Yang Hui's hands, the Nightmare Knights were naturally their key observation targets. No matter how clear it was not as convincing as witnessing it with one's own eyes, right? So Yang Hui had already prepared countermeasures. The base of the Nightmare Knights did have secrets that could not be exposed. However, a few years ago, when the construction of the sanctuary began, the top-secret scientific research department left the base of the Nightmare Knights. Only Yang Hui and Reggiani Rugeta knew where the Nightmare Knights were. Even Fujito Kagamashiro and others who followed Yang Hui to the scientific research department as guards were blindfolded when they went there. Thank you, Rugeta. This will make me feel relieved. To be honest, Luciano Brandelli was a little surprised. Reggiani Rugeta agreed too readily. However, the fact that Luciano Brandelli could become a Knight of the Round Table showed that he was not a madman who only knew how to kill. He was smart and soon realized that Yang Hui had seen through the intentions of the cabinet meeting from the beginning and had already prepared for it. Of course, this was just a guess. What if the other party really had nothing to hide? So Luciano Brandelli decided to see it for himself. It just so happened that he was also looking forward to how the Nightmare Knights became the enemy's nightmare. With Luciano Brandelli in the car, the convoy went all the way and arrived directly at the base of the Nightmare Knights. They happened to encounter a squad tactical confrontation training, which made Luciano Brandelli itchy. Not bad, it's really exciting, all of them are top-notch materials. Luciano Brandelli had a crazy and excited smile on his face. For him, who was bloodthirsty, nothing was more exciting than killing the strong. The two teams in the training ground changed their squad tactics more than 3 times in just half an hour. Both sides were veterans of the Nightmare Knights and received the same teachings and training. So the two sides countered each other's moves. The competition was about to react faster and which team had better coordination. Rugeta, can you join? Luciano Brandelli asked Rugeta without looking back, his eyes fixed on the Nightmare Knights below, like a hunter looking at prey that was about to fall into the net. You are joking, Knight Brandley. You are a distinguished Knight of the Round Table, and they are just ordinary Nightmare Knights. It would be a bit of a bully if you personally went down to the battlefield. Reggiani Rugeta responded calmly. Reggiani Rigida was not worried that Luciano Brandley would bully the Nightmare Knights below. After all, Reggiani Rigida knew Luciano Brandley very well. His driving skills were quite good, but only excellent. He was only at the bottom of the Knights of the Round Table. If he was alone against even a complete Nightmare Knight team, Luciano Brandley would lose if he was not careful, and the best-case scenario would be a draw. A Knight of the Round Table was defeated by a Knight team, which would be a big joke. If this was reported back to Brunitalia, it would be a question whether Luciano Brandley could keep his status as a Knight of the Round Table, and Luciano Brandley would definitely go crazy. I know that. Luciano Brandley waved his hand, indicating that he had no such intention. I don't have the idea of bullying the weak, but I am very interested in the famous 12 zodiacs. Can you arrange it? Reggiani Rigetta's eyes fixed and began to hesitate. Her response to Luciano Brandley was to deal with him. As long as she dealt with him to complete the inspection work, and then sent him away, she didn't want to cause trouble. But at this time, Yang Hui appeared from the back, followed by Fujira Kagemashiro wearing a mask and the complete 4 sacred swords. That's right, the missing corner of the 4 sacred swords has been filled, and Asahina has made up her mind to rejoin the team. I agree. Yang Hui said calmly. Your Highness. Your Highness Yang Hui? It's an honor that you came to greet me in person. Luciano Brandley pretended to be elegant and performed a knight salute, but his tone was full of sarcasm. You think too much, Brandley. I am just inspecting the training of the Nightmare Knights. You are not that proud. Yang Hui said the most contemptuously in the most calm tone. His relationship with Luciano Brandley is well known in Bunitaria. Moreover, the cabinet meeting and Luciano Brandley are people who are always asking for more. Yang Hui's soft attitude will make them even more shameless. Well, it seems that His Highness Yang Hui still has misunderstandings about me. After all, I am also His Majesty's Knight of the Round Table. I still hope to get along well with His Highness. Really? For example, the flying knife under your cloak? Yang Hui asked with a sneer. Swish. As soon as the words fell, Luciano Brandley's expression instantly became extremely crazy. The hand hidden under the cloak pulled out 3 throwing knives and prepared to throw them at Yang Hui. But just as he raised them, a cold light flashed, and a knight's sword was pressed against his throat, and the tip of a knight's sword touched his left chest. Another person held a sword to block Luciano Brandley's Valkyrie troops, and finally 2 people stood in front of Yang Hui on the left and right. Hush, it's really scary. Luciano Brandley threw down the throwing knives and laughed. He didn't want to kill Yang Hui, of course he dreamed of it. Even if the throwing knives were thrown out, they would only brush past Yang Hui's body. He didn't expect the guards around Yang Hui to move so quickly. He didn't even notice how the other party moved, and the knight's sword was pressed against his neck. So your annoying personality hasn't changed at all, Brandley. It seems that Rigetta hasn't taught you enough lessons. I was just joking. Luciano Brandley raised his hands and explained with a smile. Haha, if you dare to show your killing intention, you're dead. Still as scary as ever, Your Highness Yang Hui, can you let me and my men go? Luciano Brandley asked. Yang Hui gave Fujira Kagemashiro and the others a look, and the 5 men put away their swords and retreated, standing behind Yang Hui again. Luciano Brandley was surprised. These 5 men were quite scary, but they obeyed Yang Hui's orders and had very high execution ability. They were simply perfect warriors and guards. Then Your Highness, do you really agree to my request? Luciano Brandley confirmed. Well, the 12 zodiacs, whatever you choose. But I want to challenge Your Highness, is it okay? Luciano Brandley asked tentatively, observing Yang Hui while also observing Fujira Kagemashiro and the other 5. Generally speaking, such loyal personal guards would be furious when their masters were provoked. But the results of his observations surprised him even more. Although his faces could not be seen, the chests of Fujito Kagemashiro and the other 5 did not rise and fall violently. The hands holding the swords did not exert any force, and the knight's swords did not come out of their sheaths. What does this show? On the one hand, it is their absolute loyalty to Yang Hui. When Yang Hui did not give any instructions and Yang Hui's life was not threatened, they would not act on their own. On the other hand, it is their self-confidence and absolute trust in Yang Hui. Are you sure? Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth in a playful arc. Yes, Your Highness, I want to see the nightmare of the Empire. Then you'd better use all your strength, Brandley. After speaking, Yang Hui turned around and raised his cloak, and said to Fujito Kagemijiro, "Prepare, Athena." "Yes, Your Highness." Fujito Kagemijiro took the order and once again showed his absolute obedience to Yang Hui. "Hey!" Luciano Brandelli called the woman behind him, "Get Percival ready." "Yes, my lord." The woman was a little hesitant at first. She knew that Yang Hui and Luciano Brandelli had a bad relationship, so bad that they wanted each other to die. But Yang Hui was a prince after all, and he was a highly watched cover. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Luciano Brandelli would not have an easy time returning to his homeland, even if he injured Yang Hui, let alone killing him. However, before she spoke, the woman saw Luciano Brandelli's cold eyes, and couldn't help but tremble in her heart, and quickly agreed. Arriving at a training ground that looked like an ancient arena, Yang Hui's, Athena, and Luciano Brandelli's, Percival, were ready. Percival, the seventh-generation nightmare designed independently by the Imperial Academy of Sciences with the various technologies developed by Yang Hui and the Nightmare Knights, has a slender silver-white body dotted with gold and purple. In his left hand is a small square shield. When the shield is opened in a cross shape, there are 6 grenade launchers. In his right hand, there is no weapon, but 4 slender hooks on his wrist. Athena did not hold a gun at this time, but stood opposite Percival, with a sword in both hands. "It's so beautiful, Your Highness, Athena, I really want to tear her apart." Luciano Brandelli in the cockpit thought wildly. "Are you ready?" At this time, Yang Hui's voice came into Luciano Brandelli's ears from the communication channel. "Of course, Your Highness Yang Hui, you can start at any time." Luciano Brandelli replied, suppressing the excitement and madness in his heart. "Are you sure? Aren't you going to use your lance?" Yang Hui confirmed again. "Haha, ha, Your Highness really knows." Then, Percival unfolded the claws on his right wrist, and then spun at high speed. The light green conical light curtain wrapped Percival's right palm, like a knight's lance. "Then Your Highness, don't let me tear you apart." There was no start signal. Percival's feet moved forward quickly with the help of the pulley, announcing the start of the battle. Thanks to Noida for the 10,000 reward, 2 more chapters are here. Chapter 777 The Emperor's Secret Order. Luciano Brandelli was as enthusiastic as he was at the beginning, and now he was as cold as he was. Especially the cold blade in front of him was less than a centimeter away from the tip of his nose. It penetrated the entire cockpit from top to bottom and nailed Percival to the ground at close range. 5 minutes, I thought it would be a fierce battle between 2 evenly matched people, but it was over in just 5 minutes. Moreover, Luciano Brandelli knew very well that the reason why he could last for 5 minutes was that Yang Hui was basically playing during these 5 minutes and was not serious at all, which was also a little face for Luciano Brandelli. Because within 5 minutes, Athena did not launch any counterattacks against Percival's fierce attack, but only dodged and defended. But when the 5 minutes were up, the elegant goddess Athena immediately showed her side as the goddess of war, brave, fierce, ruthless, and powerful. Luciano Brandelli only felt that Athena flashed and disappeared, and the next second, Percival was thrown to the ground. He didn't even have time to feel the pain in his back from the violent collision. He felt dizzy. The one who stopped, the cold light appeared in front of him, and he dared not move. Hey, Your Highness Yang Hui, are you going to kill me?" Luciano Brandelli said with lingering fear. "I want to kill you. Can you still speak now?" In Luciano Brandelli's horrified expression, the sharp blade in front of him quickly pulled out of Percival's cockpit. At the angle just now, the sharp blade would cut him in half if it was slightly offset. Yang Hui was so confident that he didn't pause at all, or he regretted that he didn't slip and kill himself. He was lucky to have survived. This was the first time that Luciano Brandelli had such an emotion, but just as he felt relieved, he seemed to fall into a deep abyss of ice. Swish! The cold blade drew a full moon, smoothly and evenly cutting the end of the cockpit of Percival, and the half where Luciano Brandelli sat fell to the ground intact. "The switch of the cockpit is broken. No need to bother the maintenance team, it's more convenient this way." Yang Hui's voice was broadcast through the public channel, so that everyone present could hear it. Because of their excellent military qualities, the Nightmare Knights who were watching held back their laughter with strong willpower, secretly sighing that Yang Hui really didn't give them any face. The Valkyrie troops surrounded by the Nightmare Knights in the center were also holding back, but their emotions were different from those of the Nightmare Knights. They were holding back their anger. Their master was mercilessly ridiculed by so many people, and they were able to endure it. It was already a good training by Luciano Brandley. Of course, the previous intimidation also played a big role. Luciano Brandley climbed out of the half of the cockpit with an ugly face. On the one hand, the violent turbulence made him uncomfortable, and on the other hand, he was also very angry. Yang Hui did not kill him, but this was more painful than killing him. He could already imagine that as a Knight of the Round Table, he was easily fooled by Yang Hui, and then the rumor of humiliating him became a topic of conversation. His status as a Knight of the Round Table was no longer an honor, but a huge irony. Get out of here. Seeing the medical staff running up to check him, Luciano Brandley's anger became even more intense. He pushed the medical staff hard and walked out of the training ground on his own. He was not so thick-skinned to stay here any longer. He put the instructions of the cabinet meeting behind him and just wanted to leave this place quickly. As for the broken Percival, someone will recycle it and repair it. Even if it can't be repaired, it's okay. Maybe they can replace it with a better new body. Mr. Yang Hui. Rini Regida greeted Yang Hui at the exit at the other end of the training ground. Did you go too far? That's right. Yang Hui explained to Rini Regida calmly. Brandley and I have a bad relationship, which is well known. If I show a friendly attitude, it will make those people think too much? I see. Well, take Brandley and the others to the accommodation arranged for us. You can agree to any request that is not excessive. It can be regarded as a comfort to him. Haha, I'm afraid he will think that this is an insult to him. Rini Regida covered his mouth and chuckled. That's none of my business. I can't control other people's thoughts. Yang Hui shrugged with an innocent expression. Please rest assured, there will be no problem with Brandley's inspection, it's just, the secret order of Emperor Charles. Yes. Hearing this, Yang Hui's expression became serious. He had already guessed about the secret order of Charles d'Ibunitaria. When the Nightmare Knights were established, the excuse was the sword of the Empire. The resistance forces of 11 have been completely eradicated. It would take more than 10 or 20 years to establish a resistance organization of the scale of the Liberation Front. If 11 is stable, the sword of the Empire will not need to continue to recuperate. Therefore, there are two possibilities. One is to send the Nightmare Knights to other battlefields, and the other is to transfer them back to the mainland to replace the Knights of the Round Table who are about to retire. Which one do you think is more likely? The first one. Yang Hui said without hesitation. Charles is a very conceited person. He will not take back the privileges he gave me. He is confident that he can control me, and I am a prince, so it is impossible for me to be a Knight of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table are the strongest knights in the Empire and the Emperor's personal guard. They symbolize supreme honor and they also enjoy very high real power. The first knight can designate a piece of land as his own territory and serve as the lord. All other Knights of the Round Table have the right to mobilize any army except the Royal Guard Knights during war. But even so, the Knights of the Round Table are just knights. If a prince becomes a Knight of the Round Table, that is a slap in the face of the royal family, so Yang Hui cannot become a Knight of the Round Table. But, his subordinates are not necessarily the same. The first 4 of the 12 Zodiacs, Regina Regida, Jeremiah, and Vireta Joan Luo, joined in the middle, Gemini, Fujito Kagami Shiro, and the 5 people of Geno who appeared as supernovas, are all qualified to become Knights of the Round Table. But as Yang Hui said, Charles d'Ibunitaria is extremely conceited. What he says is like water spilled. The Nightmare Knights are Yang Hui's private army, so he can't force people from Yang Hui's private army. I understand. But, at this point, Yang Hui paused, turned around and looked into the distance. His sight seemed to have traveled through thousands of mountains and rivers. Back to the imperial capital of Bunitalia? I have to go back to the imperial capital. After a day of venting and resting, Luciano Brandley finally vented some of his anger and began his normal inspection work. However, from the murderous intent hidden in his eyes and the trembling of the women behind him, it can be seen that his anger has not been extinguished. In a few days, Regina Regetta took Luciano Brandley to take a good tour of 11. Quite casually, and it was better to say it was a tour than an inspection. Then, Luciano Brandley found Yang Hui in the office of the governor's palace. Your Highness Yang Hui, the inspection of 11 has been completed. Under your leadership, 11 should be the most prosperous number. I don't deny this, Brandley. The inspection is over. You should also return to Bunitaria, right? Yes, Your Highness Yang Hui, but you and your 12 zodiacs need to return to Bunitaria with me. Reason. His Majesty the Emperor's Secret Order, the 4th Prince Yang Hui and his Ace 12 zodiacs as representatives of the Nightmare Knights return to the country to receive rewards. This is a great honor, Your Highness Yang Hui. This is the first time that His Majesty the Emperor has personally rewarded a knight group. When do you leave? 3 days later, Your Highness Yang Hui. I know, you go down first. Yes, Your Highness. After Luciano Brandley left, Yang Hui tapped the table lightly with his fingers, thought for a while, and picked up the phone, asked the 12 zodiacs to see me, and Lelouch. Yes, Your Highness. Today is a day off. Lelouch doesn't have to go to school. He spends the whole day at the base of the Nightmare Knights. After the battle to suppress the resistance organization, Lelouch found that he liked this feeling. As a chess player, he used the battlefield as a chessboard and the soldiers as chess pieces to play a big game. Life and death are only a matter of seconds. He used his wisdom to devour the enemy. If Yang Hui didn't allow it, and Nunnally was still at Ashford's house, he might have dropped out of school and joined the Nightmare Knights. After finishing his daily training, Lelouch didn't forget his good friend. He went to the training camp of the trainee knights and found Suzaku Kiraruji. Fortunately, he was also on break time. Lelouch. Why are you here? Suzaku Kiraruji was still surprised to see Lelouch. When the resistance organization was suppressed, the trainee knights were not sent directly to the battlefield, but were responsible for logistics, and their authority was not high, so Suzaku Kiraruji didn't know that Lelouch's command of Gino and the other 5 played a very critical role in the battle. Yes, you don't know yet. I'm considered a non-staff member now. I'm really envious of the position of Chief of Staff. Hey, are you going to join the Nightmare Knights too? Well, I found my own way, so I don't plan to stay silent anymore. Really? Congratulations. Kiraruji Suzaku was sincerely happy for his friend. Lelouch has been complicated since he was a child. He seems to be devoted to Nunnally, but he has always been confused and doesn't know what he wants or what to do. Well, congratulations to you too, Suzaku. I've seen your training results. It won't be long before you can be promoted to a formal knight. Lelouch patted Kiraruji Suzaku on the shoulder. Really? That's really good news. Kiraruji Suzaku also smiled happily. He joined the Nightmare Knights just to become a formal knight, become stronger and stronger, and then keep climbing up to strive to become one of the last 2 of the 12 zodiacs. Because he knew that Yang Hui was a very protective person. The closer he was to him, the higher the treatment. Kiraruji Suzaku was not doing it for himself, but to seek better treatment for 11. Both chapters are here. Thank you all readers for your great support. Chapter 778, Future Possibilities. His Highness Lelouch. Just when Lelouch and Suzaku Kiraruji were talking happily, a messenger ran over in a hurry. What's the matter? Lelouch was not angry because he was interrupted when chatting with his good friend. Although it was only once, he was no longer so immature after experiencing the baptism of war. Generally speaking, the messenger would only convey Yang Hui's orders. He was considered to be Yang Hui's direct department. And seeing that he was running out of breath, it should be a very urgent matter. His Highness's emergency call. Emergency call. Lelouch was stunned for a moment, then agreed, I know, I'll leave right away. The messenger saluted and ran away in a hurry. It seemed that he had other people to convey the emergency call. Then I'll go first, Suzaku, you have to work hard. When you are promoted to a formal knight, I will go to Yang Hui to ask for people. Lelouch patted Lelouch on the shoulder to encourage him. Well, I will, and you should do your best too. Lelouch nodded and turned to leave the apprentice knight's camp. Soon after, Kiraruji Suzaku's rest time was over and he returned to the team for the next training. The results of this year's promotion assessment will be out soon. I hope I can pass. Just as Kiraruji Suzaku was thinking this on his way back to the team, the instructor in charge of managing it found him. What? I was promoted. Kiraruji Suzaku looked confused. Yes, congratulations, Knight Kiraruji, you are now a formal Nightmare Knight. The instructor said to Kiraruji Suzaku with relief. The instructor is a Bunitarian and an elite veteran who followed Yang Hui to fight in the north and south when the Nightmare Knights were first established. At the beginning, he, like most Unitarians, looked down on numbers from all over the world. But under the influence of Yang Hui, the principles of the nightmare Knights have penetrated into his bones. The strong are the king. No matter where you come from, as long as you are good enough, you can be recognized and deserve respect. But isn't there still a month before this year's promotion assessment? Kyoruji Suzaku asked honestly. Yes, but there are exceptions. You were unfortunately not selected last year, but we have always seen your excellence. This year you have also made great efforts. Your results have already exceeded the requirements of the formal assessment, so several of us instructors have jointly reported and applied for your early promotion. Thank you very much, instructor. Kyoruji Suzaku was overwhelmed by the sudden surprise and thanked excitedly. Haha, you don't have to thank us, we did this for our own selfish reasons. The instructor laughed frankly. On the one hand, we will also receive rewards from His Highness for replenishing excellent fresh blood for Nightmare. On the other hand. As he spoke, the instructor lowered his voice, leaned close to Suzaku Kyoruji's ear and said to him, there are many good seedlings in this session, but there are only a few places. You and the other guys who were directly promoted should not take up other people's places. Suzaku Kyoruji was stunned for a moment, smiled awkwardly, and secretly asked, I understand, instructor. Well, you are a teachable boy. The instructor nodded with satisfaction, then patted Suzaku Kyoruji on the back, causing him to stagger. Go and pack your things, your transfer order will come down soon, and don't embarrass us when you arrive at the new unit. Yes. Because of the importance of the emergency summons, Lelouch and the 10 Zodiacs arrived at the governor's mansion at the fastest speed. They were all confused as to why Yang Hui summoned them with an emergency summons. After all, the suppression operation of 11 had just ended not long ago, and there shouldn't be a huge war. However, after Yang Hui informed everyone of Charles D'Ibunitalia's secret order, everyone had different expressions. Rini Regida and Fujito Kagashiro looked very calm, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. Jeremiah, Retta, and Joan Luo remained calm, but there was a faint flash of excitement in their eyes. Anya continued to be expressionless, and then blatantly took pictures of each other's expressions. Gino, Office, Audrin, and Monica all had complicated expressions and didn't know what they were thinking. Finally, there was Lelouch, who looked quite disdainful. Tisk, it's been so long, and that old guy finally remembered to reward you. Lelouch was not just talking about the suppression operation of the resistance organization. How much credit can a suppression operation alone have? What he was talking about was all the achievements of the Nightmare Knights since their establishment. In terms of military exploits, the Nightmare Knights conquered 11 with very few troops. There were even more achievements in other aspects. The training system formulated by Yang Hui greatly improved the combat effectiveness of the entire army of Bunitaria. The scientific research department of the Nightmare Knights accelerated the iteration and update of the Empire Nightmares, and there were also various civilian technologies. Now the technological level of Bunitaria is at least 50 years ahead of the world. These are all the achievements of the Nightmare Knights. At least Yang Hui's achievements should be counted, right? But after so many years, except for the governor of 11, Yang Hui or the Nightmare Knights did not receive any rewards. Even the governor of 11 could not be considered a reward, because 11 was conquered by Yang Hui himself, and this was his territory. Rewards or something, I don't care about it. Yang Hui shrugged, and at the same time looked at Jeremiah, Viretta and Jun Luo, who were a little excited with a meaningful look. Feeling Yang Hui's scrutiny, the three of them lowered their heads in shame. They were now Nightmare Knights, and one of the Ace 12 Zodiacs among the elite. They were Yang Hui's personal subordinates. They should give all their loyalty to Yang Hui, and should not be excited about Charles D'Ibunitalia's reward. We are now able to be self-sufficient. His reward is not that important. Just accept it if there is one. Who would dislike it? This sentence also eased the shame of Jeremiah and the other two, and made them feel relieved. The problem is not the reward itself, right? Lelouch frowned and said, if you really want to reward the Nightmare Knights, you don't need to go back to your country. You must have other intentions. It's a very accurate judgment. The information that the Emperor got from the 9th Knight is that several Knights of the Round Table are going to retire. Your Highness, please refuse the Emperor no matter what. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, except Lelouch and Regency Regida, who immediately knelt on one knee and made a request to Yang Hui. That's right, even now, the Knights of the Round Table are the highest honor among the Knights of the Empire. But they all know one thing very well, that is, after becoming the Knights of the Round Table, they are no longer the Nightmare Knights. The Knights of the Round Table are the commanding heights of the Knights, but most of the time they are just a symbolic existence, and the Knights of the Round Table are basically not needed. Although it is safe, it is also a limitation. Not being able to take action means that you can no longer continue to build merits. After all, the Knights of the Round Table are just knights, not nobles. No matter how high and loud the honor is, it is not as good as the actual reward. Don't worry, he won't ask for anyone. The Knights of the Round Table were not selected by him personally, and he won't take back the rewards he gave out. He won't do anything that would slap himself in the face. Yang Hui said to the nervous crowd, calming their worries. Generally speaking, the Knights of the Round Table are recommended to the Emperor by the active Knights of the Round Table, and then judged by him. Before the recommendation, the recommender will personally recruit you, so after you go back, there will definitely be active Knights of the Round Table looking for you. If you don't want to, just refuse directly. Yes, Your Highness. X10 hearing this, Jeremiah and others were relieved. Unlike Rini Regida and Fujito Kagamashiro, they were loyal to the Bunodal Empire while swearing allegiance to Yang Hui, while Rini Regida and Fujito Kagamashiro were loyal to Yang Hui himself. Then tell all knights that the Nightmare Knights will enter the second battle preparation and be ready to set off on an expedition at any time. Expedition. Everyone looked at Yang Hui in surprise. Yes, expedition. Yang Hui nodded seriously. 11 has stabilized, and there will be no problems within a decade. As the sharpest blade of the Empire, it is not appropriate for the Nightmare Knights to remain in the scabbard. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and fell into thought, then nodded. When Yang Hui established the Nightmare Knights that belonged only to him, it was because of the reason of the sharpest sword of the Empire. Now 11 is stable, but there are still many digital areas that have not been completely stabilized, and there are still more territories waiting for the Empire to conquer. There are two possibilities, one is the EU, and the other is the Middle East. Lelouch raised two fingers, then bent one. There are Cornelia and the Rose Witch, knights in the Middle East, and our going there would just be icing on the cake, so the greater possibility is to go to the EU. EU? If I remember correctly, the one who is currently fighting in the EU is Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland, and the 4 knights under his command are also famous for their bravery and good fighting skills. Monica recalled the intelligence she knew and said that combining the intelligence from both sides, she felt that neither side needed the Nightmare Knights to participate in the war. The EU has been very lively recently. As he said this, Yang Hui gave a look to Regina Regetta, who understood and distributed the intelligence prepared in advance. This intelligence shows that in order to deal with the fierce attack of the 4 major knights under Augusta Henry Highland, the EU, which was divided by internal strife, once again came together and developed a new generation of Nightmare Alexander, belonging to the EU under the leadership of the genius girl Anna Guillemon. At the same time, under the leadership of the genius girl Rena von Bledgelen commanding operations, the originally fragmented front was rebuilt, and the Special Operations Team, W0, was formed by imitating the model of elite knights such as the Nightmare Knights. For a time, the 4 brave and combative knights encountered huge obstacles, and the entire battle situation fell into a stalemate. Chapter 779 The undercover agent is almost the boss. W's era troops. Your Highness, if the intelligence is true, this troop is quite troublesome. Jeremiah spoke first. Yet, let's not talk about the combat effectiveness first. How strong can a group of boys and girls who are taken in be? The problem is, Valletta's expression was a little ugly. Self-destruction tactics. June Law said the 4 words that Valletta did not say. It's actually very simple. Lelouch casually said his own way of dealing with it, since it is a special force, the number cannot be large. Send a group of cannon fodder to lure them, seduce them to collectively self-destruct, and reduce the number. Of course, I know you won't do this. Halfway through, Lelouch felt dozens of meaningful eyes focused on him. He smiled casually, waved his hand, and denied the plan he proposed. He was not serious. Although this was the most effective response tactic he could think of, he also understood that no one present would disdain to use this method. After all, they were Yang Hui's confidants who were trained by him. Even he himself was just talking about this tactic now, and he would not really do it. At times like this, we need to make our debut. Gino smiled, and stood in a row with the others, saluting Yang Hui. Your Highness, please give the order. X8, don't be so excited. If we really go to the EU battlefield, maybe you won't even have to fight, and we can take down the entire EU. Yang Hui waved his hand casually, asking everyone to relax a little. Your Highness, what do you mean? Except for Regina, everyone else looked stunned. This girl. Yang Hui took out Leela's information separately and placed it in front of everyone. She's one of ours. Huh? This. Your Highness, are you kidding? Gino looked surprised, wondering if he was dreaming. Of course not. Yang Hui smiled with interest. He was quite satisfied with everyone's expressions and reactions. Reina's family is an exiled noble family from Natalia. I saved them and sent them to the EU. Reina has been living in the EU and has been in contact with me. But, why did she become an officer of the EU? Did she betray? Violetta said angrily. Of course not. Yang Hui shook his head and denied it. This is also Reina's own decision. At this point, Yang Hui also sighed and continued to explain to everyone his relationship with Reina and why Reina became one of the most famous commanders in the EU. Although Reina is very well behaved, she is a very strong girl in her heart. Living in the EU, she has always paid attention to any information about the Nightmare Knights. After learning that the Nightmare Knights have created various legends, Reina discovered a very serious problem. It seems that there is no place for her around Yang Hui. She is not good at fighting. She is only proud of her sharp mind. She also knows that she has no talent for fighting, so she has been working hard to become the best commander. As a result, she had carefully studied the data of many battles of the Nightmare Knights, and she found that her best combat command ability was still beaten by Yang Hui. This made Reina depressed, so she didn't want to return to Yang Hui's side and become a base. After a long period of psychological struggle, Reina made a bold decision. She wanted to join the EU army, climb to a higher position with her own ability, and gain greater power. When Yang Hui led his troops to attack the EU, she would present a great gift to Yang Hui. Then, time came to the present. After listening to Yang Hui's story, except for Regina who had known the truth for a long time, Lelouch's mouth twitched. This girl is too fierce, right? The key is that she seems to have succeeded? Your Highness, if that's the case, aren't we already winning before we even start? Gino asked. Yes. It's so scary. Interesting, really interesting. After being surprised, Lelouch showed an interested smile. I really want to meet this Reina and have a good chat with her. Lelouch felt that Reina was of the same type as himself. This bold tactic was something he had never thought of. If they could meet, they would definitely have a lot of common topics. There will be a chance, but Lelouch, we will set off to return home in 3 days. During this time, 11 will be handed over to you. When the expedition order comes, you will go with the team and we will meet on the battlefield. Yang Hui said to Lelouch. No problem, leave it to me. Well, Yuffie's also left to you. Huh? Lelouch was stunned, his mouth wide open, unable to react for a while. Wait? What does this have to do with Yuffie? Ahem. Yang Hui coughed lightly a few times to ease the embarrassment. Yuffie contacted me 2 days ago and said that the Emperor has approved Yuffie to go to 11 as Deputy Governor. Calculating the time, it is exactly the time for us to leave and arrive at 11, so I refuse. Lelouch refused without hesitation. Well, you guys leave first. Yang Hui said to Regina and others. Next is the time for brothers. It's better for them not to know some things, otherwise. Tisk tisk, Yang Hui began to imagine how Lelouch silenced those who knew his dark history. Yes, Your Highness, X10. After everyone left, Yang Hui pulled Lelouch, who was about to take advantage of the situation to leave, back to the sofa and put his arm around his shoulders affectionately. Don't worry, you see, I'm taking them back to their country. 11, we'll definitely need someone to look after it, right? This is our base camp, you are here, Nunli is here too, and Yuffie must be one of us. After all, she is the Deputy Governor of 11, but she's new here and needs someone to take care of her. You happen to be here too, why don't you help her? Then come by yourself. Aren't I in a hurry to return to my country? It won't be a problem if you're an hour or two late. Are you scared? Yang Hui looked at Lelouch in surprise and stepped back repeatedly. No way, no way? Haven't you forgotten Yuffie? When you were a child, Before Yang Hui could finish speaking, Lelouch rushed over with a face full of shame and anger, and covered Yang Hui's mouth. If you dare to tell me, I will kill you. That was the dark history that Lelouch was most reluctant to be mentioned. When he was a child, he had a very good relationship with Euphemia. How good was it? Brother, do you know about German orthopedics? As Lelouch grew up, he also knew that they were brother and sister. That kind of relationship was unethical, so he never mentioned it again, and he would get angry with anyone who mentioned it. Huh? Why are they brother and sister instead of sister and brother? Because he is Lelouch. What's wrong? Have you really given up? Yang Hui asked Lelouch in surprise. We are brother and sister. It's not what you think. Lelouch shouted. Really? It's just that brother and sister chat for an hour every day on the satellite phone. That is to enhance the relationship between brother and sister. Really? Yang Hui's smile gradually became playful. You won't. Lelouch's heart was alarmed, and his fingers trembled as he pointed at Yang Hui, with a very bad premonition in his heart. Before Lelouch's panic, Yang Hui took out his terminal with a playful look on his face and clicked on a certain audio. Stop. Stop. After pressing the play button, the pink youth of the young boy and girl began to spread. Hey, Lelouch, do you still remember the promise we made when we were little? Of course I remember, Yuffie. I remember too. I must be the most beautiful bride, Lelouch, you're new. At this point, Lelouch let out a miserable wail, which scared Yang Hui so much that he almost drew his gun to kill the enemy. Gino and others who were eavesdropping outside the door retreated and covered their ears, not daring to listen anymore, and quickly ran away. However, just as they were going downstairs, Anya suddenly stopped and turned her head to look. A long flowing green hair came into view, and then quickly disappeared. That is. Far away in the EU's W0 Special Forces base, Reina looked at the data in her hand and calculated the injuries of this battle. No, it should be said that they died. Just half an hour ago, the W0 troops once again repelled the joint attack of the two of the four major Knight Orders under Augusta Henry Highland, the Knights of St. Michael and the Knights of St. Raphael. The W0 troops once again achieved extraordinary feats and played a crucial role in the battle. But every time the W0 troops achieved military exploits, it represented the corpses of their companions. Alice, this can't go on. Reina put down the documents, covered her face and slumped in the chair. According to the calculation just now, the W0 troops were halved again, and only more than 30 people walked out of the battlefield alive. Reina didn't dare to imagine how many people would be left in the next battle, and how many people would stay on the battlefield forever. What made Reina most sad was this group of young men and women who only wanted a piece of land to survive. No matter how much effort and sacrifice they made, in the eyes of the EU high-level officials, they were just a few cold numbers. Reina. At this time, a jade hand touched Reina's shoulder and gently hugged her from behind. Take a good rest, Reina. Anna. Leaning in the arms of her friend, Reina's cold heart felt a little warm. I wonder what he will do in the face of such a situation. Are you talking about His Highness Yang Hui? Anna asked. Yes. Reina nodded seriously. If it's him, puff. Anna couldn't help laughing as she thought about it. What's wrong? What are you laughing at? Reina asked in confusion. Nothing, it's just that His Highness should be able to kill two knight groups by himself, right? Oh. Reina's mouth twitched, and she found that it was really the case. Yang Hui, who was famous for protecting his subordinates, would never exchange the lives of his subordinates for victory. When necessary, he could transform into Demon King and beat the opponent so hard that he couldn't raise his head. But Reina, you said that His Highness Yang Hui will come to the EU battlefield? Will he really come? Anna asked with some concern. Facing the attack of Bunitaria, the EU has become increasingly weak, especially after the battlefield's pillar, W0, troops were completely lost. How long can the EU army resist the Bunitaria army? Although she and Reina are both in CAO's camp but their hearts are with Han, if Yang Hui doesn't come, they can't give up their current identities and their lives are in danger at any time. It should be soon. Bunitaria can't sit idly by and watch the EU side continue to be in a stalemate, so. Just then, Reina's terminal rang. When she picked it up and took a look, Reina's pupils shrank and she couldn't help but feel ecstatic in her heart, because it was the highest level of encrypted information. Look, it's coming. Chapter 780 Return to Homeland. It is always full of emotion to step on the homeland after a long absence. In addition to Yang Hui himself and Regina, Fujito Jingshiro's heart was full of expectations when he returned to Bunatelia with Yang Hui. They were looking forward to the world's most powerful country, the land that gave birth to people like Yang Hui, and how different it would be from his hometown. There were also Jeremiah and others. When each of them left here, they were full of dissatisfaction. Some of them were despised little nobles, some were excluded civilians, some were marginalized branches, some were abandoned orphans, and some were illegitimate daughters who could not be mentioned. But at this moment, they returned to the imperial capital of Bunatelia with full of glory, and washed away the lead, no longer so eager for everything they once desired. They now have only one identity, the 12 zodiacs of the Nightmare Knight, the most powerful knight under Yang Hui, and the sharpest sword. After getting off the plane, Yang Hui led the way wearing a black cape with a golden nightmare embroidered on it. The others also wore the same cape, but the colors of the nightmares were different. His Highness Yang Hui, congratulations on your triumphant return. Bismarck led the present Knights of the Round Table to pay a serious tribute to Yang Hui, including Luciano Brandelli, who took the initiative to walk into the team after getting off the plane with Yang Hui and the others. Please welcome the Knights of the Round Table, Bismarck. It is our honor, His Highness Yang Hui. You and everyone present are also qualified for this honor. Well, let's go. Yes, Your Highness. Except for Yang Hui and Regina who followed Bismarck to get on the central car, the others dispersed and got on a car under the leadership of the Knights of the Round Table. It's really solemn, Bismarck. In my impression, this is the first time that the Knights of the Round Table have arrived so neatly. In the car, Yang Hui said jokingly, Your Highness, a brave knight naturally needs the highest standard of treatment. Okay. Yang Hui waved his hand and interrupted Bismarck, with a slightly disdainful expression, can you please use this kind of words to fool those young people who are just starting out? Your Highness, you know that several Knights of the Round Table are old and it's time for them to retire. So? You plan to poach my people? This is something that even the old man can't do. Yang Hui said to Bismarck in a slightly questioning tone. The Knights of the Round Table are the sharpest sword and the strongest shield in the hands of His Majesty. Every Knight of the Round Table must be the most powerful and loyal knight in the Empire, so... most loyal? To whom? To him? Or to Bunatelia? To be loyal to His Majesty is to be loyal to Bunatelia. Okay, Bismarck, you don't have to flatter him in front of me. He can't hear it, and I don't like to hear it. You should know it very well. Yang Hui interrupted Bismarck again to stop this loyal dog from praising his master. Yes, Your Highness. Bismarck really couldn't accept Yang Hui's attitude towards Charles di Bunatelia, but his master didn't say anything. As a loyal dog, he could only accept and get used to it, but this didn't mean that Bismarck didn't have any resentment in his heart. But at the same time, he was really optimistic about Prince Yang Hui. His achievements had surpassed all the existing princes and princesses. In his opinion, if Yang Hui was the one who could inherit the throne of Bunatelia, then the Bunatelia Empire would be even stronger. Under the leadership of Yang Hui, the Holy Bunatelia Empire would not only continue to rank at the top of the world, but it would not be impossible to conquer the whole world. It was precisely because he was caught between the two completely opposite emotions of dissatisfaction and appreciation that Bismarck's feelings towards Yang Hui were very complicated. Bismarck, you want to recommend them as Knights of the Round Table, and I won't stop you. Yang Hui said to Bismarck. This. Your Highness Yang Hui, what are you doing? Bismarck was very surprised. In his opinion, Yang Hui would not allow his carefully trained men to leave him, but he was surprised and pleasantly surprised, because without Yang Hui's secret obstruction, he had greater confidence to recruit several powerful Knights of the Round Table. But, there is one thing, you'd better convey it to others, Bismarck. Here comes the but that Bismarck expected. Yang Hui raised a finger, his tone was very serious, and people could faintly feel the murderous intent. You can persuade them, that's your ability, I won't let them go, but if someone is secretly playing tricks and intends to kill first and report later, then don't blame me for not following the rules. This. Your Highness, what are you going to do? Many people died in my hands, all kinds of people, but the Knights of the Round Table, just treat it as stamp collecting. Bismarck was horrified and wanted to scold Yang Hui for such a crazy and blind remark. The Knights of the Round Table were the personal guards of Charles d'Ibunitalia. Let alone killing them, even the words just now would be qualified to be judged as treason. But no matter how many scoldings he had, they were stuck in Bismarck's throat and he couldn't say them out. Because Yang Hui was smiling, supporting his side face with one hand, tilting his head and smiling at Bismarck. It was a very sunny smile, as soft and warm as the warm sun in early spring, but in Bismarck's eyes, it was as cold as ice for thousands of years. Yang Hui was not surrounded by the vitality of early spring, but by sheer hell. The strong murderous aura became a physical entity, not only turning into blood-colored coat draped over his shoulders, but also countless wronged souls surrounded Yang Hui in the middle. Countless pairs of empty eyes without eyeballs stared at him, and the corners of their mouths permeated with blood were grinning. Bismarck, what's wrong with you? The magnetic call, Yang Hui's voice woke Bismarck up, and with a blink of his eyes, sure hell disappeared immediately. If it weren't for the cold sweat and trembling body, he would have doubted whether what happened just now really happened. Your Highness. Your Highness. Just now. What happened just now? Nothing. Nothing. Bismarck saw that Yang Hui still had a smile on his face, and immediately shook his head. Even though he was a battle-hardened warrior and the first knight of the Round Table in Bunitalia, he still did not have the courage to face sure hell. Bismarck, you should also take care of your body. Look at you, you are sweating so much. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Not long after, the convoy drove into the palace and stopped. Everyone got off the car. Yang Hui led the 12 zodiacs to the palace hall, but before raising his feet, he turned his head and said to Bismarck, by the way, don't forget what I said just now, Bismarck. Yes, Your Highness. Bismarck immediately agreed. The bloody fantasy of sure hell did not leave his mind for a long time. He wished that Yang Hui's warning would be engraved in his mind, otherwise if he accidentally forgot. He knew that Yang Hui could really do it. After Yang Hui led people into the palace hall, Bismarck breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lord Bismarck, what's wrong with you? Asked Dorothea Ernst, the fourth knight of the Round Table. Others were also concerned about Bismarck's condition. After all, Bismarck was different from them. The reason why Bismarck could become the first knight of the Round Table was not only his strength, but also his absolute loyalty to Charles d'Ibunitalia. Before Charles d'Ibunitalia ascended the throne, there was a serious rebellion in the empire. At that time, the entire Knights of the Round Table, except Bismarck and Shining Mariana, all rebelled. It was Bismarck and Mariana who protected Charles d'Ibunitalia and helped him ascend the throne. One of them became Charles d'Ibunitalia's favorite concubine later, and the other was Charles d'Ibunitalia's most trusted knight. To put it bluntly, before Charles d'Ibunitalia abdicated, Bismarck's first knight of the Round Table was unshakable. Nothing. Bismarck shook his head. Even if he told them about the hallucination he saw in the car, no one would believe it. So he asked them directly about the results of their plan. How did you get the result? The expressions of the Knights of the Round Table who heard this suddenly darkened. They didn't even need to answer to know that the results did not meet expectations. Lord Bismarck, they are too ungrateful. This is a Knight of the Round Table, and they refused without giving any face. An old Knight of the Round Table cursed dissatisfiedly. That's right. I understand their loyalty to His Majesty Yang Hui, but how can His Majesty Yang Hui be more important than the safety of His Majesty the Emperor? Another old Knight of the Round Table added. Then everyone began to complain about their dissatisfaction and anger. As Knights of the Round Table, they value their status as Knights of the Round Table more than anything else. Of course, except for one person, that is Luciano Brandelli. When he was in 11, he was severely taught a lesson by Yang Hui. With his flamboyant personality, he learned to endure and deeply hid a viciousness in his eyes. Okay, I know everything. You don't have to get too excited. They are mostly young people. It is the luck of the empire that they have the current strength at such a young age. It is normal for young people to be full of youthful vigor. It is estimated that they will stay in the imperial capital for a few more days. You can go around more and persuade them. Lord Bismarck, I think since they are so ungrateful, just forget it. They are excellent, but they are not the only excellent young people in the empire. A Knight of the Round Table said unhappily. Be patient and give more opportunities to excellent young people. You have to admit that they are indeed the best successors. Your Highness Bismarck, why don't we just act first and report later and recommend them directly to His Majesty? As long as His Majesty agrees, they will be reluctant no matter how reluctant they are. Absolutely not. Bismarck interrupted the Knight of the Round Table without waiting for him to finish his words, and his expression was a little nervous, even panic. Lord Bismarck. The Knights of the Round Table were puzzled. Ahem, if you can persuade them, then persuade them. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Don't be clever. Even if you can keep them, the Knights of the Round Table will be full of contradictions and will not be able to unite to protect your Majesty's safety. Bismarck thought about the right words and said to everyone, "This, we understand. Remember, try your best to persuade them. If it doesn't work, then give up. Never act on your own. Do you understand?" Bismarck said sternly. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 781 Daily Life in the Imperial Capital. Coming to the familiar hall again, Yang Hui's emotions did not fluctuate at all. Looking at Charles d'Ibunitalia sitting on the throne, he was very annoyed by his ant-like look of contempt. He kept thinking in his heart that when he was ready, he would smash this throne to pieces, as well as Charles d'Ibunitalia's arrogant and conceited face. The rewards for the Nightmare Knights were not very complicated. Ordinary Nightmare Knights were promoted to 2 ranks in a row. No matter what their status was in the Nightmare Knights, in front of the regular army, the lowest was a lieutenant, and then each person was awarded an Imperial Cross Sword Medal, which was the highest honor in military merit. Then there are the 10 Zodiacs. Rini Rugetta, Joan Luo, Fujito Kagamashiro, Orpheus, Anya and the illegitimate daughter Monica, who were originally commoners, were all made nobles, and they started as viscounts. Jeremiah and Valletta, who were originally born in noble families, were promoted to marquises, and Audrin, the next head of the Feng's family, was automatically promoted to duke after she succeeded the head of the family, and Gino, who was originally a noble side branch, is now a marquis, not a promotion of the original family's title, but he himself is a marquis, and has the qualifications to break away from the original family and open his own house. Finally, it is Yang Hui. Charles d'Ibunitalia only gave Yang Hui a reward, that is, the power of life and death. Except for Charles d'Ibunitalia himself, he has the power to kill anyone in Bunitalia first and report later, including but not limited to princes and princesses, imperial concubines, nobles, and knights of the Round Table. When Yang Hui heard that Charles d'Ibunitalia gave him this power, he was also frightened. He kept thinking about what Charles d'Ibunitalia wanted to do. With his brain, he would not be able to see that he had the idea of rebellion, right? But Yang Hui controlled himself very well and did not show it in the hall. After the reward was over, Yang Hui led everyone away. Charles d'Ibunitalia looked at Yang Hui's back, his eyes flickered, and he kept muttering to himself, "Make as much trouble as you want. I can give you whatever you want. No matter how you make trouble, in the end, it will be." Bidding farewell to the Knights of the Round Table, Yang Hui led everyone back to his mansion, and everyone was silent. "What's wrong?" Yang Hui asked. "Your Highness, His Majesty's reward for you. Their previous wishes have been fulfilled, but in addition to being happy and excited, they are more worried, because Charles d'Ibunitalia's reward is very abnormal. If Yang Hui took away the privileges from Charles d'Ibunitalia for the first time, he took the initiative to request and gave the most appropriate reasons, then this time, it was Charles d'Ibunitalia who took the initiative to give Yang Hui such a huge power. The power of life and death of everyone in Bunitalia except the Emperor. If Yang Hui uses this power well, he can definitely make Charles d'Ibunitalia the Emperor. Rewards are honey, but too much reward is poison. Apart from anything else, the moment Yang Hui gets this power, all potential allies will become Yang Hui's enemies, because Yang Hui can kill them at any time without any responsibility. At the same time, several other forces in Bunitalia, such as the Cabinet Meeting faction, the Prince faction, and the Skneezer faction, these forces that were originally fighting to the death will unite and fight against Yang Hui together. It doesn't matter. This power does bring me a lot of convenience, but that's it. Anyway, we won't stay in the imperial capital for long. Yang Hui waved his hand and said. But you just need to focus on the battle and the mission of the Nightmare Knights. You don't need to worry about other things. Yang Hui saw that everyone's emotions could not be calmed down, so he changed to a stern tone and ordered them. Yes, Your Highness, X9. Jeremiah, Valletta, Gino, Audrin, the news that you have been rewarded will spread soon. While you have nothing to do now, go back home to have a look. Yang Hui said. They would definitely not stay in the imperial capital for a few days, and there would be no missions in these days. It was a rare opportunity, so Yang Hui planned to give them a vacation. Orpheus, Monica, go see your adoptive parents. Joan, you can also prepare a new home. Anya, you can follow Audrina or Monica. Fujito, you don't need to protect me during this period. It's a rare opportunity to come to the imperial capital of Unitalia, so go out and take a look. Yes, Your Highness. X8. Returning to their homeland and being rewarded again, their previous goals were achieved. They did need time to arrange their own affairs, but Fujito Jingshiro did not move and still stayed by Yang Hui's side. Oh, forget it. I haven't been back for a long time. Let's go out for a walk. Everyone else left, only Fujito Kagemashiro stubbornly insisted on his escort mission, and Yang Hui also sighed. Your Highness, you don't have to. Don't be so self-indulgent. I just want to go out for a walk. Yang Hui interrupted Fujito Kagemashiro and said. Yes, Your Highness. Fujito Kagemashiro was only grateful in his heart. He really wanted to take a good look at the imperial capital of this country, but compared to his own selfish desires, protecting Yang Hui was above everything in his heart, so he gave up his idea. He could hear Yang Hui's hypocrisy, that is, he planned to take him to the imperial capital to see around and meet his expectations. Yang Hui took Fujito Kagemashiro alone and walked on the streets of the Unitalia imperial capital. Regina did not follow, because she still needed to secretly transfer some things in the imperial capital to 11. How do you feel? Is it boring? As they walked, Yang Hui suddenly asked Fujito Kagemashiro behind him. Yes. Fujito Kagemashiro nodded inconspicuously. To be honest, the capital of Unitalia did not make Fujito Kagemashiro find anything interesting, and even made Fujito Kagemashiro feel disgusted. Most of the people who can live in the imperial capital are either rich or noble. The rich look down on the poor, and the nobles look down on the rich. This chain of contempt exists in every corner of the city, regardless of gender, age or young. That's why I don't like staying here. Yang Hui sighed. When I hadn't made any achievements in the African battlefield, these nobles looked at me like this. Your Highness, aren't you a prince? Fujito Kagemashiro asked. Haha, so what if they are princes? Yang Hui smiled coldly. There are dozens of princes and princesses. Useful princes and princesses are princes and princesses, and useless princes and princesses, in their eyes, they are no different from civilians. Of course, this is also true among the nobles, the rich, and even the poor. There are people who are higher than them. The funny thing is that most people only think about despising people who are lower than them, instead of thinking about how to improve their own status. Decadent. Fujito Kagemashiro said in a low voice, and only Yang Hui could hear his voice. That's right, so. Yes, Your Highness. Although Yang Hui didn't say the second half of the sentence, Fujito Kagemashiro knew what Yang Hui wanted to say. I didn't say anything. Yes, Your Highness. You. Yang Hui shook his head. Sometimes Yang Hui really doubted whether he was too easy to understand. Without saying anything, people around him could guess what he was thinking. This was lucky, but also unfortunate. After all, Yang Hui felt that he was too easy to guess and had no sense of mystery. Walking to a familiar cake shop, Yang Hui sat down with Fujiro Kagemashiro and ordered 2 cakes and coffee. Your Highness Yang Hui, you haven't been here for a long time. Because it was a shop that Yang Hui often came to, the store manager was also an acquaintance of Yang Hui. After not seeing each other for a long time, the store manager came out to greet him as soon as possible. After all, you are the governor of 11, so you must stay in your own territory. That's really a pity. If Your Highness doesn't come, the coffee and cake will not taste the same as before. Oh? Not bad, your flattery skills have improved a lot. Haha, Your Highness blamed me wrongly, I was telling the truth. Okay, hurry up, it's the same as before. If the taste is not good, I won't pay. Yes, Your Highness. Fujito Kagemashiro looked at everything that happened and felt extremely familiar. He was in a foreign country, a completely different city, and a completely different culture, but this scene was exactly the same as 11. Ordinary shops, Yang Hui, who was not arrogant, shop managers and passers-by who talked happily with Yang Hui, whether they were rich, noble, or even poor, as long as Yang Hui was willing to talk to them, They seemed to have a pleasant exchange with Yang Hui without any distinction of status. However, there were always people who Yang Hui was unwilling to talk to, but liked to come up to him on his own initiative, such as, "Your Highness Yang Hui, it is an honor to meet you here. I am the second son of the Juris family." A noble young man in gorgeous clothes came to Yang Hui with his entourage. "What's the matter?" Yang Hui asked without even looking at him. "It is my honor to meet your Highness again. I wonder if there is a chance to invite your Highness to visit the Juris family." "No, I don't have time." Yang Hui waved his hand and refused directly without any hesitation. The second young master of the Juris family looked very ugly. Being rejected by Yang Hui without hesitation in public was a slap in his face and the face of the Juris family, especially when there were civilians everywhere around. But he didn't dare to get angry at Yang Hui, so he could only vent his anger on other people, such as the store manager who was holding cakes and coffee. "Damn commoners, how can His Highness eat the dirty things in your hands? Show me your position." Pa. With a slap, the cake and coffee in the store manager's hand all fell to the ground, the plates and cups were smashed, the cake was stained with dust, and the coffee was spilled all over the floor. "Damn commoners." Pa. Just as the second young master of the Juris family raised his hand and was about to swing it down, a strong hand grabbed it tightly like an iron clamp. The second young master turned his head and saw that it was Fujito Kagamashiro who was wearing a mask and grabbed him. The dazzling cold light in his eyes scared him so much that his legs trembled. "Your Highness. Your Highness. I just..." The noble identity of Fujito Kagashiro has not yet spread, but he is wearing the cloak of the Nightmare Knights, and it is a cloak embroidered with nightmare patterns, which symbolizes the identity of the 12 zodiacs. The arrogant second young master does not have the courage to scold Yang Hui's confidant. Yang Hui ignored the second young master, but walked to the fallen store manager, helped him up, then squatted down, picked up a piece of dirty cake crumbs and put it in his mouth. "Your Highness. You." The store manager wanted to stop him, but before he could reach out his hand, Yang Hui had already eaten it. "Well, it's the original taste, not bad, store manager." Yang Hui smiled sunny and gave the store manager a thumbs up. "Your Highness." The store manager couldn't help crying. He was a commoner, but Yang Hui had been patronizing his store for a long time and praising his good craftsmanship. No matter how Yang Hui's identity changed, he and the people he knew had never changed. He was still so cheerful and warm, especially in the cold-hearted capital of Unitalia, like the warm sun in the sky. "Okay, it's okay, leave it to me." Yang Hui patted the store manager on the shoulder and comforted him. "Make 2 more, I'll have someone clean these up." "Yes, Your Highness." The store manager ran into the store crying and made cakes and coffee for Yang Hui again. He no longer cared about what kind of torture he would suffer for offending the nobles. He only had one idea now, to make the most delicious cakes and coffee for Yang Hui, even if these were the last 2 cakes and coffees he would make in his life. Yang Hui walked up to the second young master of the Juris family with a cold face. His eyes were like looking at a corpse. "What did you just say?" "Your Highness. Your Highness. I just think. Your status is noble. They are just commoners. You shouldn't. Are you teaching me how to do things?" "No. I dare not. Eat it all." Yang Hui looked at him coldly, pointing at the cake and coffee on the ground and said, "Your Highness? I am the second young master of the Juris family, then what?" Yang Hui emphasized the word too. I don't eat it? Okay." Yang Hui gave Fujito Kagashiro a look, and the latter understood, immediately took out the phone, and contacted Regina Rogetta, the second son of the Juris family. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Fujito Kagashiro came behind Yang Hui, standing like an iron tower, as if he had done nothing just now. "Your Highness? What do you mean?" The premonition of disaster fermented in the heart of the second young master, and he asked quickly. "Nothing." Yang Hui said calmly, which made the second young master feel relieved, but the next second, his heart was broken. "It's just that I think the Zulizi family does not need the second young master's existence." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782 Everyone Misjudged. Hearing this, The second young master's face lost all color, his legs softened and he knelt on the ground, his mouth opened and closed, wanting to beg for mercy, but he had no strength in his body. In response, Fujita Kagemashiro asked his followers to immediately clean up the broken plates and cups on the ground, and then take his own embarrassing things away, so as not to disturb Yang Hui's interest here. After tasting the newly made cakes and coffee by the store manager, Yang Hui paid the money with satisfaction and left with Fujita Kagemashiro. Before leaving, he also comforted the store manager who was a little worried. After all, the noble young master he was afraid of should disappear tomorrow, and the Juris family would not risk offending Yang Hui and embarrass a civilian boss. After visiting the familiar stores one by one, Yang Hui and Fujita Kagemashiro came to Central Park with large and small bags and sat down. "I'll take you to the palace later to meet Darlene and Zayazi," Yang Hui said to Fujita Kagemashiro. "But your highness, my identity." Fujita Kagemashiro was a little embarrassed. He really missed Darlene and Zayazi. He had been in contact with them by phone or letter for many years, but he had never had the opportunity to meet them. But Fujita Kagemashiro's identity was still confidential. Although those who were interested could see through his disguise, as long as it was not exposed publicly, everyone knew it and did not violate the unspoken rules. Therefore, if Fujita Kagemashiro met Darlene and Zayazi, it would be considered to have disclosed his true identity. "There is no need to hide it," Yang Hui said calmly. "At the beginning, I concealed your identity because I considered that 11 had not been taken down yet, and your identity might cause a lot of trouble, but now 11 has completely stabilized. After several years of baptism, 11 has almost won over, and..." Yang Hui paused, and then said, "Don't overestimate people's memory. I guess few people still remember Fujita Kagemashiro, the samurai born in the wrong era. Everything will be arranged by your highness. Well, take it." Yang Hui handed the bags in his hand to Fujita Kagemashiro. "Your highness, what is this?" Fujita Kagemashiro asked in confusion. "A gift." Yang Hui rolled his eyes in annoyance. "We haven't seen each other for so many years, and you don't bring me some gifts? Are you still my husband and father?" Ahem. Fujita Kagemashiro was embarrassed, lowered his head and didn't speak, using the mask to hide his expression. "Let's go, we've seen all the interesting places, there's no need to go to other places." Just when Yang Hui was about to take Fujita Kagemashiro back home, a luxury car stopped in front of Yang Hui and Fujita Kagemashiro. The car door opened, and an elegant and serious butler got out and bowed. "It's been a long time since we last met, Your Highness Yang Hui." "Albeit, it's been a long time since we last met." Yang Hui knew the butler in front of him. He was Skneasel's butler, an excellent butler who handled the daily affairs of the Skneasel family in an orderly manner without any mistakes. "Your Highness Yang Hui, His Highness Skneasel invites you to attend the family dinner at the second prince's residence tonight." Family dinner. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment. He expected Skneasel to meet him, but he didn't expect Skneasel to use the reason of family dinner. Yang Hui couldn't refuse. "Haha, Skneasel hasn't changed. Tell Skneasel that I will attend the dinner as promised." "Yes, Your Highness." The butler received Yang Hui's reply, bowed again, and got into the car to leave. "Your Highness, I will accompany you tonight." Fujita Kagemashiro had no interest in the high-level game in Bunatelaya, but he had been with Yang Hui for so many years, and even if he just listened, he knew a lot of things. For example, the top level of Bunatelaya was divided into 3 forces. One was the triangular alliance of Yang Hui, Cornelia and Clovis, the second was the prince's party headed by Odysseus, and the third was the prime minister's party led by Skneasel. The 3 forces were fighting over the supreme imperial power of the Holy Bunatal Empire. Of course, this is just what most people think. Fujitang Jingxilang knows very well that Yang Hui's eyes have never fallen on the throne. His eyes have passed the imperial power and looked at higher and farther places. However, even so, the people below are still fighting with great pleasure, so Yang Hui is going to the Skneasel mansion for a banquet, and Fujitang Jingxilang must follow, lest someone harm Yang Hui. Yet, Yang Hui nodded in agreement and gave Fujitang Jingxilang a relaxed smile. He did not think that he would encounter danger at the banquet tonight, but with Fujitang Jingxilang's character, he could not persuade him to do his duty as a guard, so he agreed without much talk. The sun was setting in the west, and the blood-red afterglow of the sun slowly withdrew from the earth. The bright sky gradually dimmed, and the lights of thousands of houses began to shine, which was also a signal that the family banquet was about to begin. It's been many years since I last came here. Looking at the familiar yet strange mansion, Yang Hui couldn't help but sigh. In the past 20 years, he has only been here a few times. The last time he came here was more than 10 years ago. Especially recalling the conversation with Sneasel, he couldn't help but shake his head. Welcome to your arrival, Your Highness Yang Hui. The family dinner is ready. Please follow me, Your Highness. The butler walked out of the door to greet him. Led the way. Yes, Your Highness. Under the guidance of the butler, Yang Hui and Fujito Kagamashiro walked through the corridors and came to the restaurant behind the main building. This made Yang Hui confirm that tonight's family dinner was not an excuse made by Sneasel, but a real family dinner. Because of Sneasel's habit, the restaurant and banquet hall of the main building are used to receive guests, so they are gorgeous and rich, while the restaurant behind the main building is simple and plain, but has a faint warmth. This is the environment that a family dinner should have. Long time no see, Yang Hui. Sneasel stood at the door of the restaurant waiting for Yang Hui, still smiling elegantly, standing straight, showing the temperament of a superior as the Prime Minister of the Empire, but Yang Hui knew that everything Sneasel showed was hypocritical, not what he wanted. These were all fake masks he put on himself to meet the needs of the people around him, and under the hypocritical mask, it was still so empty. Long time no see, Sneasel. Come in, it's just you and me today. That's really good. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth, turned his head and told Fujito Kagamashiro behind him, wait for me at the door. Yes, Your Highness. Fujito Kagamashiro knew that there were some things he couldn't let himself know. After entering the restaurant, Yang Hui and Sneasel didn't have any politeness, and directly found a seat and sat down. The moment the door closed, the two began to quietly enjoy the food on the table, with only the sound of tableware colliding and food swallowing, which continued until the end of the meal. Honestly, I was quite surprised that your mother didn't show up. Yang Hui shook the red wine glass in his hand and said to Sneasel, my mother wanted to attend. Sneasel also held a glass of red wine in his hand and said to Yang Hui with an elegant smile, but I refused. If she was there, you wouldn't stay. Should I sigh that you understand me? Or should I praise you for finally changing a little? Yang Hui asked with a smile. Sneasel is a typical good boy. Everything he does and behaves is what people around him expect. The biggest influence on him is his mother. This also makes him a mama's boy in a sense. He will agree to his mother's request. But this time, he was uncharacteristically rejected his mother's request, which surprised Yang Hui. If you like, we can do both at the same time. Haha, so I don't like talking to you, Sneasel. Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He found that Sneasel did change a little, but it was really just a little bit. I'm really sorry, Yang Hui. So-called change is really difficult. I agree with this point, so. Yang Hui suddenly paused, drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp, opened his eyes again, his look serious and solemn. Why did you ask me to come here? Can't it really be a family dinner? After all, you are my younger brother, and we haven't seen each other for many years. Do you think I believe it? You believe it, so you came. Is this the hope you have been looking for? Yang Hui was silent for a moment and asked Zonasal. Your favorite saying is, everyone is looking for hope. I always think it's a great irony to hear this saying from you, because you yourself have never looked for your own hope, but now. At this point, Yang Hui shook his head, and a sense of frustration flashed across his face. Everyone has misjudged you, and I have misjudged you too. You have always had hope, but you just hate it very deeply, right? Yes. The elegant smile on Sneasel's face disappeared, replaced by a bitter smile, melancholy, loneliness, but incredibly real, which made him look like a real human being. More than a decade ago, when we last met, you had the opportunity to embrace the hope you wanted. Yes. Sneasel raised his head and looked up at the ceiling. His thoughts went back to more than a decade ago, or even longer ago. As the second oldest brother, he should have taken on the responsibility of taking care of his younger brothers and sisters, but at his mother's request, he was busy with various courses, and in front of him were only the constantly changing teachers, which gradually eroded his own heart. Only when the course was over, when he passed by the cold palace and saw his brothers and sisters playing happily, could his heart be mended. He had thought, why can't I play like them? Why should I take various courses without stopping? Why must I be better than others? But these doubts were buried in compromise and retreat again and again, and he became the current Skneasel, the saint who only meets the expectations of others. More than a decade ago, Yang Hui met Skneasel for the last time as a younger brother and asked him, "Have you never thought about yourself?" At that time, Skneasel did not answer Yang Hui directly, but just smiled slightly. Yang Hui subconsciously thought that Skneasel's answer was no, and missed the bitterness and desire under the smile. Chapter 783, Holy Land, launch yourself into the water and set off. It was drizzling outside the window. Butler Albedo and Fujito Kagemashiro stood outside the door and waited quietly without any communication. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Hui opened the door and walked out. Without saying a word, he took Fujito Kagemashiro away. Albedo walked into the restaurant and looked at Skneasel with a ruddy face in surprise. He had lost his elegance and rigor, like a bohemian young man, feeling relaxed after venting his anger. "Albedo, Your Highness, I'm here. You will support me, right? Your wishes are the direction I will move forward, Your Highness." "Thank you, Albedo, for always being by my side. It's my honor, Your Highness. Pack up. Don't tell anyone what you saw just now, including your mother." "Yes, Your Highness." Skneasel put on his disguise again and walked out of the restaurant, heading straight for his bedroom. Although there were still documents waiting for him to deal with in the office, he was in a good mood today and didn't want to work. He planned to have a good rest. On the other side, Yang Hui in the car kept looking out the window. His expression was calm and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. "Puff, I don't know what he thought of," Yang Hui suddenly laughed. "Your Highness." This confused Fujito Kagemashiro. "Fujito, you say, if one day, Charles finds that his sons and daughters are in harmony, should he be happy or angry?" This. Fujito Kagemashiro didn't know how to answer. If it was his own family, his children had a harmonious relationship, he would wake up laughing in his dreams, right? But he thought again that he was not Charles di Bunitaria. Excluding the difference in personality, Charles di Bunitaria was the Emperor of Bunitaria. So many sons and daughters had a harmonious relationship. What if one day they rebelled against him? Can several children who hold great power easily undermine him? Moreover, as long as it is an imperial country, as an emperor, there is a common problem. He doesn't care whether his subjects really want to rebel against him, but if they want to, they can rebel at any time. Forget it, even if he knows, he won't care. Yang Hui knew that Fujito Kagemashiro was in trouble, so he didn't force him to answer his question. It was just a casual question. And considering Charles di Bunitaria's arrogance and his ultimate goal, he didn't care whether the power in his children's hands could oppose him or whether he could be sidelined. As long as his ultimate goal is achieved, all power will have no meaning, and everything his children do will become futile. In the end, everyone will go to a world without lies together. "Fudang, we will stay in the imperial capital for a maximum of 3 days. After 3 days, the order of the cabinet meeting will come down. We will go to the EU and let them look at the time to come back." This is of course not Yang Hui's prediction, but the information he got from Skneasel. Now the EU has entered a stalemate, and there are no extra troops in other parts of the empire to send to support. The Nightmare Knights, who are currently the most idle and the most powerful, are naturally chosen. Considering that the war has been stalemated, the resources and manpower of Bunitalia have been consumed, so the Nightmare Knights must set off as soon as possible. After calculating the entire process of the cabinet meeting, Yang Hui came up with a time of 3 days. "Yes, Your Highness." On the third day, everyone who was busy with their own family affairs returned to Yang Hui's mansion. At the same time, the order of the cabinet meeting came down, and it was consistent with all the previous speculations. It was the EU battlefield. But the difference is that there was a new change in the EU. The EU army got a new technology system from somewhere, and developed a new series of nightmares in addition to Alexander. Although the performance is not as high as Alexander, it is low cost and simple to operate. It can be equipped in large quantities in ordinary EU troops in a short time. Originally, the W0 troops had already made the 4 major knights under the command of Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland tired of it. Now the EU army has begun to equip nightmares in large quantities, causing the 4 major knights to be beaten back for a while. Although the 4 major knights under the command of Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland are elite troops, they also account for 80% of his troops and combat power. Apart from the 4 major knights, There are no organized nightmare troops, but ordinary land soldiers and armored vehicles. The four major knights are only so few in number. They do not have the extraordinary strength of the nightmare knights. In the face of human wave tactics, they can only retreat. So Yang Hui made a prompt decision and decided to take them out of the imperial capital immediately, and at the same time notify the main force of the nightmare knights who stayed in 11 to set off, and the two sides will meet on the EU battlefield. By the way, don't forget Lakshita and Lloyd, they have to go together this time. Huh? And everyone was stunned. Lakshita and Lloyd are treasures in the nightmare knights. They are the world's top scientists. Everyone is eagerly looking forward to their development of better weapons and equipment. Even a little injury is a big deal in the nightmare knights. Normally, they would just stay in the safe laboratory in the rear to continue developing new equipment. How could Yang Hui bear to let these two treasures go to the battlefield this time? Let them go and see the new nightmare system. Also, Regita, ask them if the sanctuary is completed. Regita dialed the laboratory's phone under everyone's fiery gaze. Hello, Miss Regita? Does His Highness have any instructions? His Highness asks you if the sanctuary is completed. For a moment, Lloyd and Lakshita were silent. After a long time, they could hear the crazy laughter that gradually rose from weak to strong. Ho ha ha ha. His Highness's greetings are really timely. Lloyd restrained himself a lot under the death gaze of someone behind him, pushed his glasses and replied, the sanctuary has been completed and has been launched into the water for basic navigation tests. All data are normal. What about the flying performance? Yang Hui took over the communication and asked directly. Well, Lloyd was a little embarrassed when he heard it, but he still answered obediently, Your Highness, you should know how much disturbance the emergence of the sanctuary will cause in the world. As one of our final trump cards, we naturally cannot test it casually. Even if it is just an ordinary surface navigation test, it has already driven spies from other countries crazy. Sanctuary, the aerospace aircraft carrier planned by Yang Hui, is twice as large as the current largest aircraft carrier. In addition to being an exclusive mothership of the nightmare knights, it is also a terrifying air fortress. Not counting the existence of the nightmare knights, theoretically it only takes 30 minutes for the sanctuary to destroy a large city. Has the energy problem been solved? It hasn't been completely solved, but we've found a temporary alternative. Lloyd continued to report, the newly developed large Sakura stone engine can just support the sanctuary to fly in the air for 2 hours, but high-intensity combat cannot be carried out during these 2 hours, otherwise the energy supply will not keep up. I see. Yang Hui nodded, and he had an idea in his mind. Although he felt a little regretful, he was not without a backup plan. The answer to the energy of the sanctuary had already been found, but it was not the time to make it public. Send out the sanctuary to serve as the mothership of the nightmare knights. It seems that Your Highness does not intend to hide. Lloyd pushed his glasses and asked. Such a big ship, how can it be hidden? Okay, I understand. This time, you and Lakshita will go to the EU with a team. I don't know where the EU got a brand new system of nightmare technology from. The performance can be comparable to Sunderland. You should be very interested. Really? That's great. Hearing this news, both Lloyd and Lakshita were very excited. Although the sanctuary is full of the charm of challenges, their main attack is still nightmare. They can't refuse to see the full range of nightmare technology. Go and prepare quickly, the order will be passed to Lelouch soon. Yes, Your Highness. After hanging up the phone, Yang Hui glanced at the people who were about to burn, and the corners of his mouth curled up. What? Don't you have this little patience? Your Highness, that's the sanctuary. Gino said excitedly. Before launching the sanctuary, it has always been one of the top secrets of the nightmare knights. Only Yang Hui and people with the second highest level of authority after Yang Hui knew about it, including Lelouch and the 12 Zodiacs. Even now, the rest of the Nightmare Knights only know about the Sanctuary Supercarrier, which is an aircraft carrier sailing on water, and don't know anything else. But Gino and the others know that it is an aerospace carrier. It is an aerial fortress. If the few weaknesses of the Nightmare Knights are the drag of transportation and the lack of air power, with the Sanctuary, the Nightmare Knights will be invincible, okay? Okay. Yang Hui quickly calmed the excitement of the crowd. Restrain yourself, the Sanctuary hasn't gone up yet, Don't expose yourself in advance. Yes, Your Highness. X8 Yang Hui's vigorous and resolute actions were well conveyed to the Nightmare Knights. Since the order came down, Jeremiah and the others had dealt with their family affairs, so they didn't need to stay in the Imperial capital to waste time. Arrange the plane to leave immediately and go to the EU. They are Nightmare, and the battlefield is their destination. Lelouch, who was far away in 11, also received an urgent order. He immediately summoned all the middle and upper level officers, conveyed Yang Hui's order, and prepared for the expedition in full swing. But at this moment, the person he least wanted to see came. Lulu. Brother. Yuffie, Nunnally, this is a military base, why are you here? Lelouch asked with a headache. After Euphemia came to 11, as the deputy governor, Lelouch threw all the political affairs of 11 to this veritable second-in-command of politics. He stayed in the base of the Nightmare Knights and was responsible for all military affairs. Of course I came to see you. Nunnally hasn't seen you for a few days. Euphemia complained to Lelouch with some resentment. Nunnally also puffed up her face and expressed her dissatisfaction to Lelouch. Since she and Lelouch came to 11, Lelouch has not disappeared for so long. I'm very busy here, I don't have time to go back. Lelouch argued awkwardly. Humph. Brother is a big fool. Nunnally. Lelouch had a headache. He knew that Nunnally was very sensible and would not affect his official duties because of her, but he also knew that Nunnally was a girl, and she still had the willfulness and temper that a girl should have. By the way, Lulu, what's wrong? Yuffie pointed at the enthusiastic Nightmare Knights and asked. It was not the first time she came to the Nightmare Knights. Although the daily training made Euphemia feel the blood that could not be felt in other places, everything was still very orderly, and except for the training, it was very dull and deserted. It was the first time that it was so busy and hot. According to the order of the cabinet meeting, there was a problem on the EU battlefield. The Nightmare Knights all went out to support the EU battlefield. Lelouch did not hide it. This was not a secret, and Euphemia was the deputy governor of 11, she was also qualified to know. As for Nunnally, who dared to have an opinion? Is there going to be another war? Euphemia and Nunnally looked sad when they heard this. They both longed for peace and did not want to see war the most. Alice. Lelouch knew, but he could only sigh. Yuffie, Nunnally, you should go back quickly. Yang Hui has already left the imperial capital, and we should also leave as soon as possible. Okay, I know, Lulu, be careful. Euphemia said worriedly. Brother, you must come back. Nunnally also looked worried. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lelouch leaned over and hugged Nunnally, then hugged Euphemia. Only Nunnally could hear. Lelouch kissed Euphemia's forehead gently. Wait for me to come back. Chapter 784 Taking over overall command. Because Yang Hui and his companions set out directly from the mainland of Bunitaria and had a small number of people, they did not need to prepare anything, so they arrived at the EU theater first and met Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland and the 4 leaders of the knights under his command. Thank you for your support, Your Highness Yang Hui. Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland and the 4 leaders of the knights bowed to Yang Hui. No need to be polite, Grand Duke Highlander. Yang Hui stepped forward and gently helped Augusta Henry Highlander up to express his goodwill. Grand Duke Highlander has encountered obstacles in expanding the Empire's territory. It is my duty to provide you with support. Having said that, I am still very ashamed to let you see my shameful side. Augusta Henry Highlander's face became not very good, but it was not towards Yang Hui, but towards the EU army. That damn group of EU people, not only did they not dare to face the enemy head-on, but they sent cannon fodder to execute the self-destruction tactics, but they were so cunning that they secretly prepared such a trump card. It's really hateful. Don't be angry, Grand Duke Highlander. Intrigues and deceptions on the battlefield are the norm. They can succeed for a while with conspiracy, but they can't succeed for a lifetime. Yang Hui said seriously. As expected of you, Your Highness, when will the main force of your department arrive? Augusta Henry Highlander asked. After receiving the order from the cabinet meeting, I sent an emergency expedition order to 11. Although it is currently in a silent state, it will arrive tomorrow morning at the latest. So fast. Not only Augusta Henry Highland, but also the 4 knights behind him were surprised. It has only been 4 days since the cabinet meeting issued the order. The expedition of a knight group is not a trip for a few or a dozen people to go on a whim. When the knights go on an expedition, they have to put aside all the cumbersome formalistic processes, such as the mobilization of troops, the transmission of orders, the transportation of equipment, etc. There are too many cumbersome procedures to go through, and it is a transoceanic expedition. The 4 knights silently calculated in their minds how long it would take for their troops to go from receiving the order to departure. The answers vary, but the shortest will not be less than 3 days. It can be seen that the Nightmare Knights are not in vain. Yes, before they arrive, Grand Duke Highland, please introduce the current situation. Yang Hui nodded and said to Augusta Henry Highland. No problem, Your Highness. This is also what Yang Hui admires most about Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland, who is swift and decisive, and knows when to do what. If Yang Hui goes to other places to provide support, generally speaking, the local lord will not discuss military intelligence with Yang Hui so directly, but will first hold a gorgeous welcoming banquet, invite all the famous people in the local area, and then entertain Yang Hui for a few days after the welcoming banquet, so that he can experience the local culture and customs, and then discuss military intelligence and war situation. The current situation is like this. As Augusta Henry Highland arrived at the headquarters, Augusta Henry Highland immediately told Yang Hui the complete battlefield intelligence and analysis. Damn you, if the incident hadn't happened suddenly and we hadn't been caught off guard, how could my knights have been repelled by them? Augusta Henry Highland's complaints went in one ear and out the other. Yang Hui completely ignored them. After thinking for a while, he asked, Grand Duke Highland, has your technical department analyzed the data of Nightmare? Yes, Your Highness, please have a look. As he spoke, Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland brought out the analysis results of the technical department and showed them to Yang Hui. This is the analysis data of the technical department. Although they failed to capture the complete machine, they analyzed and studied the performance in the battle and the wreckage they collected. The accuracy of this set of data is very high. The intelligence department reported that the machine is code-named Charlemagne. Is the performance comparable to Sunderland? Yang Hui thought for a moment and continued, video recording of the battle. Yes, Your Highness. The battle video recording began to play on several screens at the same time. While watching the video recording, Yang Hui checked the analysis data in his mind, and then came to a conclusion: the data is wrong, the enemy's Nightmare is a 6th-generation machine. What? Augusta Henry Highland and others were in disbelief. Your Highness, this is the result obtained after multiple checks by the technical department, it can't be so different. Augusta Henry Highland knew that Yang Hui was not only a powerful pilot and top commander, but also a top scientist. He could accept the error in the data, but the performance gap between the 5th and 6th generation Nightmare was too big. Such a large error was unacceptable to Augusta Henry Highland. It's not your problem, it's their fault. Yang Hui pointed to several of the screens and explained to everyone present, look carefully at screens 1, 4, 5 and 7. After everyone focused their attention on the 4 screens pointed out by Yang Hui cut a small section of the images on each of the 4 screens and played them repeatedly. This is it. Once or twice, they didn't understand it, but after slowing down and watching it more than a dozen times, they all found the problem. Did you see it? The machine showed mobility and flexibility beyond the 5th generation Nightmare. The enemy was obviously hiding, so it burst out in a short time. There was a very obvious incoordination in the moment of performance conversion, and here, our Nightmare's attack hit the enemy plane, but it did not completely penetrate the enemy's armor, and here. Yang Hui pointed out his findings one by one, making everyone more convinced that Yang Hui's judgment was correct. If it was just 1 or 2, then it could be judged that it was the elite pilot's extreme operation, consuming the potential of the machine for explosive improvement, but dozens or hundreds of machines had the same situation, then it could not be a coincidence. Damn it! Cunning EU. Augusta Henry Highland was furious. The enemy caught him off guard, which made him angry enough. Now he found that the other party was still hiding his weakness. This was a sign of looking down on him, which was humiliating him. Calm down, Grand Duke Highland. Yang Hui said in a low voice, preventing Augusta Henry Highland's reason from being swallowed by anger. Instead of being angry about past failures, you should now think carefully about the other party's purpose of hiding their weaknesses. Augusta Henry Highland took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I lost my temper. It's okay, Focus on the present. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone began to think about the purpose of EU hiding their weaknesses. After all, when EU took out the new nightmare, it had already repelled the attack of the Bunitalian army and even recovered some of the lost territory. But now, Bunitalia has stabilized its position and is in a stalemate with EU. Why does EU still want to hide its weaknesses? Shouldn't it just go all out and directly defeat the Bunitalian army? Why waste such a good opportunity? Your Highness, do you have any clues? Augusta Henry Highland asked Yang Hui. He and his knight commander couldn't figure it out. Although it's just a guess, their target may be me. Yang Hui smiled, his tone containing disdain and coldness. The target is you, Your Highness? But how is this possible? Augusta Henry Highland asked in disbelief. Two possibilities. Yang Hui raised two fingers. First, they have people in the country who knew in advance that I would come to the EU. Second, the enemy army has a top wise man who analyzed the current world situation and judged that I would bring the nightmare knights to support. Traitor? Who is it? Augusta Henry Highland was furious. The lord who fought on horseback hated traitors the most. I don't know, it's just my guess. Yang Hui shook his head. Your Highness, do you need to call the local area to investigate? Augusta Henry Highland asked. After all, there were traitors in the local area colluding with the EU. As a frontline combat force, they felt like a thorn in their throats, as if there was a knife raised high behind their backs, and they didn't know when it would fall. It doesn't make any sense. Yang Hui shook his head again. There were only a few people who knew that he was coming to the EU before he set out, and those who dared to do so would definitely clean up all the traces and not reveal their tracks. No evidence could be found even if they were checked. Without evidence, it would only alert the enemy. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through Yang Hui's mind, and a familiar name emerged. Is it him? Well, it's possible, but it's not certain. Your Highness. Seeing that Yang Hui was distracted, Augusta Henry Highland called softly, are there any clues? Well? No. Yang Hui shook his head and did not tell Augusta Henry Highland his guess. First, Yang Hui only admired Augusta Henry Highland, and he was not his subordinate yet, so he could not fully trust him. Second, even if he told Augusta Henry Highland his guess, the other party would probably not accept it. This is troublesome. It is indeed a bit troublesome, but there are precautions. Yang Hui said to Augusta Henry Highland, Grand Duke Highland, from now on, I will take over the supreme command, and you will be my adjutant to assist me in command. Yes, Your Highness. Augusta Henry Highland accepted Yang Hui's order without any hesitation, and the four knights behind him did not object. First, Yang Hui's ability deserves their respect. Second, Yang Hui is a prince and has the qualifications to take over the supreme command of any war zone. If there's only the second reason, Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland will not approve it. Even if he agrees on the surface, he will let the royal family be a mascot. He will not give his knights to royal family members who do not understand war as toys. But the two reasons are combined together, and Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland will not have any complaints. Chapter 785, Aircraft Carrier? Fleet? It's a super carrier. After taking over the supreme command of the EU battlefield, Yang Hui immediately made arrangements. The first order he issued was, from now on, all command information transmission will be restricted. Order each unit to designate an information transmission specialist to be responsible for all information transmission of the unit. If it is not necessary, it shall not be replaced. If it is necessary to replace it, it shall be reported to the superior immediately and records shall be kept. The final recipient of all information is Grand Duke Highland. No one is allowed to transmit any information to places outside the war zone. For this order, Augusta Henry Highland and others understood Yang Hui's plan after a little thought. In the case of possible traitors in the country, the intelligence blockade was implemented in the war zone, so that the country could not obtain the intelligence of the war zone in the first time, which to a certain extent eliminated the danger of traitors stabbing in the back. Then, the Knights of St. Gabriel and the Knights of St. Uriel disappeared in the camp with their troops that night. Except for the two knights, only Yang Hui and Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland knew where they went. At the same time, Yang Hui told Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland and the two knights who stayed behind about his battle plan. The moment they heard the battle plan, they stared at Yang Hui in amazement, their minds full of thoughts. Your Highness is crazy. What should we do? But after Yang Hui carefully analyzed the pros and cons, and then used the battles he had fought as examples, their brains reached a barely acceptable passing line. The next day, Augusta Henry Heiderly returned to the headquarters with a heavy heart. He was still responsible for the command of the large army, and he would execute a battle plan agreed the night before. Yang Hui stood at the port with the 12 Zodiacs waiting for the arrival of the sanctuary. He was accompanied by Michael Manfredi, the leader of the Knights of St. Michael, and Andre Farnese, the leader of the Knights of St. Raphael. They each brought several elite knights as followers. "Michael, how large do you think the fleet escort will be?" Andre Farnese asked in a low voice while waiting. "It shouldn't be many, at most one aircraft carrier formation." Michel Manfredi thought for a moment and gave his answer. "Our reinforcements are only His Highness's Nightmare Knights, so the escort fleet must be deployed from 11. Although 11 has stabilized in the last major operation, 11 doesn't have too many troops stationed there. If too many troops are transferred, it will easily get out of control. One aircraft carrier formation is enough to support the two tasks of transportation and escort." "Well, that makes sense. It's a pity. It would be better if there were more reinforcements," Andre Farnese said regretfully. "You question His Highness Yang Hui and the Nightmare Knights?" Michel Manfredi said in surprise. "No, it's not." Andre Farnese shook his head quickly. "Although we haven't seen the record and ability of His Highness and the Nightmare Knights with our own eyes, I have studied the data of each battle in depth. In my opinion, each battle is enough to be described as a miracle. I have no doubt about this." "Then why do you say that?" "Alice." Andre Farnese sighed. "Your Highness and the Nightmare Knights are indeed very powerful, but it is only a knight group. The number determines the limitations. Perhaps breaking up the whole into small pieces can also exert a strong combat power, but it can only attack and cannot occupy. Moreover, more reinforcements also mean that the war can end earlier." Hearing this, Michael Manfredi was silent. He couldn't deny Andre Farnese's point of view. Yang Hui and the Nightmare Knights were indeed powerful, but who doesn't want more reinforcements? Who doesn't want to end the war earlier? "Believe in your Highness." After a long silence, Michel Manfredi patted Andre Farnese on the shoulder. "We all know your Highness's plan. If everything goes well, it won't be long before the EU will be conquered by our Iron Hoof." "Yes." Andre Farnese remembered the battle plan last night and nodded seriously. "Look, it's coming." "Huh? Why is there only one ship?" Michel Manfredi saw a black spot on the horizon, but there was only one, and there was no aircraft carrier formation as they imagined, so he subconsciously became worried. "There is really only one ship." "No. Something happened." "Your Highness." Andre Farnese looked through the telescope and found no trace of other warships. He subconsciously thought that the escort fleet of the Nightmare Knights was attacked and suffered heavy losses. When he was about to remind Yang Hui and was about to lead the team to investigate the situation, he saw that Yang Hui's expression did not change, and he still had a calm and confident smile. The same was true for the 12 Zodiacs lined up behind him, and even their smiles were filled with excitement and excitement. Andre, you called me." Yang Hui turned around and asked Andre Farnese. "This. Your Highness, I'm worried that the escort fleet has been attacked. I beg your Highness to allow me to lead the team to find out the situation." Andre Farnese asked sincerely. "Fleet?" Yang Hui tilted his head, then sneered, knowing that they had misunderstood. "Don't worry, there is no fleet, only the mothership." "What? Only the mothership?" Michel Manfredi and Andre Farnese were shocked. "Yes, there is only the mothership, the special mothership of the Nightmare Knights Sanctuary." "This. Your Highness, are you too risky?" Yes. Haha, wait, you will know when they arrive." Yang Hui chuckled and shook his head. "It seems that they are busy with the war and don't know the information of Sanctuary yet." "This. Yes, Your Highness." Yang Hui and the 12 Zodiacs were not in a hurry. They could only wait patiently, but they were still anxious. But as the Sanctuary got closer and closer, they found something wrong. The hull is intact, the nightmares are lined up neatly on the deck, and there is no sign of any battle. "Wait, Michael, this distance, am I dazzled?" "No, Andre, you are not mistaken, this is a super mothership." As the distance shortened, the majesty and might of the Sanctuary began to appear in front of everyone. People's mouths opened wider and wider, and their eyeballs bulged out uniformly, as if they were about to fall out. Until the sanctuary stopped outside the port. The rear hatch opened, and one after another transport ships loaded with nightmares sailed out and entered the port. Ahem, sorry, Your Highness. Michael Manfredi apologized to Yang Hui awkwardly, because their port was too small to support the sanctuary to dock. This port is definitely not small. It is a military port and was built according to the specifications of an aircraft carrier fleet. But, in front of the sanctuary, it is like a child who cannot hold a 1.8-meter tall young man. It's okay. The sanctuary is the first supercarrier. Unless the special military port cannot dock, you should also prepare. We will set off soon. Yes, Your Highness. X2 Michel Manfredi and Andre Farnese looked serious. After a night's salute, they returned to their respective camps with their entourage. According to the combat plan, when the Nightmare Knights arrive, it is the official start of the combat plan. The Nightmare Knights will not have any rest time and will attack directly after landing. It is an honor for Michel Manfredi and Andre Farnese to be able to fight with the Nightmare Knights. They cannot drag their feet and insult this honor. After they left, Yang Hui also led Roni Regita and others to the area where the Nightmare Knights landed, and each of them dispersed and found their own team. Yang Hui found Lelouch, Lloyd and Lakshita at the first time. Have you read the battle plan? Yang Hui asked Lelouch first. I have read it, it's your style. Lelouch nodded and smiled. Can it be completed? Who do you think you are talking to? Lelouch mocked arrogantly. My own stinky brother. Yang Hui didn't indulge Lelouch, and reached out to ruffle his hair. Yang Hui. You bastard. Thank you for the compliment. Humph. Ignoring Lelouch who was fixing his hair, Yang Hui looked at Lloyd and Lakshita again. Is that debugged? It's all debugged, but Your Highness, do you really want to test it on the battlefield? Lloyd said worriedly, even he was terrified by Yang Hui's decision. Well, actual combat is the best test, let's give you another great gift. Okay, Your Highness, please be safe. Your Highness. At this moment, a familiar voice that shouldn't be here interrupted Yang Hui and Lloyd's conversation. Turning his head, Yang Hui frowned when he saw the bright red hair. Why are you here? I joined the Nightmare Knights. Colin said proudly. Nonsense. Who approved it? How come I didn't know? Yang Hui asked angrily. That? Colin took 2 steps back in fear. Although Yang Hui was usually very casual with everyone, Colin knew very well what the consequences of Yang Hui's anger would be. I approved it. At this time, Lelouch stood up and said. You. Yang Hui frowned and looked at Lelouch. Yes. Lelouch nodded. Just after you left, Colin came to me and said she wanted to join the Nightmare Knights. I tested her and she passed the test, so I approved her. Did Duke Hugh Daffilter agree? Yang Hui asked. Duke Hugh Daffilter was also his finance minister. Although Yang Hui knew that Colin had great potential, the situation was different and could not be generalized. Even if she really wanted to join, she had to consider Duke Hugh Daffilter's ideas. This is my decision, not his business. Colin said excitedly before Lelouch spoke. Yang Hui had a headache. Time was urgent and he had no time to educate the rebellious kid. The battle is about to begin. You go back to the apprentice knights camp and wait for orders. I'm a formal knight now. Colin raised her head and said proudly. Yang Hui didn't ask Colin, but looked at Lelouch. He knew that this must be Lelouch opening a back door for Colin again, but he believed that Lelouch was not a messy person and needed an explanation. Alice. Lelouch, who saw this, sighed with a bitter face and told the truth. It turned out that Lelouch had originally asked Colin to go to the apprentice knights camp and follow the formal procedures to join the Nightmare Knights, but Colin somehow learned about the hidden rules of the Nightmare Knights, the challenge system. As long as you are strong enough, you can challenge your superiors. After defeating your superiors and getting the permission of a higher-level officer, you can take over the position of the loser. Then, Colin drove the Nightmare to pick the instructors of the apprentice knights camp one by one, and even defeated the chief instructor one-on-one. In this way, Colin is the chief instructor of the apprentice knights camp. She is the eldest, so how can she stay in the apprentice knights camp? Lelouch had no choice but to make an exception and promoted Colin to a formal knight, and then brought her with him as a personal soldier. Hearing this, Yang Hui's mouth twitched, and he secretly sighed that this was his fault. Because he and Colin had known each other since childhood, and Colin had always admired Yang Hui, She was very disgusted with all kinds of ladylike courses. Instead, she exercised and learned tactical knowledge since she was young, and Yang Hui even taught her personally. And nightmare driving. After her physical fitness was sufficient, she began to learn nightmare driving, but she never officially joined the army. How are the results in each? Yang Hui asked Lelouch. Driving technology C+, team tactics C+, strategic command D+. Don't think this result is ugly, but you have to know that the assessment standard of the Nightmare Knights is Yang Hui, and Yang Hui's standard is based on the classification of Promise Fortress, which means that a C+ result can already occupy a place in Promise Fortress, a place where heroes gather. She follows you. Finally, Yang Hui made a decision. Since Colin herself chose to go this way, he would not deliberately stop her. Colin, who had never cooperated with her teammates, could not be assigned to a certain team temporarily, so she followed Lelouch as his personal guard to protect his safety. I want to follow you. Colin expressed her dissatisfaction at the first time. She wanted to fight with Yang Hui, but in return she was glared at, shrank her neck, and retracted a raised hand. Okay, I get it. Yes. Yang Hui nodded with a cold face and turned to walk towards his own machine. Chapter 786 The Non-Existent Golden Horse. The Nightmare Knights dispersed and attacked. Rini Rujetta, Jeremiah, Joan Law, and Viretta were already mature commanders. Yang Hui could safely hand over the task to them and let them fight alone with their respective teams. Fujito Kagemashiro and the Four Holy Swords were originally going to guard Yang Hui, but Yang Hui also dispersed them and gave them very important tasks to perform. Lelouch drove a nightmare to the battlefield for the first time. This time he could not stay in the rear, but followed the troops to carry out the mission deep into the enemy's hinterland and conduct on-site command. Lelouch's current exclusive team is still Gino, Orpheus, Ania, Audrin, and Monica, and then added a personal soldier and Colin who he selected. Speaking of personal soldiers, Yang Hui is very familiar with them. It is Suzaku Kiraruji who has just been promoted to formal knight. I won't talk about Kiraruji, Suzaku and Colin. One has just been promoted to formal knight, and the other has just joined the Nightmare Knights. Their potential has not been fully developed yet, and there is still a lot of room for growth in their personal strength. Both of them are not good at commanding a team, so they serve as personal soldiers for Lelouch. After they have been tempered on the battlefield, they will. And the 5 people including Gino also lack practical experience and need to be trained. They don't have enough ability to lead the team to perform tasks alone. So seeing that Lelouch gets along well with them and has good tacit understanding, let them form a team again to attack. The combat power of this team is second only to the combination of Fujito Kagemashiro and the Four Holy Swords. In order not to waste combat power, the task assigned to them by Yang Hui is also the most difficult of all teams. Finally, it is Yang Hui. There is no Nightmare Knight following Yang Hui, but Michel Manfredi and Andre Farnese selected several elites from their respective knights to follow Yang Hui to perform tasks. Among this group of people, there are people Yang Hui is familiar with, and people who intend to find an opportunity to kill. Lord Zin, where do you think His Highness is going to take us? Don't ask too much, just follow His Highness. Oh. The subordinates arranged by Michel Manfredi, Zin Haneda Xiaoyingji and his Ashura team, the owners of Geese, have the power of death, which is similar to Lelouch's absolute command in the original work. They can force others to do things, but they can't do anything like absolute command. They can only give the order of die, which is a lower level ability of absolute command. After Zin, who was sitting in the cockpit, dealt with his subordinates, he stared at the back of Athena, his eyes full of excitement and impulsive murderous intent. Finally. I finally get to see you, His Highness Yang Hui. You are the biggest obstacle in front of me. In order to contact you, I also arranged a very complicated plan. I didn't expect you to come to me so soon. For my wish, my long-cherished wish, I can only ask you to die. Zin thought in his heart. Not long after they advanced, in a dense forest, Athena stopped first, and the planes behind her immediately went on alert. Rest here for 10 minutes, Farman team on alert. Hinata, Farman, get off the plane and come see me. Yes, Your Highness. Here comes the opportunity. Zin Hinata Xiaoyingji was excited when he thought about meeting Yang Hui face to face soon. He believed in his ability very much. As long as he could look Yang Hui in the eyes, He could make Yang Hui die. Soon, he controlled his expression and began to make a plan. Although they were in a deserted forest, there were still other people around. Killing Yang Hui was only the first step of his plan, and Yang Hui was only the biggest obstacle to the plan. He could not expose his trump card, let alone let others know that he killed Yang Hui. Therefore, he needed to create an opportunity to be alone with Yang Hui, and then use the Ji's ability to plant a seed in Yang Hui's body, so that when necessary, Yang Hui could reasonably die in the hands of the EU, and at the same time, the contradiction between Bunitali and the EU could become irreconcilable, killing two birds with one stone. When Zin and Farman came to Yang Hui pointed to the map spread on the ground and said, "This is our current position. After the rest, we will march quickly and arrive at this position tonight. At dawn tomorrow, we will attack Hanover." X2 even Zin, Hinata, and Xiaoying, who were still calculating Yang Hui, could not help but exclaim with Farman. This was very difficult. Marching 2,000 kilometers in one day and attacking the enemy's important military fortresses immediately without any rest, in their opinion, it was undoubtedly a suicide act. "Hell, you're giving me the chance? That's good, it saves me a lot of effort." Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying thought so, while Farman was still arguing with Yang Hui. Farman felt that such a task was impossible to complete. They could do the first stage of the forced march, but it was simply a pipe dream to conquer Hanover with their current combat power. "If you can't do it, just return the same way," Yang Hui said to Farman with a cold face, and at the same time glanced at Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying. This sentence was also said to him: "Your mission from beginning to end is only one: obey my orders, and you are not allowed to refute. Do you understand?" "But." "No buts, Knight Farman, Knight Hinata, you only need to answer whether I can or can't." Yang Hui looked at the two and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying saluted and accepted the order. He would not miss this opportunity. Even if Yang Hui asked them to die, as long as he gave Yang Hui Jis, he would have many ways to escape. "Yes, Your Highness." Seeing that Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying agreed, Farman had no choice but to agree. The four leaders of the four major knights have a very close relationship, but this is only the personal relationship. The competition between the four major knights is still very fierce. Everyone wants to become the first knight under Augusta Henry Highland. Therefore, Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying of the Knights of St. Michael has agreed. If he refuses again, he will appear cowardly and incompetent, which is undoubtedly telling everyone directly that the Knights of St. Raphael are not as good as the Knights of St. Michael. Moreover, Farman is a typical Bunitalian who discriminates against people in the digital zone. Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying, who is lucky enough to be adopted by the Bunitalian nobles, is Justin, 11. He doesn't think that he will lose to Dan, 11. "Very good, Farman, you go take care of them. Hinata, you stay." "Yes, Your Highness." X2 Farman glared at Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying with resentment before leaving, and turned away. Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying didn't notice Farman's expression at all, and was secretly happy in his heart that Yang Hui gave him another chance. This was the solitude he needed. At the moment when Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying caught his eyes and met Yang Hui's ears, Yang Hui spoke when he was about to use Jis. "What? Can't you help it?" Yang Hui asked jokingly. Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying was one of the people on his must-kill list. Yang Hui would not have any mercy on such a person who is determined to destroy the world and whose psychology was completely twisted. Now Zin didn't have the flamboyant golden centaur body in the original plot. The body driven by Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying was also a standard Gloucester improved version of the Knights of St. Michael. According to Yang Hui's understanding, there was no construction plan for this body, so this body did not exist at all. This is the normal situation. Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying is only a member of the Knights of St. Michael and has no qualifications to configure special machines. Even if the Scientific Research Department under Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland independently develops special machines, it should be given priority to the four knights. The possibility of the Xiaoying family privately developing special machines for Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying was ruled out from the beginning. The various technologies of Nightmare are one of the top secrets in Bunitaria. It is absolutely forbidden for nobles to manufacture them privately. The scientific research departments of various troops and territories can conduct research and modify them on their own, but all results must be reported and recorded. At present, The only troop that can develop Nightmare independently without the approval and reporting of Unitaria is Yang Hui's Nightmare Knights. Therefore, the Golden Centaur body should not exist. Your Highness? What do you mean? Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying subconsciously took a step back and became alert, wondering in his heart whether Yang Hui knew his plan or was testing him. Don't you want to kill me? Here's the chance, come on. Yang Hui opened his arms and faced Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying with an attitude of letting others do whatever they want. Your Highness, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying was still very cautious. He did not use Jis directly, but continued to play dumb. Yang Hui's attitude made Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying dare not take any action. Yang Hui was definitely not a moron, and would not actively seek death. He was tempting himself to take action. Still pretending to be confused. Yang Hui shook his head and looked at Zin Hinata Xiaoying with disdain. Where is your Jis? Why don't you use it on me? You. Hearing Yang Hui directly point out the Jis, Zin Hinata Xiaoying knew that Yang Hui was not testing him, but really knew something. Subconsciously, he began to use his ability. A scarlet bird flew out from his right eye and was imprinted in Yang Hui's eyes. Go to hell. What? After the mind control type Jis ability takes effect, an abnormal red light will appear in the eyes of the person being cast, but Zin Hinata Xiaoying did not see this red light in Yang Hui's eyes, but a scarlet bird that was exactly the same as the one in his right eye, and in both eyes. Surprised? Jis abilities are not exclusive to you, but each ability is unique. Yang Hui stood up with a joking look on his face, and slowly walked towards Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying. It seems that Vivi didn't tell you, and you haven't met other Jis ability users. The ability activated by visual signals is invalid for Jis ability users at the same time. You? How could you? Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying stepped back step by step. The situation was beyond his control, making him panic. There are only 2 code holders. CC is with me, and you are not on the list of abilities she bestows, so there's only VV. Yang Hui said as he came to Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying. So, how do you plan to kill me? Hinata Knight. Swish. Chapter 787, Return to the Throne of God, Athena. Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying drew out the samurai sword from his waist and intended to stab it directly into Yang Hui's abdomen. His ability of Jis had been exposed, and judging from Yang Hui's attitude, he should know his plan. Although he didn't know how Yang Hui knew it, his ability was exposed and his plan was exposed now. He had to kill him. Even if he continued to flee with a charge of treason, he couldn't let Yang Hui live. How could Yang Hui let him succeed? His right hand stretched out like lightning, grabbed Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying's wrist, twisted it hard, and with a crack sound of the bone breaking, the hand holding the knife reluctantly let go. Then, Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying felt dizzy and fell heavily to the ground. Your Highness. Lord Zin, you, why? Why do you do such a thing? At this time, Ashura, who heard the noise, came over and saw Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying drawing his sword and stabbing Yang Hui, and then being subdued by Yang Hui. Ashura would not be so naive as to think that Yang Hui and Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying were just playing around. At the moment of drawing his sword, Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying's expression was serious. He really wanted to kill Yang Hui. Ashura was a pure warrior. He respected the strong, admired the strong, and liked to fight with the strong. So he did not discriminate against Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying because he was 11. Instead, he respected, admired, and even chased Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying because he was stronger than him. So it was difficult for him to accept at the first time that the officer he admired would assassinate the Prince Yang Hui. This was treason, and no one could save him. What happened? Hearing Ashura's exclamation, everyone gathered around and saw that Zin, Hinata, Xiaoying was subdued by Yang Hui, and the samurai sword on his waist was already unsheathed. Your Highness. Are you okay? It's fine. Yang Hui kept one foot on Zin Hinata Xiaoying's chest and waved his hand to let those who were approaching step back. He pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Zin Hinata Xiaoying's brow. I'll give you a chance. Do you have any last words? Ahem, last words? Haha, it's a pity. I can't destroy this hypocritical world with my own hands. Zin Hinata Xiaoying knew that he was doomed, so he removed all his disguises and spoke out the words hidden deep in his heart. Your Highness, ahem. I have a request. My brother, Hinata Akid, if you see him, help me. Bang! Without waiting for Zin Hinata Xiaoying to finish speaking, Yang Hui fired directly. The bullet penetrated a brow, and the blood dyed the ground a dazzling red. Lord Zin. The eyes of the people in the Ashura team were bloodshot, then they closed their eyes and turned their heads to watch their respected superior being shot. They were very angry at Zin Hinata Xiaoying. They wanted to know why he had to be a traitor, and they were also angry at Yang Hui, why he didn't give Zin Hinata Xiaoying a chance to explain. They were also helpless. After all, it was the assassination of the prince and the assassination of the highest commander on the front line. Yang Hui had the power to shoot him on the spot, and there was no need to take him back to the rear to wait for the trial of the military court. Leave it to you. At this time, Yang Hui put away his gun and walked to Ashura, patted him on the shoulder, and then said to Farman, extend the rest time by 20 minutes. Yes, Your Highness. This was Yang Hui's kindness. He didn't let Zin Hinata Xiaoying's body be exposed in the wilderness, and let his respected subordinates send him off in person. Yang Hui returned to sit beside Athena and crossed out the name of Zin Hinata Xiaoying from the must-kill list. Although he did not think he was a big threat at the beginning, it was considered to have solved a possible trouble. Your Highness. At this time, Ashura came to Yang Hui's side and solemnly performed a knight salute. Have you adjusted your mood? No. Why don't you go to rest? Yang Hui cursed with a smile. In battle, mood is also a very important factor. If you are depressed, your combat effectiveness will drop drastically. The mission they have to perform is not simple. If you can't adjust your mood, there is an 80% chance that they will be buried on the battlefield. Your Highness, no need to adjust. What Yang Hui did not expect was that Ashura actually gave an answer that made Yang Hui even more amused. I'll give you a chance to explain. If you can't convince me, get out of here and go back to the rear. Yang Hui said calmly. Your Highness. I will turn this grief and anger into motivation and give it to the EU army twice as much? Ashura said excitedly. Yang Hui glanced at Ashura. His eyes were very calm, but Ashura felt like tons of boulders were pressing on his shoulders, making him bend over, tremble, and make his eyes even more fiery. Well, go ahead. The pressure of momentum lasted only a few seconds before it was withdrawn. Yang Hui did not embarrass Ashura. Yes, Your Highness. The night came quietly and left quietly. The light of dawn slowly illuminated the dark sky, bringing light to the world. In the woods outside Hanover, dozens of pairs of green eyes lit up, like the quiet god of death opened his eyes and was about to start the journey of soul harvesting. Time's up. Yang Hui glanced at the time. Athena waved her hand, and Farman and Ashura led their respective teams to disperse from completely opposite directions and rush towards the Hanover base. Athena, standing in place, spread her wings for the first time. The edges of her wings lit up with a faint green light. Athena, standing on the ground, began to rise. Her feet left the ground and slowly rose into the sky, as if she had returned to her throne in the sky. Energy transmission is normal, output power is normal, all systems of the floating flight system are normal. Finally, Yang Hui looked down from the sky at the Earth's recovery, the lights of thousands of homes, and the fierce battles. He couldn't help but sigh. I'm finally back in the sky, free from the shackles of the Earth. So, as he spoke, Yang Hui's eyes condensed, and he suddenly stepped on the pedal to the bottom, pushing the joystick forward to the limit. I'll use you as sacrifices. At this time, the alarm had already sounded at the Hanover base. The Bunitalian army that attacked from two directions scared the base defenders at first. After all, they were in the rear area. How could they be attacked by the Bunitalian army? If there was a problem at the front line, how could they not get the news in advance? But soon, they relaxed and even became arrogant, because they found that there were only two teams of Nightmare attacking them, and each team was in one direction. They were obviously small in number, and they were so scattered, which was simply courting death. So the commander of the base did not even send out his own Nightmare troops, but only ordered the tank troops to assist the base's defense system to destroy the enemy. It was this carelessness that gave Farman and Ashura the opportunity. They were so imposing and took the lead, killing through the first line of defense of the Hanover base, and in the blink of an eye, they began to attack the second line of defense. At this time, the commander of the base was also frightened and quickly ordered the Nightmare troops to attack the enemy. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ding ding ding. The radar is reacting. An unknown object is approaching at high speed in the sky. Hell, is this Bunitalia's trump card? The army is attracting attention, and then launching an airstrike from another direction? Order the air defense forces to shoot it down. Yes. How is it possible? Before the order was conveyed, everyone in the command center was dumbfounded, because the defenders in that direction lost signals at a terrifying speed, and the range of the lost signals was far beyond the attack range of the bombers, and even the speed at which the friendly signals disappeared was increasing rapidly. Damn. Is it a new type of machine? Quick. I want to see the picture. Yes. Yes. The picture of the optical camera appeared, and the people in the command center were stunned again. Even the commander lost his strength when he saw the nightmare flying freely in the picture, and fell to the ground, pointing at the screen with trembling fingers. Nightmare. It's Bunitalia's nightmare. Why is Nightmare here? Although Athena was flying in the air, the intelligence of Athena and the 10-12 zodiacs that had appeared was something that every commander of the EU army had to remember, so he recognized it at a glance. Captain. Commander, Nightmare, has broken through the second line of defense. It is attacking the headquarters at high speed. Quick. Order the Nightmare troops to attack. It's just a nightmare, shoot it down. Use all your strength to shoot it down. Report. The Nightmare hangar was attacked by Nightmare, and the losses were heavy. Except for the first squadron of the first squadron, the rest of the Nightmares didn't have time to attack. The hangar was severely damaged and is being cleaned up. Escape. I want to escape. I don't want to die here. Boom. Knowing that this battle was doomed to fail, the commander fully demonstrated the bureaucratic nature of the EU. He stood up and prepared to escape, but before he could turn around, a green energy shell blasted open the outer wall of the headquarters and landed in the headquarters, exploding with a bang, swallowing everything up. The battle is over. Yang Hui said calmly, looking at the Farman squad and the Ashura squad who were still fighting, and nodded with satisfaction. The enemy army began to collapse, and victory was only a matter of time. So, Athena did not go to help, but landed on the ground, came to the front of the resource warehouse, cleared all the enemy troops around, and eliminated any enemy who dared to approach. Floating flight system is successful. The only problem is that it consumes too much energy. Yang Hui looked at the energy that was only a quarter of it, and couldn't help shaking his head. Security energy is still too poor. Now the energy engine carried by Athena is already the best solution that can be achieved at present, and there will be no major breakthrough in a short time. So the problem is still with security energy itself. After this battle, Project Zero should be unsealed, but I don't know how many units Yang Hui has prepared. Chapter 788, Cured Ashura. At the base of the W0 troops, Reina had been keeping an eye on the situation in the entire EU. When the Nightmare Knights arrived in the EU, she received a message telling her not to do anything but wait for Yang Hui's orders, even if they were from the highest levels of the EU. Hanover, Bremen, Hamburg, Wolfsburg, Leipzig, Berlin, they are really messing around. Reina shook her head and smiled bitterly. This seemingly chaotic but murderous combat method could only be used by Yang Hui. This is just a nightmare. Only a dozen nightmares have turned the eastern defense line upside down. The rear is in chaos, the front line is attacked from both sides, and the eastern front has collapsed. Other places. Anna was beside Lena and added with admiration, Team Gemini crossed the sea from Bosnia and Herzegovina to San Marino, and has now reached Rome. Team Elise and Team Dorothy went from Verona to Lyon. Team Barouge and Team Scorpion destroyed the 3 military ports of Nice, Marseilles and Montpellier. The most terrifying is the Commando. Following the road opened up by friendly forces, they captured Bordeaux and then made a long-distance attack on the romantic city. The failure of the EU is a foregone conclusion. Your Highness's final goal must be Brussels. Lena said affirmatively. That's obvious, but the prince's actions are very strange. Anna touched her chin and expressed her doubts. With the prince's ability, even without the support of other troops, he should be able to defeat Brussels, right? Fishing. Reina expressed her opinion without hesitation. Fishing. Anna was stunned for a moment. Yes, fishing. Reina nodded. You have analyzed the new nightmare of the EU. There is no doubt that it is the 6th generation nightmare, but they have been showing the performance of the 5th generation nightmare on the battlefield, and even hide it at the cost of increasing casualties. Why? You mean? Anna also fell into deep thought. She is a genius scientist, but it does not mean that she can only do research stupidly. The IQ of a genius scientist is there. She learns everything very quickly. She can come up with her own opinion on the current situation with a little more thought. First, the EU did not mass-produce the Alexander, designed by her, but suddenly equipped a new series of the 6th-generation Nightmare on a large scale. There are two contradictions. Why did the EU adopt her, Alexander, when it had its own Nightmare system from the beginning? Why didn't she, a top scientist, and Reina, a military supernova, and even the generals who were optimistic about Reina, get any news before the appearance of the Charlemagne series? Second, the EU's Charlemagne series Nightmare is comparable to the 6th-generation Gloucester of Bunitaria in terms of performance. The EU's military strength is far superior to Bunitaria, and the gap in combat power has been narrowed a lot. Why do they still hide their strength instead of defeating Bunitaria's attack in one go? Finally, the third point is that the Nightmare Knights are blooming everywhere in the EU, and the EU side has no preventive measures. It is still the same as before. Even Reina's tentative request for the W0 troops to stop the Nightmare Knights was rejected, just like the top leaders intended to hand over the EU to Bunitaria. Anna was able to take all the contradictions into consideration, but these contradictions were very confusing, and she couldn't connect them together until Reina made up for her missing color. But why? Anna figured it out, but she couldn't understand it anymore. Why would the EU do this? Even if they can defeat that prince, the EU has already been completely conquered. By then, there will be nothing left. What are they trying to achieve? The EU's battle situation once again fell into an extremely passive situation after the arrival of the Nightmare Knights. The advantages that the Charlemagne series Nightmares had regained would be given out in multiples. No matter how the EU's top brass planned, they should have aimed to repel Bunitalia, but the current situation was completely the opposite, as if the EU was not that important to them, and instead, defeating or even killing Yang Hui was the primary goal. Do you think the development plan of Charlemagne can be completed overnight? Reina asked Anna. Of course not. Anna immediately retorted. This is her professional field. You know how much time and effort I spent on designing and developing Alexander. Although the design of Charlemagne is not as complicated as Alexander, and is a standard humanoid style, it is impossible to succeed overnight. Wait? You mean there is a third party behind the EU high level? Very likely. Anna was silent. In this way, everything made sense, and she guessed the final truth. In this case, it seems that His Highness is very confident. Anna laughed and shook her head. He has always been so confident, and he has the qualifications to be confident. Well, I can't convince you. I think we should think about what we should do now. Anna spread her hands, and then said with a headache, those people are not so easy to convince. Hearing this, Reina covered her face with depression. At the beginning, she saw a few people with good potential, and used some means to pull them into the W0 team. The facts also proved that her vision was not wrong. But the problem is, she ignored the attitude of these people towards Yang Hui and Natalia. Except for those few people, the entire W0 army had either been persuaded by Reina, or knew it when they joined, or Reina was confident that she could persuade them. Only these few people made her worried. Let's deal with the others first. Leave them to the end. If it doesn't work, let His Highness worry about it. Winning people's hearts is one of his specialties. At this time, Reina's communicator sounded again, and it was an encrypted message. After decrypting and checking, her pupils shrank and her expression became firm. There is no time, Anna, let's deal with the rest of the people. At this time, Yang Hui was standing on the ruins of the Berlin base, watching the large army advancing from the rear to clean up the mess. The people around him either praised the strength of the Nightmare Knights or complained that Yang Hui was too ruthless. Your Highness. The Knights of St. Michael were responsible for taking over the Berlin base. Michael Manfredi already knew about Xin, Hinata, Xia Yingzhi's affairs. He felt very complicated about this matter, angry, regretful, and ashamed. He was angry at Xin, Hinata, Xia Yingzhi's betrayal. He felt sorry that the person he had high hopes for had gone astray. He felt ashamed for recommending a traitor to Yang Hui. Your Highness. Michelle, what's wrong? Your Highness, I'm here to apologize. Although I didn't notice the assassination attempt on your highness by the Hyuga Knight in advance, it was also my dereliction of duty. There's no need to talk about this anymore. Yang Hui waved his hand and interrupted Michelle Manfredi. Zin, Hyuga, Xia Ying has been executed by me. His betrayal did not cause any losses, so the matter ends here. But if you can't get over it, go find Grand Duke Island. You are the Grand Duke's knight, and he will decide how to deal with you. Yes, your highness. Is the body supply completed? Yang Hui asked. It's done. Team Ashura and Team Farman are ready to attack at any time. From now on, Team Ashura and Team Farman will return to their original units. I will go alone for the next mission. Your highness. No. Michelle Manfredi was going to obey the order because he knew the complete content of the battle plan and Yang Hui's next move. But before he could speak, Ashura suddenly jumped out from the side and ran to Yang Hui to object. Your highness, it's too dangerous for you to be alone. Please take me with you. I know I'm not qualified to fight alongside you, but it's safer for me to be by your side, even if I can help you block a bullet. Listening to Ashura chattering in his ears, Yang Hui covered his face helplessly. Alice. Shut up. Ashura. You are so rude. Michelle Manfredi scolded. Lord Michelle, you are here too. Ashura asked cutely. Thank you. You can still notice me. Michael Manfredi's heart was full of 100 horses. Ashura was also a young knight that he was very optimistic about. He had good skills and great potential. He was also very popular in the Knight's Order and loved his subordinates very much. The only thing was, his personality was too eccentric. Thinking of the betrayal of Shinhanida Xia Ying, the eccentricity of Ashura, and the various weirdos in the Ashura team, Michael Manfredi found out how the Knights of St. Michael became a recycling station for weirdos. As long as they were good seedlings, no one was normal. Okay, Ashura, obey His Highness's orders. This is His Highness's plan. Don't disrupt His Highness's plan because of your own initiative. Michael Manfredi persuaded. Huh? Is that so? Ashura was surprised. Of course, the EU strategy was formulated by His Highness. It is top secret and only a handful of people know it. Michael Manfredi said with certainty. So that's how it is. Phew, I was scared to death. I thought your highness looked down on me. So that's where your focus is? Question mark. Yang Hui and Michelle Manfredi sighed at the same time. Having such a funny guy in the team sometimes brings not joy, but helplessness and depression. Then, your highness, do you think, am I qualified to join the Knights of Nightmare? Michelle Manfredi, fuck you, you're jumping ship in front of me. Are you too proud, or am I too weak to hold a knife? Question mark. Yang Hui glanced at Michelle Manfredi, whose face was as black as ink, and laughed and shook his head. You have to get Michelle's consent first. We'll talk about the rest later. The time has come, and I'm going first. Yes, your highness. According to Ashura's brain circuit, Yang Hui didn't refuse, which meant he agreed. So, after watching Yang Hui drive Athena away, he immediately turned around and said, Master Michelle. With Ashura's brain circuit, he didn't know why Michelle Manfredi's face was black and he was looking at him with a smile, but with his strong survival instinct, he could feel the fatal crisis. It's over, the pill. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789 The Coming of the Sky Beast. After leaving the Berlin base, Athena did not fly, but took the land route towards Brussels. All teams report their positions. Ailsa has arrived at the designated location. Dorothy has arrived at the designated location. Gemini has arrived at the designated location. The sanctuary has been dispatched, hiding in the shadows. Several secret messages were sent to Yang Hui, especially the last one, and Yang Hui's heart was completely relaxed. Nightmare is not a Miz, and Athena is not a Dawn Gundam. Athena is currently the strongest machine in the world, but it cannot make Yang Hui a real one-man army. Ever since the EU started to play badly, Yang Hui understood that the EU's top leaders had given up on the EU and agreed to the G cult to help them behind the scenes in exchange for some rewards, and they wanted to destroy him at all costs. Haha, VV really thinks highly of me. The Sakura Liberation Front is not enough, so this time he directly uses the entire EU to deal with me. Isn't he afraid that I won't come? Thinking of this, Yang Hui couldn't help shaking his head. No, it's because he has seen through my style of doing things that he is so decisive, right? However, Yang Hui felt that there was nothing wrong with this. After all, this was also a great opportunity to wipe out the EU's living forces in one fell swoop, and then eliminate the enhanced human forces of the Geese cult, killing two birds with one stone. If Yang Hui's guess is correct, this time Vivi will at least send a squadron of enhanced human forces to strangle him, because in 11, 3 nightmares were easily solved by him. Even if the Geese cult is backed by the Batalia Empire and has abundant resources, this failure will also hurt them, right? Especially a squadron of enhanced human forces, Vivi will probably be heartbroken. However, Vivi's actions could not leave no traces. As long as Yang Hui found evidence, the Geese cult would not be far from destruction. The two actions against Yang Hui, one was to unite the resistance organization of 11, and the other was to unite the entire EU, and the target was Yang Hui. No matter which one, the Geese cult could be defined as a terrorist organization. Once the Geese cult was successfully defined as a terrorist organization, even Charles d'Ibunitaria could not protect the Geese cult. At most, he would hide Vivi and abandon others. However, Yang Hui thought that Charles d'Ibunitaria was more likely to kill Vivi and take his code instead of hiding him. It doesn't matter. The preparations are almost done. The only thing missing is the results from Xiaoyan. At most, we can turn the chessboard in 1 year. Thinking of this, Yang Hui had already driven Athena to a canyon surrounded by mountains and crowded passages. It could be called a deadly place for military strategists. It should be possible here. Boom. There was a violent explosion on the road ahead, the mountain wall collapsed, and countless rubble blocked the way for Athena to move forward and backward. With its wings spread, Athena suddenly leaped up, and the suspended flight system was activated, taking Athena to fly high into the sky. However, before it could fly very high, a dense and fierce barrage of bullets attacked. Athena swept across with her 2 guns, shooting down all the rockets and missiles that posed the greatest threat, and then narrowly avoided the blockade of anti-aircraft artillery fire. Although she survived this disaster safely, she was still pressed back to the ground. After landing, Athena did not dare to stay for even a second, and quickly began to move in an arc. The flying swallow claws on her chest nailed into the mountain wall, taking Athena to make irregular movements in midair, dodging the fierce attacks while climbing over the blockade of boulders, and rushed out of the dead end of the canyon with difficulty. However, in front of Athena, there was a broad plain and endless enemy troops. Sure enough, the collapse was an illusion. Are they secretly gathering here to wait for me? Yang Hui murmured. After the Nightmare Knights turned the EU army's rear upside down, the EU army's front line was also hit by the main forces of the 4 major knights. With the rear in chaos and being attacked from both sides, the EU army's front line collapsed directly, and the front line troops collapsed and fled in all directions. Just like a herd of deer facing a lion, they were panicked and fled in all directions. This made the warriors of the 4 major knights feel like a dream, unreal. Is this still the EU army that is stalemate with them and even suppresses them? Most people were overwhelmed by the dreamlike joy and began to celebrate the arrival of victory. The remaining small number of people found the problem. Not only was the EU army's frontline defeated too quickly and too easily, but also in the process of chasing and killing, all the chasing troops did not achieve much results, and then lost their targets. Looking at the dense enemy signals on the screen, Yang Hui was not panicked or terrified, but excited. Crisis and life and death stimulated his brain, constantly secreting adrenaline. At this time, dozens of nightmares that had appeared in 11 came out from the enemy's large army, facing Athena from a distance. The leading one protruded a distance and opened a public channel. It's been a long time since I last met you. Your Highness Yang Hui, the Pope sends his greetings to you. Pope? What kind of organization are you? Yang Hui asked with pretended confusion and nervousness. He knew all the information, but what he wanted was evidence. The chief judge of the Geese cult salutes you, Your Highness Yang Hui. In order to eliminate you, the entire cult judiciary is dispatched. This is also the greatest recognition and respect for you. Perhaps the other party thought that Yang Hui would definitely die this time, so they didn't notice it, or they didn't care whether the information was leaked. Geese cult? Are you a religion? Yang Hui continued to ask. Please don't compare us with those hypocritical religions in history that use the name of God to deceive the ignorant people. Our G sect has a higher ideal. To build a world without lies, you, Your Highness Yang Hui, are the biggest obstacle to the establishment of the real world and must be eliminated. Haha, you are still a charlatan after all. A world without lies? It's ridiculous. Aren't you just a group of terrorists? The resistance organization, 11, is also pushed by you behind the scenes, right? And the resistance forces around the world, you are also involved, right? This is all God's will. Our God is a real God. For the world without lies that God hopes to build, we will faithfully carry out all of God's orders. Even if many innocent people will die. The reconstruction of the world must be accompanied by sacrifice. They are not dead, they just went to the new world in advance. Haha, in the final analysis you are nothing more than a terrorist organization, Shitaji's cult, Shita God. If your God is really so great, why do you need to be the executioner? If your God really dislikes me so much, why doesn't he just kill me? There is no difference between you and the religion you despise. Sure enough, you are God's enemy, an existence that must be eliminated. Your Highness Yang Hui, as the last mercy to you, you will die under the sword of the Inquisition, and the fools in the rear will not attack you. Then I really want to thank you. All the evidence that should be obtained was obtained, and Yang Hui did not intend to act anymore. The tension disappeared, replaced by disdain and teasing. Are you strong? The Inquisition is the strongest force in the cult. Each of us has received the blessing of God. Because we know how powerful you are, we have no reservations. Haha, I have one last question. Although I would like to answer as many of your doubts as possible before you die, so that you can die without regrets, Your Highness Yang Hui, I will not answer all your questions. No, don't be so nervous, I'm just thinking. Yang Hui paused, his mouth curled up dangerously, his eyes began to be filled with bloodthirsty spirit. You all died here, will VV feel heartbroken? What? Boom boom boom. There were sudden and dense explosions behind the army, countless shells fell from the sky, falling into the dense army formation, and the brilliant flames devoured countless lives. The explosions and bombardment were the signal, and the hidden nightmare knights appeared out of thin air, attacking from all directions, and sharp knives pierced the EU army's line. The chief judge of the G's cult was not panicked. Yang Hui was very good at anti-encirclement tactics, so the sudden appearance of the nightmare knights was also within his expectations. He did not intend to use the power of the EU army to kill Yang Hui from the beginning. The strongest combat force of the cult, the Inquisition, was not just a nice word. The role of the EU army was to delay the nightmare knights until the Inquisition killed Yang Hui, and that was enough. He was confident that the tribunal could kill Yang Hui, but he couldn't waste any more time, so the chief judge immediately ordered the entire tribunal to go out. However, in the next second, his confidence was broken, because in the sky, several thick energy beams bombarded the earth, like the angry judgment of the gods, turning the earth into a sea of fire. Not only was the EU's nightmare army wiped out, but even the front-line tribunal soldiers had no time to dodge and were swallowed by the divine punishment. That's sanctuary? How is it possible? The chief judge stared at the sky with wide eyes. In his horrified eyes, the huge supermothership, Sanctuary, showed its heroic appearance in the sky where there was nothing, as if it had shed a layer of skin. At the same time, Athena slowly rose into the air, came in front of Sanctuary, opened her arms, and overlooked the Earth. Aerospace carrier. Sanctuary is actually an aerospace carrier. How could such a weapon appear? Impossible. Boom. Sanctuary rained down divine punishment again, and the thick beams devoured the roaring chief judge, named the remaining judges one by one, and then rained down the light of judgment like a fairy scattering flowers, bathing the remaining EU army. Yang Hui sat upright in the sky, his eyes open from closing, and scarlet birds flew with colorful streams as the background. Invisible light flew out from Yang Hui, connecting all the members of the Nightmare Knights. Sanctuary, cease fire, each team launches an assault, ravage them. Yes, Your Highness. XN. At the same time, Reina, who had returned to weaving, was standing on the distant mountains with the people of W0, watching all this happen. Even 11, who dared to self-destruct with the enemy, couldn't help but tremble. And Reina, the only one who remained calm, pointed at the sea of fire and the giant beast in the sky in the distance, turned around and said to the people behind her, Did you see it? This is his power. If you want to continue to resist, I can let you go. Chapter 790 Arabian Nights Target. Just now, at 1600 Greenwich Mean Time, the EU Joint Parliament officially announced its surrender to the Holy Bunidal Empire. The EU Joint Parliament was dissolved, and the country names of various places were cancelled, with names ranging from 19 to 23. The former EU armies in various places were reorganized by the Holy Bunidal Empire, and the governors of each district will take office in the near future. At this point, it is officially announced that the war between the Holy Bunidal Empire and the EU ended with a complete victory of the Holy Bunidal Empire. The above is reported to you by the Royal Television of the Holy Bunidal Empire. Ding. After turning off the TV, Yang Hui slumped on the sofa and looked up. It's over again. After the surrender of the last EU military base, Yang Hui took the Nightmare Knights on the Sanctuary to leave the EU battlefield. He did not even attend the celebration banquet after the victory. He just said hello to Archduke Augusta Henry Highland before leaving. He had to leave. The exposure of the suspended flight system and the aerospace mothership had focused the spotlight of the world on Yang Hui. Staying here would not only be dangerous, but there would definitely be a lot of trouble. He also needed to rush back to 11 as soon as possible to complete the last link of his preparations. Another thing was that the war in this world was just a game of house compared to all the wars he had experienced before. He could play with it, but he would get bored after playing for a long time. He planned to finish the mission in this world as soon as possible. You look like you haven't had enough fun. Reina held the red tea, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she did not hide her disgust. Of course I haven't had enough fun. Yang Hui did not deny it. Reina was also a little girl he had raised since she was a child. She knew him very well. Pointless quibbling would only bring more disgust and ridicule. Who would have thought that such a strong EU would actually believe Vivi's nonsense and give up the territory just to kill me? What was the result? Ahem, Your Highness Yang Hui, in my personal opinion, if it weren't for Sanctuary, the last battle would have been quite difficult. Anna said a little embarrassedly. It's not that hard. Even if the performance of the aircraft is comparable, the pilots are just lambs to be slaughtered if they are not capable enough. Yang Hui spread his hands and disagreed with Anna's opinion. It may be a little tiring and there may be some casualties, but the result cannot be rewritten. Then why did you let Sanctuary debut so high profile? Don't you know how much panic your super aerospace carrier has caused in the world? Reina continued to complain, and your Athena exposed its flying ability, which means that you have conquered the sky again. Bunidal's air supremacy has been unprecedentedly strengthened. You are promoting the world to unite against Bunidal. In Reina's view, whether it is Athena's flying ability or Sanctuary's aerospace aircraft carrier, it was exposed in the EU battlefield because Yang Hui had no choice but to use such a powerful combat power to win. But now Yang Hui admitted that he could win without exposing these trump cards. Reina believed that neither Nightmare's flying ability nor the aerospace carrier should be exposed. Revealing one's hand cards too early would only alert the enemy in advance. Moreover, Yang Hui is too dazzling now. The reason why the war of EU can end so quickly is that everyone with a discerning eye knows how much the Nightmare Knights played a role, especially the threat of Sanctuary. It can fly, has a fast speed, a large carrying capacity, and strong enough firepower. The above points combined together make people lose the courage to fight, so after the main force of EU was completely wiped out by the Nightmare Knights, the war was actually over. The Nightmare Knights escorted the Sanctuary everywhere, and when they flew over the sky of that city or base, the other side surrendered directly, and then waited for the four major knights to receive them. Holding the two powerful weapons of Sanctuary and Nightmare Knights in his hands, it is not polite to say that Yang Hui can fight whoever he wants and destroy whoever he wants. The most important thing is that Sanctuary was researched by Yang Hui, which means that Yang Hui not only holds the Sanctuary aerospace mothership, but also has the technology to continue manufacturing. Imagine that one Sanctuary has already made the whole world panic, so 10, 50, 100? A Sanctuary and a Nightmare Knight still let the powerful countries have the idea of killing with human sea tactics, but a reorganized fleet flying in the sky. Sorry, I surrender. So Yang Hui is now the target of public criticism, including Bunitaria, because after the successful development of the aerospace carrier and the suspension flight system, Yang Hui did not pass the technology back to Bunitaria. This is Yang Hui's exclusive technology. The preparations are almost complete. The panic caused by the high-profile appearance of the sanctuary is to buy time for the last link. Yang Hui said. But Your Highness Yang Hui, in fact, the sanctuary and the suspension flight system are not as invincible as outsiders think. First of all, energy consumption is the biggest weakness. Even if 11 has a reserve of cherry stones, it is impossible to support the expedition of an aerospace fleet. As a researcher, Anna analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the aerospace carrier after obtaining relevant information. As a war weapon, the aerospace carrier is undoubtedly strategic, but at the same time, the cost of using it is very high. In this EU war, the sanctuary consumed 1/3 of 11's cherry stone reserves. So there is only one last step left. Yang Hui said to Anna, after we go back, Project Zero can be unlocked. Project Zero. Project Zero. Rena and Anna had just returned to the organization, so they didn't know, but Lloyd and Lakshita had been eyeing Project Zero for a long time. Yes, Project Zero, a technology that is enough to subvert the world. Yang Hui raised his lips and said to everyone present. Lloyd, Lakshita and Anna all had fiery eyes, full of expectation and excitement, but Rena was different, very calm. What do you want to do? Don't you think the world is too distorted and chaotic now? Yang Hui asked Rena. You are not going to conquer the world. Rena said in shock. Conquer the world? No, 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 your vision is still too narrow, Rena. Yang Hui shook his head and looked at the shaking red wine glass in his hand. I want to completely break the current distortion and establish a brand new order. What's the difference? The difference is that there is no emperor, no number, only a super large United Nations. I call it the Earth Federation. This. Everyone present, except Regina, was shocked by Yang Hui's goal. This goal seemed to them like a fantasy. If they follow the path that Bunitaria is taking now and directly use powerful military force to conquer the world, there is still a possibility of success. Anyway, conquering means conquering. As for whether there will be chaos afterwards, that is a matter after conquering. But establishing the Earth Federation mentioned by Yang Hui is impossible in their opinion. First, Yang Hui's identity is the Prince of Bunitaria. At least for now, the whole world is full of vigilance and hostility towards Bunitaria, and Bunitaria is the world's #1 power. If the Earth Federation is established, Bunitaria will definitely occupy the most important position, which is something that the whole world is unwilling to accept. Second, there are conflicts between countries. It takes a lot of time, manpower and material resources to mediate these conflicts and unite everyone. Third, and most importantly, after the establishment of the Earth Federation, what will happen to the army? Will they be retained separately? Or will they all be integrated together? If it is the former, the so-called Earth Federation will be just like the current United Nations in name only. If it is the latter, first of all, Bunitaria will not agree, right? The above 3 points are the biggest obstacles, and there are many other problems. Therefore, the establishment of the Earth Federation is impossible in their view. Even if it is possible, it will be at least several decades or hundreds of years later. Yang Hui also understands the reasons why they find it difficult to accept, but in his view, these are not problems. First of all, he will soon not be the Prince of Bunitaria, and even the royal system of the Bunitaria Empire will be destroyed. Second, he is not good at resolving conflicts, but don't forget the existence of the Promise Fortress, which connects several worlds, most of which have already established the Earth Federation. There are also worlds like the UC world, where the Earth Federation has been established for almost 100 years. That set of things can be refined and moved over. Third, not enough manpower? You probably don't know how big the population base of several worlds is. If there are not enough troops, transfer troops. If there are not enough officials, transfer officials. If there are not enough people, transfer whatever people are here. You can even migrate across worlds. What? Don't want to leave your homeland? Pay more. Still not willing? Super double. I think we should solve other problems first. Rena was dizzy with the impact of Yang Hui's goals and ideas, and planned to change to a lighter topic to relax her brain. Should the W0 troops be disbanded or merged into the Nightmare Knights? Rena did not give up the W0 troops under her command. After all, She had led them for so long, it would be a lie to say that she had no feelings for them. However, the W0 troops have left the EU. If Yang Hui does not take them in, they will be homeless. Rena still does not want to see this result. It's simple. The combat troops are all 11. Returning to 11 is also considered going home, right? Let them decide for themselves to stay or leave. Yang Hui said. But Alice. Rena felt that Yang Hui's words were easy. Some people came to lead the EU before the establishment of 11, so they could accept the new atmosphere of their homeland when they found out that their homeland was gone halfway, but another part of them left 11, because they could not accept the establishment of 11. The choice is their own. Rena, you have done everything you can for them. The future is under their feet, and how to go is up to them to decide. Okay, I know. Rena nodded, agreeing that this was the best way to deal with it. Then the next question is, how can we return to 11 safely? They are now sailing on the sea, and they still have a few days to go to 11. Based on the current situation, this voyage will definitely encounter troubles, and any troubles. At this time, Yang Hui's communication rang, and the bridge reported that the fleet of Natalia appeared in front of them, and their target was them. This made Yang Hui's face darken, and he scolded Rena for being a jinx. Chapter 791, The Fifth Fleet is Annihilated. On the vast sea, Sanctuary stopped moving forward and faced the fleet of Bunataria from a distance. They belonged to Bunataria but were not in harmony. Instead, they were in a tense situation. Yang Hui came to the bridge and asked Lelouch, report the situation. The other party is the Fifth Fleet of the Homeland Defense Force. They said that they were ordered by the cabinet meeting to escort Sanctuary back to the country, but they didn't even perform the full exercise. Lelouch said with disdain. Escort? Which escort? Pointed the muzzle at the object of their escort. Yang Hui nodded and asked Six to contact the other fleet. Regardless of whether the order of the cabinet meeting was true or not, Yang Hui did not intend to return to the country, but the other party obviously did not intend to give way obediently. They must fight, but first courtesy and then force. He still needs some time and cannot completely tear his face with Unitary now. I'm Yang Hui, the fourth prince of the empire. Why are your troops blocking our way? It's been a long time since we last met, Your Highness Yang Hui. I'm Andre Frenster, commander of the Fifth Fleet of the Bunatalian Defense Force. According to intelligence, major organizations around the world have sent people to attempt to harm Your Highness. According to the order of the cabinet meeting, the Fifth Fleet is responsible for escorting Your Highness and your troops directly back to the imperial capital. Rejected. Our unit is an independent special force and has the right not to accept any orders from the cabinet meeting. Please ask your fleet to immediately clear the route. Your Highness Yang Hui, the cabinet meeting represents the will of His Majesty, and all resolutions of the cabinet meeting are the will of His Majesty. Are you planning to disobey His Majesty's will? Andre Frenster's determined voice came from the communicator. Reject. My knights only obey my personal orders. I am an expatriate lord and the fourth prince. I only obey the orders of His Majesty the Emperor. I repeat, get out of the way. Otherwise, my army will judge that your fleet has blocked our return to the territory without reason, and will take coercive measures against the fleet as a rebel. Your Highness Yang Hui, I said that the order of the cabinet meeting is His Majesty's order, you must obey. From now on, my army will regard your army as a threat and take compulsory military measures. Without waiting for Andre Frenster to finish speaking, Yang Hui interrupted him, issued his final decision, hung up the communication, and urgently contacted the hangar chief of maintenance. Has the replacement of the new sea equipment been completed? 80% has been completed. Speed up. Yes, Your Highness. After ending the communication with the chief of maintenance, Yang Hui opened the communication of the entire army, announcing that the Nightmare Knights immediately entered the first level of combat preparation, and the Nightmare troops launched an emergency attack. Doing this will undoubtedly break off relations with their country. Lelouch reminded Yang Hui with a serious face. He didn't know the whole picture of Yang Hui's plan, but he could guess some clues. It was certain that Yang Hui would fall out with the native land of Bunataria. It was just a matter of time. However, Yang Hui was so anxious to return to 11 from EU, which showed that his preparations were not yet complete and it was not time for a falling out. No. Yang Hui shook his head and denied Lelouch's point of view. Odysseus was in the cabinet meeting. Unless he personally ordered it, the cabinet meeting would not be able to discuss the results so quickly and send the Fifth Fleet to stop us before us. Odysseus? Will he help us? Lelouch asked doubtfully. Of course. Yang Hui nodded and teased, how is it? Isn't his acting very good? Dirty heart. Lelouch was silent for a moment, and cursed angrily, if Odysseus is on our side, then only Sneasel is left, and if I remember correctly, the Friendster family is the Earl family under Sneasel, and he infiltrated the cabinet meeting as an undercover. It seems that it is Sneasel. Yang Hui grinned and nodded with satisfaction. Lelouch's analysis was completely correct. The appearance of the Fifth Fleet was not an order from the cabinet meeting, but the work of Sneasel. No matter how Odysseus helped Yang Hui in the cabinet meeting, he could only buy time. It was impossible for Bunitaria to let Yang Hui, who had the aerospace carrier technology and the suspended flight system, return to his territory safely, so it was certain that Yang Hui and the sanctuary would be brought back to the country. Odysseus could only help Yang Hui buy time. Sneasel had calculated this step, and then let the Friendster family take the lead to take Yang Hui and the sanctuary back to their country. Although it was a serious crime to go out without authorization, as long as Yang Hui and the sanctuary were brought back, not only could the merits and demerits be offset, but it was also a great achievement. However, no one knew that Sneasel was actually on Yang Hui's side. He did this not to stop Yang Hui, but to help Yang Hui buy more time. First, he believed that the Fifth Fleet was not the opponent of the Nightmare Knights, and it was impossible for the Fifth Fleet alone to stop the return of the sanctuary. Second, once the unauthorized action was exposed and failed, and Yang Hui modified the details of the other party's unauthorized action and the rebels' attack on the prince to play the local, with the cooperation of Odysseus, the cabinet meeting would consider it for a longer time. As long as Yang Hui returned to 11, there would be more room for operation. Because the Fifth Fleet had no reason to go to war, the cabinet meeting had to appease Yang Hui due to his importance and deterrence, to prevent Yang Hui from being disheartened and attacking the cabinet meeting, or even directly rebelling. At the same time, Yang Hui had been staying in his own territory, and he could use various reasons to prevaricate the recall order at home, unless Charles di Bunitalia spoke in person. However, judging from Charles di Bunitalia's indulgent attitude towards Yang Hui as always, it is estimated that he will still ignore it this time. The members of the cabinet meeting found that Charles di Bunitalia did not care much except for the wars in certain regions. However, by doing so, the Friendster family would definitely not be saved, but for Sneasel, it was just the loss of a count family under his command, and it was a family on Yang Hui's purge list, killing two birds with one stone. On the other side, Andre Friendster's face turned ashen after Yang Hui hung up the call. Damn it. How dare he? Did he see through it? No, it's impossible. Lord Sneasel and the head of the family gave me the order directly. Even if he has spies in his own country, he can't know. Commander. After the exchange of adjutants, Andre Friendster came back to his senses and cleared all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Now is not the time to think about these. All ships enter level 1 combat readiness. The fleet will surround the sanctuary on both sides. The frigates will carry out threatening artillery fire. The nightmares will use sea equipment to attack and approach the sanctuary from the sea to carry out suppression operations. Ding ding ding. Commander. The nightmare troops of the Nightmare Knights attacked. What? Andre Friendster looked across through the glass of the bridge. There were no nightmares on the sea or in the sky. Where are the enemy planes? Is there a system failure? No, it's the alarm of the sonar system. The enemy planes are in the sea. What? In the sea. At this moment, the decks on both sides of the sanctuary began to flip, and one after another ferocious cannon showed their bodies. After a brief condensation of light, they burst into fierce roars. The thick energy beams tore through the sea and the air, swallowed and penetrated several warships that were still turning, and then exploded and turned into fireworks. How dare he? Andre Friendster was really frightened by Yang Hui's decisiveness and ruthlessness. The two sides would definitely clash, but he expected that it would be deterrent shooting or suppression, prisoners, etc., and they would be restrained. After all, they were all the army of Bunitalia. But Yang Hui's first move was a fatal blow, and several warships sank directly. The nightmares on the seafloor also launched an attack. After passing the frontline escort fleet from the seafloor, some of them fired torpedoes directly in the water, hitting several transport ships. The Nightmares sank into the sea with the warships before they could step on the surfboard to attack. The other part jumped out of the sea briefly, and chopped the Nightmares in the abdomen with the alloy sabers in their hands, cutting them in half. How could it be? How could it be? You are treasonous. Yang Hui. You are no longer the Prince of Bunitaria. You are a traitor. Andre Frenster roared in anger in the bridge. However, the sharp attack of the Nightmare Knights did not stop at all, hunting all prey in sight without any hindrance, until thick smoke billowed into the sky, flames swirled, countless debris drifted on the sea, the huge warship had sunk into the sea, countless survivors hugged everything around them that could help them float and wailed for help, while the Sanctuary watched all this indifferently, slowly moving forward, passing the flagship of the Fifth Fleet that was in ruins but still able to float on the sea. Send all records to Odysseus, and 10 minutes later, send the same content back to the cabinet meeting and the military of the country, with a letter of questioning attached. Yang Hui said calmly. Yes, Your Highness. No one in the Nightmare Knights felt disgusted by this, because they were Yang Hui's knights, knights that belonged only to Yang Hui, and Yang Hui was their master. As for politics, they did not understand, nor did they want to understand. They only knew that if anyone grinned at Yang Hui, they would dare to pull out all the other party's teeth. Even if the butcher's knife was Bunitalia. 1 year, Yang Hui, you only have 1 year. Lelouch reminded him. After thinking and calculating, he came up with this number. In about 1 year, Yang Hui would either succumb to the power of Bunitaria or overturn the table and tear his face with Bunitaria. Based on Lelouch's understanding of Yang Hui, he would definitely choose the latter. 1 year is enough. After 1 year, it will be time for us to raise the flag and overturn this twisted and chaotic world. Yang Hui looked at the clouds outside the window and nodded calmly. Yang Hui, you promised me. Lelouch said seriously. I haven't forgotten. When I return to 11, I will tell you the truth, tell you all the truth, but this truth may be more cruel, more grand, and more fantastic than you can imagine. Are you ready? Lelouch stared at Yang Hui for a moment, with a confident arc at the corner of his mouth. Who do you think you are talking to? Chapter 792 Pandora's Gate. The return journey of the Nightmare Knights was full of twists and turns. In addition to the interception by the Fifth Fleet at the beginning, they also encountered countless pirates. Of course, if you have a complete aircraft carrier formation, you can also call it a pirate. For the Fifth Fleet of Bunitalia, the Nightmare Knights were kind enough to leave some of them alive, and even kindly threw a lifebuoy to some drowning people, but they didn't hold back on those pirates. They killed them all without leaving any room. Finally, we're back. If we go any further, our energy will run out. Looking at the familiar 11 military port, Jeremiah and others breathed a sigh of relief. The Sanctuary is a big energy consumer. The consumption of firing a shot is terrible. In order to save time, Yang Hui's orders have always been to attack with all their strength without leaving any room. If it weren't for the supply of supplies passing through Clovis's territory, 10 and 18, shot down by Cornelia on the way back, the Sanctuary would have run out of energy halfway and become a target. Okay, everyone return to their positions. Inform the entire army that we will have 2 days off tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Your Highness. I love you so much. It's been a long time since I last saw you on vacation. Is anyone going to Shinjuku tomorrow? Ugh, disgusting. Pervert. Joking aside, there was still work to be done, such as the entire Knight's Order returning to their base from the Sanctuary, the maintenance of the Sanctuary, the post-war summary report, and so on. Your Highness, are we going to the Research Institute now? At this time, Lloyd walked up to Yang Hui, with a foxy smile on his face, rubbing his hands like a profiteer. Tomorrow. If that's the case, I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it, right? Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. The others had all left, but there were still many people who were still surrounding him without moving. All the 12 zodiac signs were present, including Lloyd and Lakshita, the 4 sacred swords under Fujito Kagamashiro, Lelouch with Colin and Suzaku Kurarugi, Clovis and Cornelia who were uploaded when passing by 10 and 18, and their right-hand men. I didn't come to 11 with you just for a vacation. If there's anything, get it done quickly. I have a bunch of resistance organizations waiting for me to destroy. Cornelia scolded unhappily. 10 has a lot of things to do, so can you hurry up? Clovis was no longer as erratic and willful as before. Governing his own territory had become a part of his life. Every day when he took a break, he would subconsciously think about whether he had finished his official duties. Well, just like the author, I think of typing when I do anything, and I burst into tears. JPG, they didn't originally come to 11, but Yang Hui felt that the preparations were almost done, and they were also his biggest helpers. So, at the moment of solving the mystery, they should be present, and the final preparations also needed their support. Therefore, the phrase "enough to subvert the world" is still very attractive. Then let's go. Brother Yang Hui. You are back. Ah. Sister. Brother Clovis. You are here too. At this time, Euphemia came to the naval port with her bodyguards to welcome the triumphant Nightmare Knights, and at the same time complained to Yang Hui that you, the governor, ran away before she, the deputy governor, took office, and handed over this big stall to her, a weak woman who knew nothing. But seeing Cornelia in the crowd, Euphemia's complaints instantly disappeared, and after saying hello to Clovis, she threw herself into Cornelia's arms and rubbed against him. Euphe. In front of Euphemia, Cornelia lost her iron blood, and there was only doting on her face. Even the scolding was soft. You are now the deputy governor of a territory. Why are you still like a little girl? Even if you are a governor, you are my sister's sister, and Euphemia said, puffing up her face, looking at Yang Hui with a face full of complaints. A certain irresponsible governor patted his butt and left, leaving such a big mess to me. My sister, you have to help me. Puff cough cough. Did the imperial edict from the country just happen to arrive? It's not my fault. Yang Hui coughed awkwardly. He would never admit that he chose the right time to leave. 11. HMPH. Okay, Euphy, go ahead and do your work. We still have things to do. Hearing this, Euphemia left Cornelia's arms and took a few steps back, maintaining her dignity and elegance in front of outsiders. There was a faint aura of a leader surrounding her. Royal sister, is it related to 11? Euphy, you. Cornelia and Clovis' eyes widened. Euphemia's transformation was too big. She was a lively and cute little girl before, but now she is a mature and elegant deputy governor. Royal sister, I am the deputy governor of 11. I have the right to know everything about 11. Euphemia said seriously, with an unquestionable tone. You have grown up. Cornelia and Clovis sighed at the same time. The pink little princess, who once needed a protection, now has the ability to stand on her own. What should we do? Cornelia and Clovis looked at Yang Hui. First, Yang Hui was the governor of 11 and Euphemia's direct superior, and he had the power to order Euphemia. Second, they were originally called to 11 by Yang Hui, and whether Euphemia had the right to know should be decided by Yang Hui. Let's go together. Yang Hui thought about it and decided to tell Euphemia the truth. After all, although Euphemia was not a necessary part of his plan, it was safer to have this one more part. Euphemia could not go to the battlefield, but she could stay in the rear. Oh? Then can I go with you? At this time, a person broke in. The green flowing hair was not scattered behind her back. The cosplay-like restraint outfit was changed into a cute Lolita dress, and she was holding a small parasol. CC? Why are you here? If Euphemia was in the headquarters of the Nightmare Knights, it would be fine. After all, she is the deputy governor of 11 and can come in for inspection. But CC has no identity or official position. She is just a resident guest of the governor mansion. Ah, what a heartless man. CC said with a face full of resentment. You took me back and treated me like that, and then you left me alone. Did you find a new love outside and forget the old love? X and everyone heard the words, and it felt like a big news. But Jeremiah and others were still self-aware. They turned around very discerningly, but their ears proved that they didn't want to miss it. Clovis and Lelouch looked at it with a playful look on their faces. They dared to watch it openly, and they must watch it openly. From childhood to adulthood, they have been repeatedly defeated by Yang Hui. This kind of wonderful scene must not be missed. Euphemia and Colin looked around in astonishment with red faces. Only Cornelia had a dark complexion and a kind smile. Yang Hui was very upset and questioned CC, don't say it so easily that people will misunderstand. What is that? What is that? Did I just kiss you? You were the one who kept teasing me. Don't say that I ate you up, okay? Huh? Isn't it? CC tilted her head in confusion. Your Highness has already exchanged body fluids with me, and we spent a good night together. Yes. XN wonderful. So wonderful. More, we like it. Many people applauded silently in their hearts. That's because you sneak into my bed every time I'm asleep. Oh. X and just sleeping. Oh. Pa. A hand slapped Yang Hui's shoulder heavily, causing Yang Hui to immediately become stiff. He turned his head and looked at Cornelia, who was emitting black energy. Imperial sister. Yang Hui. There are some things we need to talk about. Yang Hui trembled all over and looked at CC. The witch, who had succeeded in her conspiracy, was smiling insidiously. CC. You calculated, Imperial sister, calm down. Crackle, 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 infinite loop. The group came to the underground research institute of the Nightmare Knights in a mighty manner. Standing in front of a tightly closed metal door, Yang Hui passed all the complicated verification procedures and just waited for the door to be opened to reveal the miracle that overturned the world. It's just... Pucci Euphemia couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. Well, laugh if you want. Yang Hui sighed and looked at Cornelia and CC, who were on both sides of the team with resentment. They had to separate, otherwise they would probably fight. Poo-ha-ha-ha-ha. X and Cornelia and CC, including the instigator, couldn't help laughing, because Yang Hui was so funny now. His left eye was black, his right face was swollen, and there were red marks on his neck from a pair of hands. Although his clothes were tidied up, the wrinkles and missing buttons showed that they had been subjected to considerable damage. If you look closely, you can find several well-hidden cracks. His hair was a mess, and no matter how he tidied it up, it would remain a mess. After they all laughed enough, Yang Hui got serious. Okay, enough of the jokes, everyone. Behind this door is Project Zero, a miracle that can subvert the world, and the truth of the world that you all dream of. Are you ready? Once this door is opened, there is no room for retreat. Yes. Everyone also put away their laughter and nodded seriously. Then everyone. As he said, Yang Hui pressed the button to open the door. The heavy metal door creaked and opened with difficulty. Welcome to the truth of the world, welcome to a brand new world, and be ready to be the enemy of the whole world. As the door slowly opened, in the stunned expressions of everyone, a large automatic factory appeared in front of them, and in the center of the factory, a ball of silver fluid flew out and surrounded Yang Hui's neck, turning into a necklace. Let me introduce one of my companions, an extraterrestrial alien metal life form, ELS, Yang Hui. Chapter 793 The Truth of the World, The Infinite Future. This. X and everyone's brains were buzzing. If it was just a huge underground automatic factory, they would only be shocked. They were shocked that Yang Hui had built an automatic factory so deep underground that only he knew about. But when they saw the silver fluid turn into a necklace on Yang Hui's neck, and then heard Yang Hui's introduction, they felt that their brains were hit by a nuclear bomb and lost the ability to think for a while. The most outrageous thing was that the necklace actually turned into a tiny hand-like branch and waved at them. Was it a greeting? Wait a minute. I need to slow down. I need to slow down too. This. Am I dreaming? Except for Regina who still stood calmly behind Yang Hui, the others could not accept the reality in front of them. They were still fighting and conquering on Earth, and Yang Hui had already come into contact with extraterrestrial life? So what was this factory producing? Your Highness. Is this true? Does extraterrestrial life really exist? Lloyd, Lakshita and Anna asked excitedly. As scientists, extraterrestrial life is like a feast in the eyes of gluttons. The temptation is irresistible. What does extraterrestrial life represent? It represents a brand new civilization. A brand new race. A brand new technology. Yes, the full name is Extraterrestrial Living Metal Shapeshifter, referred to as ELS. ELS. What a wonderful name. Then, Your Highness, how did you meet it? Is its race a silicon-based life? What are its characteristics? What is their technological level? Lloyd asked non-stop without taking a breath, and his face turned red. This involves another secret, the true identity of Regina and me. As he spoke, Yang Hui led everyone into the automatic factory. Under Yang Hui's control, after everyone entered, the heavy door closed again, which also made them realize that something was wrong. But Cornelia and the others still waited for Yang Hui's next words with a calm face, and they also realized that the seriousness of the matter was many levels higher than they imagined. First, let me ask you a question. Yang Hui raised a finger and asked seriously, Do you believe in the existence of another world? Another world? Is it the other world I understand? Everyone was stunned for a moment and asked back. Yes, an independent world in an independent universe that is completely different from this world. Can't it be? The people present were not fools. Since Yang Hui asked this, it means that their true identities are likely to be visitors from another world. Yes, but it's also wrong. Regita, and Xiaoyin are. Then, Yang Hui told everyone present about Promise Fortress, Promise Legion, and several connected worlds. The introduction of ELS and the psychological preparation for the other world did not make everyone have a good psychological preparation. If the appearance of ELS was just the impact of a nuclear bomb, then everything they heard next was nuclear bombs, Genesis, Requiem, Death Cannon, etc. Various strategic weapons cleansed their brains. Yang Hui looked at the dazed look of the crowd and did not disturb them. He just waited quietly for a full hour before they came to their senses. No wonder you have been able to suppress me since childhood. You are an old man over 200 years old. Shame on you. Aren't you ashamed? Clovis cursed angrily. Everyone was ashamed, feeling that Clovis's focus seemed to be wrong. In this world, I am indeed younger than you. Yang Hui spread his hands. He understood that Clovis deliberately used a strange focus to ease the tremor in his heart, and it was also a way for him to comfort himself. After all, he really regarded Yang Hui as his best brother. He did not want everything in the past to be fake, and Yang Hui deliberately deceived him. Stop being disgusting. Why is an old man pretending to be young? It doesn't cost money anyway. If you're unhappy, I'll be happy. Asshole. Duel. Yang Hui. During the fight between Clovis and Yang Hui, everyone calmed down and felt much better, especially Cornelia, Euphemia and Lelouch. After all, they were brothers and sisters who grew up together. It was a very happy time. They all hoped that this was true. From now on, it was true. Yang Hui was not pretending and deceiving them all the time. So, we are not real siblings. Cornelia suddenly pushed Clovis away, grabbed Yang Hui's collar and asked, Sister, why are you so focused? Infected by Clovis. Yang Hui was terrified. Cornelia's courage at this moment had surpassed his own, who had experienced many battles. He was so scared that his legs went weak. There's another one? That can't be weak. Absolutely impossible, forget it, it doesn't matter even if we are siblings. Royal sister, Surrounded by everyone, Cornelia went straight in, very heavy and stiff. This was the outburst that Cornelia had been holding back for a long time. After a long time, the two separated. Cornelia didn't say anything. With a red face, she stiffly returned to the queue of people, and then... So embarrassing. I actually kissed him. Cornelia covered her face shyly. Royal sister is awesome. Euphemia gave a thumbs up. Euphe. Lulu save me. Ahem, okay, everyone, calm down. Seeing that the topic of the crowd was getting more and more off topic, Yang Hui interrupted them before he could save the situation and continued the previous topic. You all know the true identities of me and Regita, and also know our goals. So, everyone, are you willing to help us and become our companions? Yang Hui asked seriously. Yes, Your Highness. X5 first, Fujito Kagashiro knelt on one knee with her 4 holy swords, to express his attitude. All their loyalty was dedicated to Yang Hui. No matter what Yang Hui's identity was, they would follow Yang Hui's footsteps and move forward. Yes, Your Highness. X and then it was Jeremiah and others. After a complex ideological struggle, they finally decided to continue to be loyal to Yang Hui. On the one hand, it was the influence of nightmare, life, and on the other hand, it was for greater interests. After all, most of them were nobles. They were not just one person, but also had a big family behind them. After weighing the pros and cons, the infinite world and infinite future, for them, how could the struggle for a piece of territory, a country, a globe, and a world be better than the benefits that the infinite world can bring? Lloyd, Anna and Lakshita were full of interest in the technology of other worlds, but just hearing from Yang Hui could not satisfy their desire for help. Then it was CC. Without any oath, she just followed Cornelia's example and walked forward, holding Yang Hui's face and kissing him, answering her choice with her actions. You promised me, my Lord Demon. Finally, Cornelia, Euphemia, Clovis, Lelouch, Gilbert and others did not express their opinions immediately. Gilbert and others were waiting for their masters, while Cornelia, Euphemia, Clovis and Lelouch considered more comprehensively, including Bunitaria and this world. Can I object? Clovis spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Everything I have now is obtained by you. If it weren't for you, I should still be a playboy in the imperial capital, right? Or I would be thrown into territory that is not valued as a governor and live a life of mediocrity. Although Yang Hui wanted to complain that he did not live a full life, but died in the hands of Lelouch, he still held back. However, Clovis' words were already a positive answer. I don't think it's any use whether I agree or not. Euphemia raised her hand weakly. I can't fight. It doesn't matter, Euphy. Not all the people in Prosm Fortress are combatants, including the Prosm Caller. For example, Lakis, although she has strong political ability, she prefers to be a singer, running around singing for peace. Yang Hui comforted. Then, Euphemia seemed to want to agree, but she didn't have such a grand reason. She just felt that the infinite world was more interesting and she could meet more good friends. But she didn't say it immediately, but looked at Cornelia fearfully. She could act coquettishly to Cornelia in private, but she had no power to decide on major matters, especially when she was with Cornelia. I only have one question, Yang Hui. Cornelia spoke. Her expression was extremely serious, without any personal emotion. What will happen to Bunitaria in the end? This is Cornelia. Although her desires endless conquest, she still has the country of Bunitaria in her heart. This is a part of her that she cannot give up. Abolish the system of the royal family and the nobility in power, and become a part of the Earth Federation. Yang Hui answered seriously. I understand. After thinking about it, Cornelia sighed, and the corners of her mouth curled up with excitement. There will be many enemies and opportunities for me to conquer, right? Yes. Yang Hui also put on the same expression as Cornelia, dangerous, but incomparably charming. Okay. Gilbert. Dalton. The Rose Witch. Knights are your highness's sharpest sword and strongest shield. X2 okay. Continue to follow me and conquer more and more powerful enemies with me. Yes, your highness. X2 Cornelia, who is most likely to cause trouble, has been dealt with. In the end, only Lelouch, who had been silent, was left. It's easy to get my support, Yang Hui. Lelouch shrugged, his face calm. I don't care about the world or Bunitalia. I only care about one thing, our promise and the truth of that year. Yang Hui was silent for a moment, looked up at Anya in the team. Let the person involved back then tell you the truth you want. What? Lelouch was stunned for a moment, and suddenly looked at Anya, who was at a loss. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.